and men and children rejoice. COMESA is yours. Wonderful COMESA.
People of Africa, rise up and unite as one. Hard work is key to prosperity. United we stand.
Wonderful COMESA. Wonderful COMESA. Forward with COMESA. COMESA is key to prosperity and unity. Wonderful COMESA. Forward with COMESA. COMESA is key to prosperity and unity. People of Africa, rejoice in COMESA's work. It is the hope for the future. It is the key. Wonderful COMESA. Wonderful COMESA. Forward with COMESA. COMESA is key to prosperity.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Kindly, we may take our seats. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Your Excellency, Dr. Hassan Kibea, Chairperson, COMESA Council of Minister, Burundi, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industrial in Kenya, Your Excellency Chileshe Kapwepwe, COMESA Secretary General, distinguished ambassadors present, ladies and gentlemen, allow me Kimani Warui to take over the program.
Distinguished guest, our chief guest, His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and all the other guests, good morning and thank you very much for joining us this morning. We want to welcome you to the COMESA Business Forum and High-Level Dialogue. My name is O'Brien Kimani. I work with the Great Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. I just want to remind you that we are live on Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and we have always been live since we started this meeting on Monday, and my colleague here is Betty Kiptum.
Thank you, O'Brien. My name is Betty Kiptum. I am also a colleague of O'Brien Kimani at Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and indeed it is an honor to be part of the Director of Ceremonies for this event. Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, COMESA Secretary General, Chileshe Kapwepwe, all protocols observed. We would like to begin the program with inviting Kenya's Principal Secretary in charge of State Department for Trade, that is Ms. Regina Ombam, to give us her welcoming remarks. Let's give her a round of applause as she joins us. Karibu.
Karibu sana, Madam PS.
Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and our guest of honor, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, His Excellency, Dr. Hassan Kibea, Chairperson, COMESA Council of Ministers, and Minister for Mining, Energy, Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Republic of Burundi, distinguished ministers and heads of delegation, Her Excellency Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, Secretary General COMESA, Mr. James Chimwaza, President COMESA Business Council, captains of industry, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the 18th COMESA Business Forum and Exhibition in Nairobi, Kenya. Karibuni, Kenya. Kenya hakuna matata. We are delighted to have our chief guest, Professor Kindiki Kithure, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, whose presence here adds immense value to our business forum. We are indeed privileged to host this important business forum that brings together policymakers, the private sector, development partners, and innovators to chart the future of trade and investment in our region and beyond. This year's theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, captures the essence of our collective task. With a market of over 680 million people, COMESA has enormous potential, yet to unlock it, we must harness digital technologies to enhance productivity, deepen value chains, and strengthen competitiveness across our economies. So this forum provides a unique opportunity for us to examine practical solutions from smart agriculture and digital trade facilitation to efficient logistics and greater mobility of business persons across the region. The recommendations that emerge will form the COMESA Business Declaration to be presented to the 24th COMESA Summit of Heads of State and Government, ensuring that our deliberations today have a direct policy impact. Distinguished delegates, I urge you to engage actively, forge new partnerships, and take full advantage of this platform. Together, we can lay the foundation for a more resilient, inclusive, and competitive COMESA. With these remarks, I once again warmly welcome you to Nairobi and wish you productive discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam PS, for welcoming all of us to this meeting. I just want to remind you that all of us, we are at home. Kenya is the cradle of mankind. It is widely known that. And so feel free, because this is where we all started, and this is where we all belong. And at this point, I just want you to get your phone and tell somebody that you are in a meeting with the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. And you need to tell, especially your cousins, that you are here. And they need to tune in to KBC, because occasionally they are going to see you. And I can confirm that you are all looking very, very good today. And so, as we congregate here to discuss our issues and our affairs as COMESA, it is with profound joy I seek to invite Mr. Hitesh Medirata, the Vice Chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, to come and address this forum. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Medirata. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Kithure Kindiki, Honorable Ministers present, distinguished delegates, fellow business leaders, and development partners, good morning. It is a pleasure to honor and to represent the Kenya Association of Manufacturers at this important COMESA forum. I extend my sincere appreciation to the COMESA Secretariat and the COMESA Business Council in close collaboration with Kenya's Ministry of Investments in Trade and Industry, for convening this platform, which reinforces the importance of regional collaboration, trade integration, and private sector engagement. Allow me to begin by highlighting who we are as Kenya Association of Manufacturers. CAM is a business member organization representing value-add companies and associated services in Kenya. At the core of our mission is our purpose: creating prosperity for the nation through sustainable industrialization. Established in 1959, CAM represents over 1,300 members who are grouped into 14 sectors. CAM has also regional presence in 7 strategic areas across the country to drive county-driven advocacy initiatives. We are at the forefront in driving fact-based policy advocacy towards the formation that strengthen and support development. We promote trade and investment and encourage the formulation, enactment, and administration of sound policies that facilitate a competitive business environment and reduce the cost of doing business. CAM also provides an essential link for cooperation, dialogue, and understanding with the government and other key stakeholders by representing its members' views and concerns through fact-based policy advocacy. I am happy to note that CAM sits on the CBC board, where our former board chair, Mr. Mushai Kunia, serves as the first vice president. This demonstrates that collaboration between the private sector and the regional blocs is vital in achieving inclusive growth and development by leveraging combined experience, mobilizing resources, and fostering innovation to unlock economic opportunities and to address shared challenges. The partnership creates a public-private ecosystem, finances infrastructure, boosts trade, improves market access, and facilitates policy alignment to build prosperous, interconnected regions. The importance of collaboration between private sector and the regional blocs. COMESA is one of Kenya's key markets and a significant source of raw materials. Overall, Africa accounts about 42% of Kenya's export market. COMESA makes up 11% of this, behind the East African community, which makes up 30%, and the rest of Africa at just 1%. It's worth noting that all EAC members, except one, are also members of COMESA, making both regional blocs vital to Kenya's economy. This highlights the need for us to strengthen our ability to source goods from within COMESA. By increasing the current 11% sourcing from African markets, we can significantly boost intra-COMESA trade. Looking ahead, the TFTA, which unites the EAC, COMESA, and SADC, are expected to play a crucial role in addressing the challenges of overlapping memberships, while also expanding the opportunities of Kenya and other COMESA members. Integration. Manufacturing is central to economic transformation across COMESA members. Here in Kenya, the sector contributes to employment, value addition, and regional exports. At CAM, we strongly believe that industrialization is the engine for inclusive growth, and we are committed to deepening our role and driving sustainable, competitive manufacturing across the region. This is why we actively participate in regional and international engagements such as these, and it presents us with a unique opportunity to engage other countries and businesses and develop strategies to leverage shared markets, harmonize policies, and collective industrial strategies. Our participation is driven by Kenya's position as a manufacturing hub in the region and a key player in COMESA. However, there still lies immense potential within the region, which boasts a population of 560 million people and 780 billion in GDP, that's in dollars. This includes EAC's population and GDP. Intra-COMESA trade is still low. It currently stands at 14%. Regrettably, we are trading more with non-COMESA countries than we are within ourselves. It is imperative for us to leverage opportunities to develop regional value chains in both manufacturing and in agro-processing. Additionally, there is a high concentration of similar product lines across COMESA region, predominantly at the finished state level. Herein lies the opportunities to create diversity through backward and forward integration that enables us not only to trade in raw and finished materials, but also in intermediary products. We also have an opportunity to tap into the emerging industries, including renewable energy technology, circular economy, and digital manufacturing. Fortunately, COMESA has been a seamless trading bloc for Kenyan manufacturers with minimal market access challenges. Nevertheless, we still face some bottlenecks which hamper the growth of intra-COMESA trade, which can be resolved by taking deliberate measures to reduce the cost of doing business while enhancing the ease of doing business. A resolution of persistent trade barriers. Even though COMESA has a small number of non-trade barriers, the existing ones, such as those touching on edible oils and dairy, have taken over 10 years to resolve. Colleagues, and I think this is an important emerging issue, we are increasingly seeing new barriers to trade through introduction of domestic taxes and levies, particularly excise duties on intermediary and raw materials. In some cases, these taxes are even being applied to imports from within our own COMESA region. While such measures may be driven by well-intentioned local policy objectives, they distort regional markets, go against the spirit of the free trade area, they disrupt supply chains, raise production costs, and discourage cross-border trade and investment. Ultimately, they weaken the very integration we have all worked so hard to achieve. If left unchecked, these protectionist actions could invite retaliation and undo years of progress. And if carried forward into new frameworks, such as the tripartite TFTA and the AFCFTA, they will stall progress and prevent these agreements from achieving their goals of a truly unified African market. I urge all member states to align their domestic tax policies with our regional commitments and to exclude such measures from future trade frameworks. Let us preserve the integrity of COMESA and ensure our free trade areas remain truly free. The average double-digit interest rates in the region are also too high to support the manufacturing sector, which is capital intensive. Most manufacturers' projects are long-term investments requiring affordable and patient capital. Not all COMESA all member states are members of COMESA. As Africa moves towards the implementation of AFCFTA, it would be strategic to ensure that COMESA countries take advantage of the already existing markets within themselves. This calls for COMESA to rally all her members to liberalize their markets under COMESA Free Trade Area. As I conclude, COMESA presents an immense opportunity for Kenya's manufacturing sector, not just as a market, but as a partner in building a more integrated, self-sustaining regional economy. As the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we recognize that stronger regional value chain, harmonized standards, and improved trade facilitation are not just aspirations, but necessities. To fully harness the potential of COMESA, we must all collaborate, governments, private sector, and development partners alike, to remove barriers, align policies, and unlock investments that drive industrial growth. Let us move forward with a shared commitment to building a competitive and resilient manufacturing sector powered by regional cooperation and innovation. COMESA is our platform for progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hitesh Medirata, that is the Vice Chairperson at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. And of course, for intra-COMESA trade to be enhanced, the manufacturing sector must be supported. I am sure in all the positions that you sit in, there is something that you can do to remove a trade barrier and enhance trade. So I would like us to say, removing barriers, enhancing trade. Let's say that together. Removing barriers, enhancing trade. Again, removing barriers, enhancing trade. Thank you very much. I hope you remember that after the summit as you go back to your offices. That is the goal. I would now like to take this opportunity to welcome Mr. James Chimwaza, who is the president of the COMESA Business Council, to address this forum. Let's give him a round of applause and welcome to the stage.
Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and Chief Guest, Your Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of COMESA Council of Ministers, Burundi, Your Honor Lee Kinyajui, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya, Honorable Ministers, Cabinet Secretaries from COMESA member states, Your Excellency, Madam Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, COMESA Secretary General, I'll skip myself, Dean of Ambassadors, Permanent Secretaries and Principal Secretaries, representatives of government institutions, heads of institutions, heads of COMESA institutions, representatives of our cooperating partners, the European Union, the Federation of German Industries, BDI, AGRA, Chairperson of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, CEOs of business associations and captains of the industry, members of the diplomatic corps here present, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to add all protocols observed because everybody here looks distinguished and deserving of recognition. Good morning. Good morning to you all. Thank you. At least we are engaging. Your Excellencies, distinguished head of state, honorable ministers, and esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of COMESA Business Council, it is my privilege to welcome you to the 18th COMESA Business Forum and Exhibition. We gather in Nairobi at the heart of COMESA Digital Innovation Hub to advance a transformative agenda that will reshape how we produce, trade, and synergize in an increasingly interconnected world. I kind of skipped the word compete to synergize because the demands out there are greater than what we can produce, so we will not be competing, we'll be synergizing to meet the demand that is beyond Africa, to the north, to the west, and to the east. So we should be synergizing to grow, starting from within Africa. Please allow me to extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of Kenya, and Honorable Lee Kinyajui, the government of Kenya for hosting this landmark forum. Kenya's leadership in digital innovation, from the mobile money revolution to e-government services, makes it the ideal venue for our dialogue on leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains. Also, allow me to appreciate our COMESA Secretary General, Her Excellency Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, and the COMESA institutions for their continued partnership and collaboration towards private sector development. I further acknowledge the dedicated CBC staff for the work they have put into organizing this forum. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since our establishment, the COMESA Business Council has served as an institutional voice of the private sector with our common market. Over 16 years of operations, we have fulfilled Article 18 of the COMESA Treaty, creating a vital forum where policy meets practice and regional aspirations are tested against business imperatives. This annual business forum has evolved into the premier platform for public-private dialogue in the COMESA region and beyond. Today, we bring together over 1,000 participants representing the full spectrum of our regional economy, from multinational corporations to micro enterprises, from traditional sectors to digital pioneers. I wish here to thank our partners and sponsors for making this possible. We will continue to rely on your support to fulfill our mandate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, reflecting on the 17th COMESA Business Forum held in Bujumbura, we must acknowledge both achievements as well as shortcomings. This honesty or openness is the foundation of effective action. This past year has witnessed significant progress in digital trade facilitation. The launch of the electronic certificate of origin system in Eswatini, Malawi, and Zambia represents a breakthrough. This system enables businesses to obtain certificates in hours rather than days or weeks, directly enhancing competitiveness. Financial innovation. Through CBC's partnership with High People Foundation, we hosted the Women in FinTech Hackathon and 40-day FinTech initiative across Zambia and Malawi. Over 150 women-led teams participated, showcasing innovations, redefining financial inclusion, and democratizing access to capital. Capacity building. With EU technical assistance facility and World Customs Organization support, we delivered an AFCFTA and rules of origin training across all 8 Francophone member states, reaching over 300 officials and business leaders. Our training of trainers program ensures sustainable capacity building. Sectoral progress. Our tourism, travel, and retail duty-free work group actively enhanced regional collaboration and service quality. Our manufacturer work groups continues advocating for reduced non-tariff barriers and improved industrial competitiveness. Our newly created innovation and technology work groups is exploring new technological breakthroughs that can reduce trading costs in the COMESA region, facilitate trade, increase connectivity, and address some of the challenges that the region faces and has faced for many years past. However, we must confront reality that 3.6% decline in intra-COMESA trade in 2024 from 14.2 billion to 13.7 billion represents lost opportunities. Behind these statistics are real entrepreneurial struggling to access finance, farmers and manufacturers unable to compete due to infrastructure constraints, interest rates ranging the gap between billions available in regional banks and millions actual reaching SMEs remain unbridged. We lose an estimated 20 to 30% of agricultural output to post-harvest losses, largely to border delays, inadequate refrigeration chain infrastructure. Structures carrying perishables can spend 3 to 7 days at border points, reducing competitiveness, while urban centers enjoy advanced connectivity. Vast rural areas where most agricultural production occurs lacks basic internet access and digital connectivity. Can I have some water? Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme calls us to leverage digitalization to deepen regional value chain. From business perspective, digital transformation delivers tangible, measurable benefits. Cost reduction, digital trade documentation reduces processing costs to by 30 to 50%. E-payment systems eliminate cash transactions costs and risks. Supply chain visibility platforms reduce inventory carrying costs by 15 to 20%. Market access. E-commerce platforms enable small producers to reach distant customers. Digital marketing allows manufacturers to compete internationally without prohibiting physical presence costs. Efficiency gains. Internet of Things sensors in agricultural increases yields by 10 to 30% while reducing water usage by 20 to 40%. Digital logistics platforms reduce delivery times by 25% and fuel consumption by 15%. Financial inclusion. Mobile money and digital lending have brought financial services to over 150 million previously unbanked Africans, enabling lenders to assess risk for borrowers without traditional credit history. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, agriculture employs 70% of population and contributes 40% to regional GDP. Yet, we import food we could produce ourselves. Digital agriculture offers solutions. Precision agriculture. Satellite imagery and drone technology enables farmers to monitor crop health and optimize resource use. Companies like Apollo Agriculture in Kenya demonstrates how mobile platforms provide smallholder farmers with tailored financing, insurance, and agronomic advice. Market intelligence. Digital platforms provide real-time demand and price information, enabling information selling decisions and reducing information symmetry. Supply chain traceability. Blockchain enables end-to-end traceability, accessing premium markets demanding verifiable sustainability credentials. Digital trade solutions. including electronic certificates, digital payment systems, and single-window platforms can reduce transaction times by 50% and cost by up to 30%, while enabling MSMEs to conduct cross-border trade as seamlessly as domestic transactions. Complementing these systems, digital logistics tools such as real-time cargo tracking, coordinated digital corridors, and e-freight platform can cut transit times by 30 to 40% and optimize vehicle utilization, reducing the estimated 40% of empty truck movement across the region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 years, we will engage in a substantive discussion across key sessions, boosting agriculture productivity through smart agriculture, breaking barriers through trade and investment digitalization, and enhancing trade through digital transformation of logistics and transport. These deliberations will form the COMESA Business Forum Declaration for presentation to the 24th Summit of Heads of State and Government on October the 9th. Past declarations have driven policy reforms and infrastructure investments. This year must be even more ambitious and actionable. But declarations without implementation are hollow. True success will be measured in business gaining market access, farmers' increased incomes, youth finding meaningful employment, and entrepreneurs building successful entrepreneurs. In closing, distinguished delegates, the future of COMESA will be built through genuine partnership, where public policy creates enabling environments, private enterprise drives innovation, development partners provide catalytic support, and civil society ensures inclusive outcomes with the corporate and not individual mindset set right. We must think corporate, and not me, myself, and I. Then we will grow. As a result, business leaders embrace digital transformation as key opportunity, invest in digital capabilities, partners with startups, mentor young entrepreneurs. Government representatives create enabling environment for digital business, streamlining regulatory regulations to impending innovation, investing in digital infrastructure, and honor visa facilitation commitments. Development partners support initiatives delivering measurable impact, prioritizing sustainable capacity building, support scaling of proven innovations. Technology and innovators develop solutions addressing real business challenges in the context of appropriate for infrastructure. This forum, the forum's theme, leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth, is not aspirational rhetoric. It is a roadmap for transformation and innovation to bold action and commitment to leave no one behind. Let us use these 2 days to build partnerships, challenge assumptions, and commit to concrete actions. When we gather next year, we must point to measurable progress on every commitment made here. Together, let us build a COMESA that is digitally connected, economically vibrant, and socially inclusive. Together, let us transform declarations into results, aspirations into achievements. I wish you productive deliberations, fruitful networking, and impactful outcome. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us put another round of applause to the President of COMESA Business Council, James Chimwanza. I'm being reminded that we employ the KEYS principle when we are making our speeches, and KEYS stands for keep it short and sweet. That is the KEYS principle, because the chief guest is expected to leave for another official engagement at some point. When the architects of COMESA ratified the agreement back in 1994, the idea was to integrate the community into a major economic as well as socio-political movement. And today, when you look at COMESA, which is made up of 21 countries, with a population of more than 600 people, if it was to be a country, it would be the third biggest country in terms of population in the world. In terms of economic, COMESA would be the 14th largest economy in the world. And so there is force in numbers. I also want to remind you that we are live on Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, chief guest, allow me to welcome Mr. Admasu Tedese, President of the Trade Development Bank. Welcome, sir, on stage. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Tedese.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Chileshi Kapwepwe, Secretary General of COMESA, Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of the COMESA Council of Ministers, and on that note, allow me, Excellencies, to align myself with the excellent salutations given by the previous speaker, Mr. James Chimwanza, all protocols observed. I will try to keep it very sweet and simple, as I have been advised, but just to give you a few words about who TDB Group is, you have specific reason to feel ownership and pride in this particular COMESA institution that we are. TDB Group is actually a financial institution that was formed by the Treaty of COMESA, actually PTA prior to COMESA's forming itself, and we are celebrating 40 years this year. And the reason I'm saying you should be proud, Excellencies, is in these 40 years, this financial institution of yours has achieved something significant. They say numbers speak the truth. In these 40 years, we have disbursed and issued guarantees in the amount of $58 billion since our inception. This $58 billion track record began from very humble beginnings when COMESA, 40 years ago, in the form of PTA, pulled together a number of member states as the founding members of our financial institution. They gathered $10 million and believed in the possibility of COMESA having a specialized financial institution that can begin responding to all the imperatives and the gaps in financing we've heard from the previous speakers. Today, we have a balance sheet of $10 billion. Of that $10 billion, $2 billion is our own equity from different African shareholders and friends of Africa. The other $8 billion on our balance sheet of $10 billion is leveraged capital from friends of TDB, friends of COMESA, friends of Africa, both within Africa, the Gulf region, Asia, Europe, the world at large. So when we talk about partnerships in COMESA, I wanted you to know that we live it, we practice it, we are bringing the fruits of partnership to the region, and we have brought to bear facilities that have really made an important difference in the landscape of our region. Here in Kenya alone, just in one member state, we have a track record of $1.8 billion of financing to many different sectors. The trade sector, agribusiness, healthcare, hospitals, very long list, but also very much the private sector. And for those who don't know how we work as TDB, we work very closely with the financial institutions in our member states. So here in Kenya, we count at least 5 banks here as partners who we co-finance and sometimes finance through them. The KCBs of this world, Equity Bank, and there's several others. The same applies to another 25 African member states who are the membership of TDB Group. The reason I'm pointing all of this out is partnership is the magic that makes us effective. In the different member states, we do that not just with banks, but we do it with pension funds. We've managed to take very seriously this idea of unleashing African capital, multiplying African capital, making African capital work much better than it ever has. We've heard our leadership, heads of state, number of countries. Indeed, here, His Excellency President Ruto has often talked about the global financial architecture, the challenges of financing, and we know that we're in an age where African countries, African enterprises need to rely more and more on African banks, African financial institutions. We are one of them. We take our mission very seriously. We're very proud that COMESA had the foresight, the vision, 40 years ago when we were established, not having any idea that we would mushroom into what we have today, where we are now an effective strategic partner of major global financial institutions who see us as credible intermediaries to bring large-scale financing to the region. Just to give you a sense of what large-scale financing means, Turkana Wind Power Project, the Menengai Geothermal Power Project here, the Standard Gauge Railway Project of Tanzania, multi-billion-dollar project. In Mozambique, the offshore LNG projects. So many hospitals across countries. We have been part and parcel of many transformational projects over the years. And this is really the story of COMESA as much as it is TDB. And we thought we would take the occasion at this opening session of the Business Forum to tell the private sector here that we are open, ready, willing, and able to support you in your growth plans. Of course, we are a merit-based financial institution, so there's no guarantees. You have to be good for the credit. We are a rated institution, so of course we work on very professional terms. But just to let you know that there's a lot of capacity. We now have facilities that are dedicated to supporting projects even in the public-private partnership space. Some of you will know there's a very exciting initiative called Mission 300, where Chileshi, myself, and others are joining forces with the World Bank Group and the AFDB to electrify 300 million Africans in this part of Eastern and Southern Africa. A large gap is here in terms of financing, and we have close to $1 billion of credit facilities, long-term, quite affordable in the current context of interest rates in the world, but still affordable, and quite patient money that can go as far as 15 to 20 years. So we are very capable, we've got a lot of capacity, and just to let you know that your financial institution has matured to the point where we now have credit ratings across a number of important African jurisdictions, but also in money centers across the world. Historically, it was always London. Now we've built on our success stories in Europe to go to Asia. And this year, on our 40th anniversary, we got our first ever credit ratings in Japan and in China. In Japan, we got an A- rating. In China, we got a AAA rating. Here in Kenya, we have a AAA rating. In the Republic of Mauritius, which is the headquarters of the group, we also have a AAA rating. So all of this is to tell you that intermediation is based on ratings and quality, and you can be proud of your financial institution that has come a long way. But I would love for all of you to take one message back home, apart from the private sector that's here. The sovereigns who own this institution are the owners, and they have to treat it with the pride and the respect that it deserves. And so on that note, please do tell all of the stakeholders in your country that this is an institution worth protecting, because we provide a lot of support to the economies of COMESA. And on that note, I thank you all very much for your attention. I hope it was short and sweet enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Of course, trade is the movement of goods and people, and the financing sector cannot be ignored in the role they play to ensure that infrastructure is enhanced, countries are connected, people can move, goods can move. Yesterday, during the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect, there is someone who said it is cheaper and easier to move produce from the COMESA region, any country, pick any country, to the EU region, as opposed to moving it from, say, Kenya to Tanzania or DRC. So connectivity is very important. Thank you very much for your thoughts there. Now we move on to the next guest, and I would like to now invite the COMESA Secretary General, who is Chileshe Mpunda Kapwepwe. Karibu sana, and let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and our chief guest, Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibeya, Chairperson of COMESA Council of Ministers from Burundi, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Investment, Trade, and Industry of Kenya, Honorable Ministers present, Mr. James Chamwaza, President of CBC, the Dean of Ambassadors and members of the Diplomatic Corps, kindly allow me to ride on established protocols. Good morning. Before I start my speech, I always tell the President of TDB that every time he stands up to talk about the bank and its achievements, I always feel like a very proud parent at a graduation. It shows the foresight of the forefathers who established COMESA, that they did not only establish COMESA, but they went further to establish institutions which would play in the market and support the mandate of COMESA. So like TDB, we have CBC, which is a private sector arm, which is also bringing you together today. So COMESA is very diverse and indeed plays directly into the market. Your Excellency, Chief Guest, I would like to say karibu. Good morning, and it's a real honor and privilege for me to address you today at the 18th COMESA Business Forum. This important public-private dialogue brings together COMESA Business Council and the wider business community, policymakers, COMESA institutions, and partners to jointly deliberate and chart innovative pathways to sustainable growth and enhanced collaboration across the region. I extend my special thanks to you, Your Excellency, for gracing this occasion, and for the government of Kenya for hosting this important series of meetings that we are holding over the next few days. These Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this 18th COMESA Business Forum is leveraging digitalization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. Our discussions will explore how digitalization transforms business practices, boost productivity, connect markets, and create opportunities for all, particularly marginalized groups, including MSMEs, women, and youth. The forum aims to generate actionable recommendations for the COMESA Business Declaration 2025, which will be presented to our heads of state and government at the summit being held here in Nairobi on the 9th of October. We anticipate concrete proposals on digital infrastructure, investment, regulatory harmonization frameworks, innovative financing mechanism for SMEs, and strategic partners that will accelerate our digital transformation agenda. In addition, just listening to the representative from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, a number of pertinent issues have already been raised, which I feel should be formed part of that declaration, to bring to the attention to the heads of state the number of challenges and bottlenecks being experienced by the private sector and which should be addressed at that level. Because sometimes, as we all know, it's only political will that will remove some of these constraints. Our forum discussions will focus on 4 critical areas: agricultural productivity, digital trade and investment promotion, and business mobility. Distinguished delegates, COMESA has developed a robust suite of digital tools that are revolutionizing regional trade and integration. We have consistently supported integrated border management systems, smart border technologies, including the regional customs guarantee, the digital yellow card system, which ensures efficient issuance and verification across 13 countries, while our regional payment and settlement system, REPS, process is increasing transaction values across its member states. Most recently, COMESA launched the Electronic Certificate of Origin program, which was launched in Eswatini, Malawi, Zambia, and very recently, only a few days ago, launched right here in Kenya. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, building on our established digital foundation, COMESA continues strengthening private sector development through strategic partnership with the CBC and targeted initiatives that address critical regional needs. Our regional food balance sheet initiative, implemented in partnership with key stakeholders and supported by AGRA, now provides reliable, near real-time data across 10 countries, addressing critical information gaps for policy and investment decisions. We are advancing business mobility through our COMESA Business Visa Scheme, leveraging on ICT capabilities, while strengthening the pharmaceutical sector through the African Development Bank partnership focused on local manufacturing capacity. The Digital Finance Inclusion Project has reached a crucial development phase, with the COMESA Clearinghouse playing an extended role in establishing the digital retail payment platform for MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, running alongside our high-level dialogue, we are hosting 2 interconnected events that exemplify our commitment to practical business outcomes. The COMESA Multi-Sectoral Trade Exhibition from 7 to 9 October showcases flagship regional products and services and innovations across multiple sectors, serving as a dynamic marketplace for promoting business linkages and investment partnerships. Complementing this, the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect seminar, which was held on yesterday, brought together European buyers from Netherlands, Germany, France, and Italy with COMESA horticultural producers, creating direct pathways for our agriculture exporters to access international markets. This strategic pairing of the exhibition and buyer-supplier platform demonstrates how we are translating our policy actions into tangible economic opportunities that strengthen our integration with global value chains. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to commend the efforts of the COMESA institutions in supporting the hosting of this forum: CBC, the Trade Development Bank, the COMESA Court of Justice, the Alliance for Commodity Trade in Eastern and Southern Africa, ACTESA, COMESA Reinsurance Company, ZEPRI, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance Agency, ATIDI, COMESA Federation of Women in Business, Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute, Yellow Card, COMESA Clearinghouse, COMESA Monetary Institute, COMESA Competition Commission, and the COMESA Regional Investment Agency, RIA, which collaboration continues to amplify the length and depth of COMESA's collective impact. The COMESA Business Forum provides a crucial platform for aligning public and private sector strategies, sharing successful and digital agriculture models, and creating the enabling environment for our social adaptation of transformative technologies across the region. Public-private dialogue has always been at the center of our strategies, and inclusive approaches. Last year, we successfully hosted the 17th COMESA Business Forum in Bujumbura, and the outcomes were presented to the 23rd Summit of the Heads of State. We're looking forward to a similar presentation of this declaration, of this business forum, which shall be presented on Thursday to the summit. This will really reinforce the matter that we cannot move forward on policy alone. We do need the participation and engagement of the private sector. I wish you all a fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General for COMESA, Her Excellency Chilese Mpundu Kapwepwe. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to welcome the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry from Kenya, Honorable Lee Kenyanjui, to address us. Let's put our hands together for the Minister.
Thank you. Thank you. Allow me to take this opportunity first to acknowledge Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, for honoring our invite and also participating in this very important session. We acknowledge that the business forum is a critical component of the COMESA, because as government, we may have the best policies, but at the end of the day, we need the business people and the associations to make the connections and to make the region work. So we really want to salute you for making time to open this session. The Secretary General of COMESA, Chileshe Kapwepwe, the Chairperson of the Council of Ministers, Dr. Hassan Kibea, development partners who are present here, distinguished representatives from the private sector, and the Chairperson of the Council of Business, Mr. James Chimwanza, upon whom I want to borrow all the protocols that you observed. I think his was the most extensive one. And thank you very much for being here. So it is our profound honor first to hold this summit, and also to confirm that it comes at a time when both trade and investments are facing quite some turbulence. And I say this in recognition of the fact that when you look at global trade today, there are so many uncertainties, from wars across other parts of the world to tariffs that have made international trade more unpredictable and sometimes unstable. And one of the areas that have been cited as possible solutions for stabilizing that is actually regional trade. At COMESA, we're at about 14% intra-COMESA trade, a number which we acknowledge is way below our potential. And I think our conversations today must revolve around what we must do to make it possible for goods from Tanzania to come to Kenya, of Kenya to Zambia. And I think that conversation must not only be academic, we must go to the real issues that continue to hamper trade between ourselves. Not too long ago, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, the President of Uganda, visited Kenya. And I think in their conversation with our President, the issue of the time it takes to cross the border from Kenya to Uganda was raised. The following week, we visited there, and talking to the truck drivers and the business people, on average, it would take like 4 to 5 hours on a good day, but at times, even a day before you can cross. So if you have to cross 4 borders, and you have to spend 4 or 5 hours on each, then if you look at the total loss, then it makes our region very uncompetitive. So among the things we must talk is how to make it seamless for our goods to move from Zambia to Kenya, and the unnecessary stops that you have created must be abolished. On the movement of people, again, there can be no business when our people are not talking. There is no value of talking about trade when I cannot go to Zambia with ease, check the goods, agree with the banks and the people, and come back. So again, the movement of people across the entire region, I think, becomes very important. I am happy to note that Kenya has abolished visas for African countries. So if you want to visit Kenya, you do not need to make any elaborate plans for you to come here. You need a product from Mombasa, from Nakuru, and anywhere. You just need to board the next plane, and we will be able to receive you, and you can have, things going through. So I think as a person in charge of trade, I really want to emphasize on the issue of movement of people and goods, because when these two are not there, it doesn't matter what else we are going to input. And I think much must be done to open those areas. I also note that the theme of this year is leveraging on digitization to deepen regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. Again here, we are happy as Kenya that we have made significant inroads in the area of digital penetration. Almost every major town in Kenya, we have been able to connect with fiber, which means a farmer can be able to produce a product, put it online, put a photo, put everything, and that way we can be able to trade. And because trade is now becoming more digital than physical, then the issue of ensuring that we have digital connection across the whole country, and by extension also in other parts of the COMESA, becomes important. And I also want to add that beyond the infrastructure are the people. And I'm happy to note that most of our universities also, we have incorporated the issue of digital skills so that our children can be able to trade and work in the world that is coming tomorrow. On the area of financial transactions, you know that Kenya is the home of M-Pesa, and M-Pesa is now going regional in Tanzania, Uganda, and most of these other countries. And I think this is really the area we need to work together, that we don't all need to duplicate services. So if you have a solution that's already working in Uganda or any other country, maybe that solution can be adopted. And since M-Pesa is working even globally, I see M-Pesa as a solution for many of the things that you're trying to do. And I think some of these issues, if they're replicated at the continental level, we can all work towards making it a better place for all of us. Allow me also to quickly mention on the issue of the horticultural event we had yesterday. Kenya is a major player in the area of horticulture and flower, and we had very live conversations yesterday. Still, a lot needs to be done. We have talked about post-harvest losses. We have talked about cold storage. So if you're moving a perishable commodity across the border and you're spending 5 hours as no cold facility, then the post-harvest becomes a major issue. And I think one of the areas that we must really invest in is the infrastructure in cold storage, both in our airports, in our ports, in all our big towns, so that when you're thinking of any of these commodities that fall within the perishable category, you have networks that can allow us to work across that entire space. Lastly, is also to note that within the COMESA region, we have nearly 600 million people. If you look at that number and you compare with other continents or subcontinents, you will realize it's bigger than even the entire US market. But the problem is we probably have not seen the full potential that lies with that kind of a market. And as we improve trade, also allow me to say that areas like tourism, if you look at what percentage of tourists within the COMESA say visit Kenya, the number is in the single digits. Yet, we'll all plan our journeys, maybe on holiday sometimes, to capitals far away from where we are, in places of temperatures sometimes -10, over 40, and leave a Mombasa beach that is an attraction to the whole world. Leave a Masai Mara that is a world's heritage site. So, and I can say that of Victoria Falls in Zambia, and I think all those places that we can do. So I think it's time for Africa and COMESA to think local, to think regional, and together we can move. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. That is Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, the CS Cabinet Secretary for Kenya's Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. And I like where he has ended. It is time for Africa, it's time for COMESA. I would now like to invite His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea, who is the chairperson for the COMESA Council of Ministers, Burundi. Welcome, and let's give him a round of applause, please.
Excellences, professeur Kithure Kindiki, vice-président de la République du Kenya et invité d'honneur, Excellence Lee Kinyanjui, secrétaire au cabinet au ministère de l'Investissement, du Commerce, de l'Industrie du Kenya, Excellence Madame Shile Shekapwepwe, secrétaire général du COMESA, Monsieur James Chimwaza, président du Conseil des opérateurs économiques CBC, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, tout protocole observé, bonjour. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de rendre grâce à Dieu Tout-Puissant qui nous a réunis dans cette belle matinée ensemble à ce 18e forum d'affaires du COMESA, qu'il soit loué. Et en ma qualité de président du Conseil des ministres du COMESA et en tant que représentant de la République du Burundi, c'est une immense fierté et une ferme détermination que je m'adresse à cette auguste assemblée et en ce 18e forum d'affaires qui incarne notre engagement collectif à transformer notre région et en une communauté intégrée, numériquement et économiquement dynamique et prospère. Et c'est un moment crucial, marquant 3 décennies d'intégration économique au sein du COMESA. J'aimerais donc souhaiter ma plus chaleureuse des bienvenues à tous les participants, et en particulier aux distingués invités venus de toutes les régions et d'ailleurs. Et j'aimerais personnellement et au nom de la République du Burundi adresser mes sincères félicitations à la République du Kenya, qui assure actuellement la vice-présidence de notre Conseil des ministres et pour avoir gracieusement accueilli ce forum essentiel et pour être l'hôte de ce 24e sommet des chefs d'État et de gouvernement du COMESA. Je tiens tout particulièrement à saluer son Excellence le professeur Kithure Kindiki, vice-président de la République du Kenya, et l'honorable Lee Kinyanjui, secrétaire au cabinet. Merci beaucoup. Et je tiens également à reconnaître le leadership de la secrétaire générale du COMESA, Excellence Ilese Kipwepe, et aussi les secrétaires généraux adjoints. Mes remerciements s'adressent aussi au président du Conseil économique CBC pour avoir aussi organisé ce forum. Distingués invités, chers délégués, le COMESA se positionne aujourd'hui comme une grande communauté économique avec une forte population de plus de 680 millions d'habitants et un produit intérieur brut qui dépasse les 1 000 milliards de dollars à la fin de chaque année. En dépit de ces chiffres impressionnants, la voie vers un marché commun, pleinement intégré et compétitif, demeure profondément semée d'embûches. La période de 2023-2024 a mis à l'épreuve le passage commercial et économique de notre région. Le commerce intra-COMESA a en effet une baisse de 3,6% entre 2023 et 2024 et glissant de 14 milliards à 13 milliards de dollars en termes d'exportation. Les défis sectoriels, conjugués à la persistance des obstacles non tarifaires, au déficit d'infrastructures et au blocage réglementaire, ont compromis la pleine réalisation du potentiel commercial intra-régional du COMESA. Et cette performance mitigée illustre le double défi auquel nous sommes confrontés. Il faudrait alors stimuler les flux commerciaux intra-régionaux tout en élargissant notre accès aux marchés mondiaux. Distingués invités, mesdames et messieurs, en réfléchissant à la déclaration de COMESA en 2024 et aux résolutions du sommet des chefs d'État du COMESA à Bujumbura, au Burundi, je souhaite attirer un certain nombre d'attentions sur certains points essentiels. Premièrement, il est impératif d'approfondir le développement du secteur privé par le biais d'une collaboration renforcée entre le secrétariat du COMESA et le Conseil d'affaires CBC. L'objectif est en effet de mettre en œuvre une stratégie régionale du secteur privé qui soit à la fois solide et exhaustive. Le secteur privé n'est pas seulement un moteur, mais aussi un acteur essentiel dans la mise en œuvre de nos programmes et de nos agendas. Nous devons redoubler d'efforts pour faciliter le commerce en mettant en œuvre et en accélérant les protocoles de libre circulation du COMESA, en assouplissant les restrictions de visa et en adoptant des outils numériques tels que les visas électroniques et un visa unique pour le COMESA. Plusieurs États membres ont déjà adopté des systèmes de visa électroniques et nous progressons résolument vers notre vision d'un visa unique pour faciliter que ce soit le tourisme, les voyages d'affaires à travers notre région. Et je suis particulièrement heureux de constater que le secrétariat du COMESA et le Conseil d'affaires travaillent en étroite collaboration à l'élaboration d'un cadre de visa d'affaires du COMESA. Notre engagement s'étend aussi à la promotion d'une agriculture résiliente qui nécessite des investissements dans la recherche, un accès financier abordable pour les petites et moyennes entreprises, mais aussi, sans oublier, des normes de qualité améliorées et une logistique optimisée pour nos chaînes de valeur. Nous nous engageons aussi à promouvoir le tourisme, l'exploitation minière, à travers un renforcement conjoint des capacités, la valorisation des ressources et l'amélioration des infrastructures, l'harmonisation des réglementations et des pratiques environnementales responsables. Ces priorités demeurent fondamentales actuellement et il faudrait renforcer la nécessité de la mise en œuvre de ces politiques et d'un partenariat public-privé solide. Mesdames et messieurs, le thème de cette année, optimiser la numérisation pour renforcer les chaînes de valeur régionales en vue d'une croissance durable et inclusive, ne saurait être opportun. La convergence des technologies numériques avec nos écosystèmes agricoles, manufacturiers et commerciaux recèle un potentiel de transformation considérable. Je tiens alors aussi à saluer le leadership de la République du Kenya dans l'exploitation et l'innovation numérique pour la transformation de l'agriculture et du commerce. Leurs avancées en matière d'agriculture de précision, de marché numérique et de systèmes de traçabilité basés sur les blockchains constituent un exemple éloquent et des pratiques pour l'ensemble de notre communauté. Et je tiens aussi à le préciser lors du forum hier la bonne initiative du gouvernement du Kenya pour pouvoir renforcer la collaboration en termes de renforcement des capacités. Et je vous en remercie énormément. Distingués invités, ce forum se présente comme une plateforme puissante pour le développement et le partenariat et surtout le partage des meilleures pratiques et la promotion des solutions innovantes. Au nom du Conseil des ministres et au nom de mon propre pays, le Burundi, je tiens à réaffirmer notre engagement indéfectible envers la vision d'une région transformée par le numérique et économiquement intégrée et prospère. J'exhorte alors tous les États membres et les institutions, le secteur privé, les partenaires au développement et les autres parties prenantes ici rassemblées à saisir l'opportunité que ce forum nous offre. Mesdames et messieurs, pour conclure, unissons nos efforts pour que ces résolutions issues de ce forum d'affaires se traduisent en actions concrètes, capables de propulser notre transformation régionale. Je vous souhaite alors de bonnes délibérations productives et des opportunités de réseautage fructueuses. Pour ça, je vous remercie. Que Dieu vous bénisse.
Let's put another round of applause for Dr. Hassan Kibeya, His Excellency, the Minister or the Chairperson for COMESA, Council of Ministers from Burundi. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm standing here, and because I can have 360 degrees of everything, I can confirm that you're looking very good. I was watching you on TV, and I can tell you that you're looking very, very good. The only thing you need to do is to sit up, put your chest forward, all right, and put your chin up so that you come out strongly on TV, but I can confirm that you look very, very good. I also informed you that we are live on Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and so this meeting is being beamed across the world. So let's put our best foot forward. We're coming to the keynote address, which is going to be delivered by the guest of honor, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Government of the Republic of Kenya. And I want to invite back on stage the Minister for Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, to conduct the honors of inviting our chief guests. Let's put our hands together for Waziri.
So thank you. I think my responsibility is to remind you to stand up as we welcome our Deputy President, Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki. A warm applause. Thank you and welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Please be seated, and good morning. Excellencies, I am pleased to join you here today at the 18th COMESA Business Forum. Welcome to Nairobi and welcome to Kenya. This gathering is a critical confluence of minds and purpose, bringing together the architects of our continent's future. The forum provides a pivotal platform for us to confront trade issues affecting our region today and tomorrow. It brings together high-level private sector actors, associations, service providers, partners, and the public sector to discuss and adopt solutions that will propel and transform the COMESA region into a competitive economy. Today's forum, Excellencies, was preceded by the COMESA EU Horticulture Connect platform, which facilitated business-to-business meetings, farm visits, and dialogues to strengthen market linkages and foster inclusive economic growth. I thank those of you who participated in the various dialogue activities and trust that the engagements have yielded sustainable partnerships and a greater understanding of the market requirements, certification processes, and quality standards for our local, small and medium enterprises, SMEs, to remain competitive in international trade. Kenya holds a significant position in the global horticultural ecosystem. While significant challenges like competition from other export markets, water scarcity, high cost of air freight, disruption of supply chains resulting from perilous ocean security threats around the Red Sea, the government of Kenya is supporting this sector through value addition, development of infrastructure, and shifting to sea freight to reduce the carbon footprint. Distinguished Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, value addition, for instance, offers the best opportunity for higher returns, incentivizes industrialization, enhances productivity, deepens technological advancement, increases high-quality jobs, bolsters wealth creation, and promotes competitiveness. We must accelerate the development of horticulture and other regional value chains critical to our future. The public and private sectors must work hand in hand to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive, expand, and to innovate. I therefore commend the idea of the Connect platform and propose that this approach be adopted in all other value chains. Gathered here today is a rich resource of best practices from peers in the region. As the heads of strategy, I challenge you to lead innovation of tailored tech-driven solutions, and that will benefit those at the bottom of the socio-economic pyramid in building the necessary backward and forward linkages that will facilitate transformation. You are the engine of Africa's economic transformation. You are the ones who will bridge the gaps, create the jobs, and build the future of Africa. The outcomes of this forum will be presented to the 24th COMESA Heads of State and Government Summit. Ensure that your recommendations are bold, ambitious, and practical, providing a clear roadmap for our leaders to endorse. Excellencies, tomorrow, Kenya is assuming the chairmanship of our organization, COMESA. This is not a light responsibility. Kenya will leverage this role to champion a new era of regional integration that uses digitalization to deepen value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth to actualize the theme of this forum. This theme resonates powerfully with Kenya's aspiration for radical national transformation, primarily focused on boosting intra-regional trade and economic integration within COMESA member states. The theme is a direct response to the persistent challenge of low intra-Africa trade, which is at a disappointing 17%. The summit also aligns with Kenya's own digital transformation agenda, leveraging the country's leadership in mobile money technology, digital governance, and fintech innovation. By leveraging digitalization, the summit is expected to address the issue of integrating agri-tech and digitalization into the agricultural sector. Digitalization is also a key enabler to innovation and competitiveness. Digital transformation creates a more dynamic business environment, including promoting initiatives such as the Electronic Certificate of Origin, ECO, and smart border solutions to facilitate the flow of goods and services. Digitalization catalyzes reduction of non-tariff barriers to trade by introducing digital solutions to trade facilitation and modernizing customs and border procedures for seamless trade within COMESA member states. The goal, distinguished delegates, excellencies, is to move beyond the export of raw materials and create more sophisticated, higher value products that can be traded within the region and globally. This approach also seeks to create more opportunities for SMEs, businesses, especially those led by women and youth within the agricultural value chains. I am confident that by working together, we shall achieve these aspirations as a bloc and build a more integrated, resilient, and prosperous COMESA for our people. I look forward to today's deliberations and welcome what will inevitably be a most successful summit. I also look forward to fostering the implementation of the resolutions of this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, excellencies, all what I have said can be summarized into three things, which three things will place Africa on the front and center of influence in the 21st century. The first is people. Trade, development, growth, progress, and wealth is about people. And going forward, the people of Africa, the people of COMESA, must include those among us who have always remained in the periphery. The youth, women, must be integrated in business and wealth creation, trade, development, and the innovations that will create wealth that will define the place of Africa in the 21st century. We must think people, and we must remain people-centric going forward, more than we've done before. The second issue is technology. Technology, especially digital technology, will define the world in the 21st century and will determine who calls the shots. And it is not true that all those who have called the shots in the past will continue calling the shots in the future. Those who will use technology well to find solutions for wealth creation, for progress and development. And I believe Africa is not sitting badly in terms of harnessing technology to define our future. We may not be generating the technology ourselves. In fact, I dare say we don't have to. We only need to harness and make use of it and create wealth for our people in the shortest time possible. Excellencies, other than the people and technology, the last driver that will turbocharge the wealth creation for Africa and for our region into the 21st century is going to be partnerships. And many speakers have eloquently spoken about the need for partnerships. The president of the bank, our bank, has already told us how partnerships have driven progress and growth for our institution and for our region within the member states. But we must look at bridging the gap between the public sector and the private sector so that we can be able to mobilize adequate resources to take Africa and COMESA forward. And I am not talking about financial resources alone. Financial resources are one, perhaps the most critical component. But then we also need intellectual resources because we need the best ideas that will define our progress going into the future. It is my pleasure to declare the 18th COMESA Business Forum officially open. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us all be upstanding. Your Excellency, please remain on the podium as we give His Excellency another round of applause. And my colleague is going to invite the people who are going to come upstage for that official photo op, and then we'll proceed from there. So I kindly request the following to come up on stage. This is Ms. Regina Ombam, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Trade. Please, a round of applause for the PS. Mr. Hitesh Medirata, Vice Chairperson, Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Another round of applause. Please don't get tired. We haven't started even yet clapping here, so get ready for more. James Chimwanza, President, COMESA Business Council. Thank you. Mr. Admasu Tedese, President, Trade Development Bank. Mr. His Excellency Chileshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, Secretary General for COMESA. Honorable Lee Kenyanjui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Kenya. Please keep clapping. His Excellency Dr. Hassan Kibea, Chairperson, COMESA Council of Ministers for Burundi. This is the official photo, and please let the cameras click.
Thank you. And as that photo is being taken, I would like to request the persons who are in the following groups to kindly proceed to the photo platform on the right side of the building for you. And I'd like to request the ambassadors in the room, ministers, COMESA Business Council board members, heads of COMESA institutions, EU and other cooperating partners, as well as trade development, sorry, excuse me, that is something else. Ambassadors, ministers, COMESA Business Council board members, heads of COMESA institutions, EU and other cooperating partners. If you are in the room, kindly proceed to that platform there. Their Excellencies will join us for another photo once they are done here.
Yes,
if you are in that list, kindly proceed to the right side of the room.
Thank you. Let's please put on our best smile, the cameras. Yes, then after these, the guest of honor, accompanied by the other dignitaries, he will proceed to open the exhibition, which is taking place outside here. And after the photos, all of us, we're going to the Aberdares Hall, which is downstairs, for that refreshing cup of coffee, cappuccino, or a cup of Kenyan tea. So please, you may take leave. Your Excellencies.
For now, I would like to request, if you're not in the groups that are taking the photos, kindly have your seats and let us remain seated until we are released once the Excellencies exit the room.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. You may leave to officially open the exhibition hall, which is taking place outside here. Once the VIP photo session is over, all of us are going to proceed for tea break, which is taking place downstairs in a hall called Aberdares. And then thereafter, we should be coming back here at 11:30 for our first session of the day. Kindly, let's keep time to ensure that we benefit immensely from this meeting.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. They are now exiting the building. We would like to repeat that tea will be served at the Abadea's room that will be downstairs. You are released to go take your tea and kindly keep time. We shall be back within 20 minutes to start the next panel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Please go enjoy your cup of warm coffee or tea, and then we'll see you in a short while as we continue with our session. Welcome and do have fun.
Just to remind you that the panels will be done within this room, so this is the room that you need to come back to once you have grabbed your cup of tea. Enjoy your tea.
Tunaweza test?
Sasa kama mimi siwe
Hey, 1, 2. George, copy. Check.
Hizo ni za wapi?
Umerecall? Ama umeanza fresh?
Zenge tu tunazika nyuma. Yeye analeta hizo zingine mbele.
Kim. Ni same.
Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights in wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics. Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights in wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against a backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life, world-famous sights and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against a backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karimu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they are enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sites and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a
A round of applause for him as he joins us. Thank you. I'd now like to invite Honorable Nyambura Mbatia to take the stand, kindly. Sure. Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are there people in this room? Good morning. How are you? Let me say Karibu Nyumbani. I'm home, so I can say Karibu Nyumbani. Welcome to Kenya. This is home. My name is Nyambura Mbati, as you have heard. I'm the registrar of the COMESA Court of Justice, and I also happen to come from this republic, this beautiful republic of Kenya. Okay? Now, I've been given 7 minutes to say a lot, so I have to decide what is important and what is not. So what I'll do, my topic today is on dispute resolution in COMESA, within the COMESA region. And perhaps some of you up to today didn't know that COMESA has a court of justice. How many of you did not know? Can I see by a show of hands that there was no COMESA court of justice? Okay, there are very few. That's good news. So many of you know that there is COMESA court of justice. Perhaps what you may not know is what the COMESA court of justice does. Where do you find the COMESA court of justice if you want to use its services and all those things? So I ask the people that are organizing not to use the slides, because if I use the slides, they are a bit many, they are about 20, and I can't do 20 slides in 7 minutes. So what I'll do, I'll just speak off the cuff and tell you in brief what the COMESA Court of Justice is about. So the COMESA Court of Justice is the judicial arm of the common market for Eastern and Southern Africa. That is COMESA. That is the judiciary of COMESA, okay? Established under Article 7 of the COMESA Treaty as one of the organs of the common market. There are many organs. There's the COMESA Authority, there's the COMESA Council of Ministers, we have the Secretariat, and we have the COMESA Court of Justice as a judicial arm. And for here, I must say that our forefathers had a lot of foresight. No wonder we are calling them forefathers, with a lot of foresight, you know, because they foresaw that as we integrate, there are bound to be disputes. When those disputes come about, how do we handle them? How do we tackle them? Of course, sometimes you try diplomatic channels, you try mediation, whether it's through the elders, you try whatever means, but sometimes it's inevitable that you might need an arbiter, neutral arbiter, to tackle the dispute. So, if you look at, those of you that have the treaty, you can have a look at the treaty, it's online somewhere. Article 5 gives the general principles of COMESA. If you go to Article 6 of the COMESA Treaty, it talks about the fundamental principles. And one of the fundamental principles is the maintenance of the rule of law within the COMESA region. Why is that important? It is important because I always tell people, being in COMESA is like you're in a football match. If you don't have a referee to tell you you're offside and give you a penalty, then there's going to be a problem. So the COMESA Court of Justice has been charged with that mandate to ensure the maintenance of the rule of law within the COMESA region, okay? That is Article 6. There are many others that you can reference as far as the mandate of the COMESA Court of Justice is concerned. How is the structure of the COMESA Court of Justice? The COMESA Court of Justice initially started as a one court with no appellate division. But then after several discussions and deliberations, it was felt that given that by the time people are coming to COMESA, and I'll be talking about Article 26 later, they have exhausted their local remedies and probably up to the highest court in that country, and then they come to the COMESA court, and it's one court with no room for appeal. It was felt that it's important to have an appellate division that would be able to hear appeals from the first instance division. So we have two-tier system. First instance division has 7 judges, and nice to see you, Honorable PS from Zambia. Nice to see you in Nairobi, and welcome very much. So there are 7 judges in the first instance division and 5 judges in the appellate division. Our current judge president is Honorable Justice Lombe Chivesakunda from Zambia. And then we have others. You cannot have 2 judges from the same member states in the court. Then I would like to talk briefly about judicial independence. If you go to Article 8 and Article 9, it talks about the council, the authority, anyone. They can make decisions but not instruct the court as far as its judicial function is concerned. And I think, especially given that here we have business people, we have the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and I believe others from other member states, the 21 member states. Why is it important to have a dispute resolution mechanism? Somebody calls it the jewel in the crown of regional integration. Because if you are coming into Kenya, for example, as an investor, and you don't know how, if a problem arises, how are we going to solve it? Where do I go? Yes, you can go to national courts. There's nothing that prevents you from going to national courts. But it's also good to have an independent court like the COMESA court, which is not aligned to any member state. It is a court of the 21 member states. So Article 8 and 9 talks about that independence. Article 42 talks about the budget of the court, which is funded by member states. Of course, that does not prevent us from finding other sources of funding that do not conflict with with our mandate, okay? Now, let me go briefly, and I'm conscious of time, to the question of the actual jurisdiction. Our work as a court is to interpret and check the application of the COMESA Treaty. We don't want a situation where every other court, every other tribunal in the 21 member states, and if you can do a quick math, 21 member states, give each country maybe 100 tribunals, and all of them are coming up with different interpretations. What's going to happen is going to be a lot of confusion as we are implementing the treaty, as we are trying to observe the treaty. So the court has the sole mandate to interpret the treaty. Application, anyone can apply, any court can apply. But when it comes to interpretation, especially when the court, a national court is not sure of how to interpret, then they must refer that matter to the COMESA Court of Justice under Article 30 of the treaty. And this is where I would like to show you the nexus between national courts and the COMESA Court of Justice. There's nothing, as I mentioned earlier, that prevents national courts from handling matters that involve the interpretation or the application of the COMESA Treaty. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, but should they reach a point where they feel, I think on this issue, we are not sure, instead of going ahead and making an interpretation that is contrary to the treaty, causing confusion that I spoke about earlier, they are allowed under Article 30 to refer that matter to the COMESA Court of Justice for what we call a preliminary ruling. And that ruling by the COMESA Court of Justice, let's assume that matter came from, let's say, Eswatini, for example, and the COMESA Court of Justice issues a preliminary ruling. That ruling will be binding, not just on that court in Eswatini, but on all the courts in the 21 member states. That means the treaty does not have to be interpreted 1,001 times. If the COMESA Court has interpreted, unless there's an appeal on that interpretation, then that is the final word as far as the interpretation. And sometimes it makes me very sad when I read in national papers that a court has attempted to interpret the treaty and made some very astounding statements where they are now like saying our laws, our national laws are supreme. I mean, you can't come into a marriage called COMESA and come waiving your laws, national laws, you know? You must be ready to be bound by the COMESA Treaty. And that's what regional integration, in fact, not just regional integration, even under the WTO, you don't come in there waiving your rights. You come there ready to be bound, you know, by the treaty that you have signed into. I'm conscious of time. Please, whoever is keeping time, just show me by a show of time is up.
Yes.
Can I just have 2 minutes to talk about 2 points?
1 minute.
1 minute. Article 26, there's Article 26 of the COMESA Treaty that talks about exhaustion of domestic remedies. And I feel like it's important for me to mention why a lot of people misinterpret when you hear that you must go from the lowest court in your member state to the highest court before you can come to the COMESA Court of Justice. That has been clarified by our court in the case of Intersomac versus the Republic of Rwanda, in the case of Polito versus the Republic of Mauritius, and in the case of Agilis versus the Republic of Mauritius, where the court has said, if the remedy available in your member state is not readily available, actually, is not available in terms of the treaty, is not efficient, is not effective, you can approach the court directly, but you must be ready to show why am I going to the court directly. One last point, MC, before I finalize. Article 28, I was just discussing it right now with the Honorable ASG Programs, Mr. Mohammed, is on arbitration, arbitral jurisdiction of the COMESA Court of Justice. Article 28 was amended to include Article 28C in 2018. Please, investors, if you're in this room, listen carefully. We now have jurisdiction to entertain investor-state dispute settlement under an arbitration clause. So you can come to the COMESA Court of Justice. Finally, as I end, we are talking about digitalization, and the theme of this forum is digitalization, leveraging digitalization for better service delivery, for better regional integration. The COMESA Court of Justice has not been left behind. And so if you're worried that you might have to come all the way to Lusaka, where the court is currently based, to file your case, we are way ahead in terms of technology. You can file your matter off-site from the comfort of your office or your house, and we shall be able even to hear you virtually. So that is the much I can say in 7 minutes or thereabouts. I wish I could say more, but that's all I was given. So thank you for your attention. If you have questions, please reach out. in the presentation that will be shared, our email address is there. You can reach out. Our website is there. You can get some information. Please reach out. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give her a hand as she takes her seat. Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambura Mbatia, the Registrar at the COMESA Court of Justice, for giving us an overview of how disputes are resolved under COMESA. And of course, if you have more information that you'd like to know, reach out to her and her office. I would now like to invite Mr. John Mwendwa, who is the Chief Executive Officer for the Kenya Investment Authority, that is KenInvest. A hand for him, please.
Good morning. Good morning. Good. I just want you to spend 5 minutes with me. If you like my voice, look at me. If you don't like my voice, look at the screen, and then we can be able to spare some moments to tell you about Africa's home of investment. The topic today is really why you should consider Kenya as your place to invest, and I'll spend the next couple of minutes telling you why this is the case. Okay, somebody needs to move my slides. It's not moving. Okay, sorry. So, really, Kenya is a hub of investment because of a number of reasons, and this COMESA summit is really symbolic. From Kenya, you have global market access to $55 trillion worth of market access around the world, and COMESA presents the near opportunity of $1.1 trillion, nearly 690 million people. And the reason Kenya presents that good market access opportunity is because as business people in the room, you're looking at where do you want to do business. So we are confirming to you, if you're doing business in Kenya, you're doing business with the rest of the world. Just imagine that. And our country has become the 6th largest economy in Africa. We have really have strong macroeconomic fundamentals. And I want just to share some highlights of why destination Kenya. 6th largest economy in Africa, $132 billion. You know, world-class connectivity in terms of ports and seas. You know, renewable energy, 93% green. Talent is next to none on the continent. We allow 100% foreign ownership of companies, including expropriation of profits. And we are really the tech hub of the continent amongst many other accolades. And if you just really want to know whether we are really doing well, Standard & Poor's upgraded Kenya's credit rating from B- to B recently. And this is just but a tip of the iceberg. Our fundamentals are strong. You know, low level inflation, stable currency to the dollar, trade numbers just short of $10 billion as per the last published numbers. And this just showcase why really Kenya is continuing to be a really stable place to do business on the continent. Now, I will get into more details, but if you're a business person and you're looking to invest, there are a number of sectors you can invest in, and I'll go into some details on the screen. But at the very bottom, you'll also see the enabling ecosystem, including a conducive business climate, very strong financial markets, a lot of other ecosystem in terms of enablers, including economic zones. And I just want to spend a couple of minutes to just share with you some highlights, why these sectors, which are diverse and varied, and are together with you in the room that you can be able to associate with, why they are there. From manufacturing, which is nearly 8% of our GDP today, around 360,000 jobs, to agriculture, the bedrock of many markets across Africa, which are presented in the 21-member bloc, to livestock. I think three sectors present really good average growth rate. Over the last 2-3 years, the compounded annual growth rate in all of these sectors is between 5 to 7%, which means an average rate of return on each of these % in terms of return on investment. So really good areas from ICT and BPO, construction and building, and tourism. I won't read through whether you resonate, and then we can be able to talk through more some of the detail. And we're just highlighting these as some of the frontier sectors that Kenya is presenting for opportunities for investment for you to consider. Moving on. Creative economy today, because of our talent today, is actually 5% of our GDP. Between film, fashion, culture, and the arts, really wonderful opportunity. And across many emerging sectors, including blue economy and mining, presenting really good trajectory for growth. And Kenya really presents that opportunity for you as a private sector member. If you are in a COMESA country and you're wondering which sector presents a good return, please talk to us. We also offer really a world-class mix of special economic zones, quite a number in the country, near 40 export processing zones, giving you benefits on corporate income tax, etc., including our very own financial zone, which is the Nairobi International Financial Center, with very good, corporate tax initiatives. You can talk to us and figure out more about, about that. Now, if you want to know Kenya is successful in attracting capital, there are nearly 300 plus multinational based out of Kenya. This is just a sample. If you can identify a logo here, all of those in different sectors are doing business in Kenya, from business community to multilateral organizations. They are all based in Nairobi. And if your business is in a country in COMESA, we love you to be in that country, but consider exploring your next home to be nowhere else other than Kenya. We were asked to talk about digitizing the investor experience, and we are really trying to ensure we are investor first in terms of our focus. We really want to be seamless, and we have a journey to ensure we make ourselves really investor-centric by digitizing how we serve you. And this is just an ecosystem that we are rolling out for you as an investor who's in the room, thinking about how to make doing business much easier. So the reason we want to let you know that Kenya is open for business is that we are really home of all sectors. If you are looking for a home of capital resilience, a mix of good return, political maturity, a strong financial markets, growth, economic fundamentals which are there, invest no other than in Kenya. And if you want to know where the information is, all the information, if you are looking at your phone, please take a screen. You can be able to look at it. All the information is available for you there. We could never say enough in 6 minutes. I have 55 seconds to spare. We'll of course be able to talk to you more as we really wait to hear from you in terms of why you should invest in Kenya. And Kenya is really the home of Africa's investments. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we should have let his logo stay there until his 29 seconds are done. But thank you for your thoughts on the trade and investment opportunities available in Kenya. And if you're looking for those opportunities, of course, you can talk to Mr. John Mwendwa and his team at Ken Invest to know exactly where to put your money. We now move on to the next presentation, and it's with Benjamin Mugisha, who is the Chief Underwriting Officer, Africa Trade and Development Insurance. He's talking about de-risking trade and investment. A round of applause for him as he comes on stage.
Thank you. Conscious of time, I will observe all protocols. I'm here to talk about TD. I'll just, use the acronym, but as has been mentioned, it stands for the Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance. I don't know if it's projecting. Yes. So, thank you very much for the honor to speak at this event. TD is a 25-year-old institution that was operationalized in 2001, but conceptualized in 2000. It was a baby of the COMESA institutions, and 7 governments at the outset established TD, together with the World Bank, who facilitated the process. We're very proud to be part of COMESA. We provide risk mitigation tools, notably political and credit risk insurance. And the easiest way to conceptualize that is to think about FDI in the form of debt or equity, so a lender or an investor who is looking to do business on the continent, or a trader who is looking to partner with a counterparty on the continent, and the risks they face, both non-payment risk from the private or public sector, as well as country risk across the continent. It was that perception of risk that TD was set up to mitigate, and that's what we do today. Today we are Africa's top development insurer. We started out with 7 countries. We are now in 24 countries and have 13 institutional shareholders. We are the highest rated African DFI, purely African DFI, with 2 ratings, an A stable from S&P and an A2 stable from Moody's, and we were voted the DFI of the year by the African Banker Awards this year. In the COMESA region, we've covered over 1,200 transactions, representing close to 38 billion of investments. Of those, 12 billion have been in Kenya, and continentally we have covered $88 billion worth of investment. So we've really played, we believe, a role in rolling out trade and FDI opportunities on the continent. Examples of some of the transactions we've covered include the expansion of Ethiopian Airlines upgrade, the implementation of the Bugesera Airport in Rwanda, and we've also worked in countries like Burundi and Malawi, Zambia on energy projects to deliver significant impact in those countries. Broadly speaking, that was in the past, but we are looking to grow, we're looking to do more, and for all the COMESA countries in the room that are not pray with AfricaRe, with TDB who are in the room as well, pray with AfricaRe, with TDB who are in the room as well, the AU, the COMESA Secretariat, and we are rolling out other products. We do participate on the Regional Custom Transport Guarantee Scheme, together with some of the partners I've mentioned. We have a portfolio risk sharing arrangement that we are rolling out for commercial banks to support SMEs, and we do have a regional liquidity support facility that helps renewable developers in Africa to generate on-grid, and now we are looking to expand that into the off-grid space. So in summary, we know that the future for Africa is very bright and that COMESA is a key driver of that. ATIDI will continue to be part of the solutions, turning risk into opportunity and providing transformational change for projects for the benefit of Africa. With the work that we do, the intention is that we will achieve at least one of the following parameters: lower the cost of doing business on the continent, whether it's the cost of loans, the cost of expectations from equity in terms of return on capital, or just the asymmetry between information and the lack of transparency when it comes to the perception of risk on the continent and the reality of risk. So by participating in the development of Africa through insurance and risk mitigation, we hope to increase foreign direct investment on the continent and to also provide opportunities for traders, including in the Continental Free Trade Area and, of course, in the COMESA region. So we do have offices across the continent, and feel free to take a photo of these if you're looking to go back home and have a meeting with our offices in those countries. We will be very happy to see how we can help if you're a lender, if you're an investor, if you're a trader, and if you're looking to see how you can leverage insurance in order to access financing and or deferred payment terms. So thank you all very much. I was very well aware that I had a record to beat in timekeeping, so I hope I've done well in that space, and thank you for your attention.
Asante sana. Thank you very much for your comments on matters de-risking trade and investment in the region. Now we'd like to have the three of you take a group photo just in front here, if you don't mind. Let us have a group photo. The photographers on the ground kindly help us with that before we move on to the next panel.
Thank you so very much for that presentation. Kindly, let's give them another round of applause for a job well done. Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're getting on to our next session, where we're going to have a conversation around boosting agriculture productivity through smart agriculture to enhance value chain competitiveness. And the moderator of this session is going to be Honorable Susan Auma Mangeni. She is the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Let's put our hands together for Honorable Susan Mangeni. Now, we've taken tea and we've had some very nice cakes. We can do better. Let's try again. Thank you very much indeed. please take your seat. The panelists are going to be Ms. Deborah Malowa. She's the head of Africa at Bayer East Africa. Deborah Malowa, share with us. Deborah, here she is. Please, let's put our hands together for Deborah. Then we have Stephen Moshiri, Eastern Africa Farmers Federation. Moshiri, are you in the house? Yes, Moshiri, here he comes. Let's put our hands together for Moshiri. We also have Mr. Benjamin Tito, Director, Regional Coordinations, Agriculture, Food Authority. Let's put our hands for Mr. Tito. If you continue like this, there will be no lunch. So you better clap. Thank you very much. Then we have Mr. Daniel Njiwa, Director for Inclusive Market, Trade and Finance at AGRA. Our hands together for Daniel. Then we have Lucy Komen-Mies. She's the Chief Executive Officer, Warehouse Receipt System Council, WRSC. Let's put our hands together for Lucy Komen. And finally, we have Dr. John Mukuka, Chief Executive Officer at Actesa. Our hands together for Mr. John. Right now, I want to welcome the PS to make brief remarks, and then she can start her conversation for the next 1 hour, which starts right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm told you've just taken tea. You know that is paid for. Nothing is for free. Good afternoon once again. Yes, so thank you very much. Let me begin on behalf of the MSME sector in Kenya to first of all thank the organizers of this very, very important forum. It means a lot to us as MSME. If COMESA was a human being, will be agency. The COMESA Heads of Summit is 24 years, that will be agency. And we know what comes with agency, right? If the business forum was a human being, we'll just be turning into adulthood. The youth becoming of age. So once again, congratulations for those great milestones. I know since yesterday, and as we were preparing for this forum, we have underscored the significance of agriculture in our economies. And COMESA, of course, playing a pivotal moment for Africa's largest regional economic community. When you talk about a population of 682 million, GDP of 1.094 trillion, and trade worthy of 454 billion, that's really a lot. So, of course, COMESA stands at the threshold of unprecedented transformation. And in this case, Africa is privileged because we can quickly leverage on digital technologies and transform our agricultural system and make the most out of these opportunities for African economies. So precision agriculture technologies will allow farmers to monitor soil conditions, weather patterns, crop health in real time, while predictive analytics will help us anticipate market demands and optimize planting schedules. Mobile payment systems, I know for us MSME, it's been a challenge in unlocking intra-Africa trade, and digital marketplaces are connecting smallholder farmers directly to regional and international buyers, eliminating intermediaries and ensuring fairer prices. Digital agriculture has become a strategic priority for food security, economic growth, and job creation. So for us to achieve sustainable trade, the digital revolution really means a lot for us. It's really compelling. The blockchain-enabled traceability systems provide end-to-end visibility in agricultural supply chains. This allows farmers who are also MSMEs to verify the origin, quality, and sustainable credentials of products. Maximizing digital innovation in agriculture will require coordinated regional actions. Issues such as digital infrastructural gaps, technology, regulatory harmonization, skills development, and cross-border data flows cannot be addressed by individual countries alone. And that's the essence of us being here today and having this conversation, seeing how do we work together and collaborate to achieve most out of the digital opportunity. So this forum provides a crucial platform for aligning public and private sector strategies, sharing successful digital agriculture models, and creating enabling environments for scaled-up adoption of transformative technologies across the region. However, whereas agriculture is a backbone of COMESA economies, productivity remains at 40%. This is really below the global averages. Whereas it creates most of the jobs in our economies, most of those jobs are unsustainable and are unsecure. So we're looking at other challenges. For example, only 15% of farmers use improved seeds. We are experiencing very heavy post-harvest losses, averaging between 30 to 40% across the region. We're having limited access to affordable finance, affecting more than 80% of smallholder farmers. The cold chain infrastructure covers less than 5% of production area, and I must repeat this, it only covers less than 5% of production areas. The issues of climate variability affects 85% of agricultural land. Even though we have a mobile penetration of more than 76% and growing fintech solutions across the region, this presenting opportunities that can help us leapfrog traditional agricultural constraints. The question is how, and this is what is now informing this session, how are we able to invest heavily in technology, digital technology infrastructure, so that we maximize on the opportunities which are emerging. So this session today is going to help us examine how smart farming can improve productivity, support agro-processing, and drive value addition. It will also help us to highlight innovation in agri-tech, including digital tools, precision agriculture, blockchain-enabled traceability, clean smart farming solution, and satellite-based monitoring, as well as we're going to discuss practical opportunities and barriers for smallholder farmers, business, and government. And when I started off, I talked about humanizing COMESA. It had a reason. Because as we do this, we are presiding over a population of young people. And young people are technologically savvy. So how do we make agriculture also become more attractive? How can agriculture generate more job opportunities for young people and help us resolve the most troublesome concern that we have across the continent of youth unemployment? So good people, join me in welcoming our panelists today to help us, drawn from various institutions, both government and private sector. And so to begin with, is Madame Deborah Malo from Bayer. Let's clap for her. And Deborah, I just want you underscoring to share with us your thoughts, now underscoring that COMESA faces a huge annual food import bill despite vast agricultural potential. How can climate-smart farming solution and digital platform help the region achieve food self-sufficiency while building export competitiveness? Over to you. Can you help us?
Okay. It's okay.
Oh, now we're okay. No, thank you, thank you. And you're absolutely right. It is a paradox. When you think about COMESA states, we have some of the world's most fertile soils, abundant labor, and entrepreneurial farmers. And yet, every year we import billions of dollars worth of food. And if we do not change course, rising populations and climate shocks will make that dependency even deeper. So we've got to treat climate-smart agriculture and digital innovation not just as something extra that we're doing, but as the foundation of Africa's growth model. That will be the fastest route to food security and export competitiveness. But when we talk about climate-smart agriculture, or climate smart, what do we mean? We mean real hands-on innovations that farmers can use now. Think about drought-tolerant and climate-resilient seeds that secure harvests even in dry spells. Precision agriculture and integrated pest management that saves water and protects yields. Or even regenerative practices such as crop rotation and minimum tillage that helps restore soil, health, and carbon balance. These solutions are not about the future because there are many countries that are using these today, and they're delivering higher yields and lowering environmental impact. And then there was a bit about digital tools. Digital tools are the great equalizer. Through mobile apps, SMS, and voice systems, farmers can now access real-time weather and market data, agronomic advice and input financing, and even direct connections to buyers and processors. At Bayer, for instance, we have a digital platform called FarmRise that enables farmers to access seed, credit, market linkages, all in one system. It also supports traceability and quality assurance. Now, if you combine all these technologies, local knowledge and farmer networks, we can unlock agricultural, we can create an agricultural revolution, one that empowers women, youth, and smallholder farmers to innovate, to scale productivity, and tap into higher value markets. So in short, climate-smart practices will build resilience, and digital platforms will build inclusion and competitiveness. Together, they can transform agriculture from a subsistent activity into a continental growth engine. That is how COMESA states can feed itself and feed the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's clap for her, please. So, from Deborah, I'm just trying to picture the typical African smallholder farmer. How does she or he look like? And I'm just wondering, and this question now goes to Stephen Mushiri, because Deborah said we can leverage on digital technology. But you and me know the typical African smallholder farmer may not even be digitally savvy, you know. And also, research shows that only 23% of COMESA farmers have access to extension services. But how can farmer cooperatives leverage on digital platform to empower that farmer, the typical African farmer, to bridge this gap? And again, if there is any successful models from the region that can be scaled up across the member states. Mushiri?
Thank you very much, and I want to thank COMESA for this invitation. So I come from the Eastern Africa Farmers Federations and Cooperatives in 10 countries. We more or less transcend COMESA, EAC, and IGAD, and we have 25 million members. So when you talk about extension, many people just think about that agriculture officer, you know, who shows up at some point during the season. But when you look at the kind of agriculture we have today, today, you know, the role of that officer has to be complemented, yeah, and that's where cooperatives actually come in, because what cooperatives actually do is that they do three things. One, they aggregate to scale. They introduce what you call farmer-to-farmer extension services, and they also are able to organize farmers in a way that they give them power in the market. So what this actually does is that it makes farmers now attractive to other actors along the value chain. So that single farmer now moves into a cooperative, and now the input guy, Bayer, wants to come and talk to him, the seed guys want to talk to him, the bank wants to talk to him, the machinery guys want to talk to him. So what that in essence means is that extension then relocates from that one extension agent to the input provider, because you want to see where the seed is actually growing, the fertilizer is working, the pesticide is working. The banks, they're giving loans, because cooperatives have a challenge in terms of providing sufficient credit. So the buyer is coming to actually check the crop. You know, how do you plan post-harvest? How do you plan for the market? And of course, the cooperative itself has invested in an extension officer. So what that in essence means is that now the cooperative is put along the digital highway. And if you look at Kenya and many countries around, you know, we have the platforms that she's talked about. You know, we have M-Pesa. You have WhatsApp platforms where, you know, people are aggregated into, you know, one commodity and they're able to share extension information. We have SMS systems. People are getting markets and so forth. The challenge is with these systems that there are so many. They're out there. There are so many. They're fragmenting, you know, again, the value chain, because again, it's not a one-stop shop. And I think we need to now think about how to bring all this together. So what the Federation has done in terms of trying to look at, you know, bringing everything together, and also thinking about, you know, regional trade in itself, is that we've done two things. One, we've pushed for a bill in the East African Parliament. It's called the East Africa Community Societies Bill. It was passed by Parliament in 2015. Unfortunately, 10 years later, the presidents have not assented to it. We've tried to have it assented to. We actually want to see how cooperatives can get involved in ACFTA, in regional trade, reduce these food import bills, but we have a political challenge. I think the Secretary General talked about political will. You know, we are asking our presidents, please, sign this bill. There are a number of other bills stuck in the East African Parliament. Let's have it on board. That's number one. Number two, we've built what we call a virtual cooperative. We've built an e-platform. It's called e-granary, which connects the farmers from the farm to the market. And the whole idea is to create efficiency along the system, decision-making, because now you're bringing everybody along the value chain. So it means you're bringing other actors, you're trying to build trust in the system, you're trying to reduce transaction costs in the system, and we've been successful in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. So the challenge that, unfortunately, a lot of these digital systems face is that a lot of them are still at startup phase, you know, and the funding for them is not easy. You know, building a platform itself is not easy. Then having it built and making it operational is also not easy. It requires quite a bit of funds. So we need more patient resources, you know, to actually support that particular process. We also need to look at how we also look at the business cases for all these platforms to ensure they're actually making money at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. So to Tito, Benjamin Tito from Ministry of Agriculture. Kenya's East Agriculture Strategy aims to digitize 1.5 million farmers by 2027. Where are we today? And then also you've heard from Mushiri. Mushiri is talking about the fragmentation of digital platforms and system, which now also affects the quality and the standards and the end now product, or rather the end content that the farmers have to depend on. What does our strategy provide in terms of solving that?
Thank you for that question. And I'll begin by saying that data protection and confirmation of the number of farmers that are in the databases is the key to driving the future growth for agriculture. Why I'm saying this is because there is a lot of fragmentation in terms of data availability for the different sets of stakeholders, starting with those at the bottom of the pyramid, that is the farmer, and all the way to those that are either aggregators, exporters, or importers. I want to point a picture that in the year 2022, the total number of registered farmers in Kenya's database was a paltry 300,000. Is at this month, we have a total farmer base registered at 6.7 million. Now that big shift in terms of data registration is what is important in moving the different sectors of the economy. Because again, when you look at farmers, then you have to classify them based on the value chains that they are engaged in. And that also means that the government can be able to focus on specific areas for support. Initially, there was a lot of fragmentation, and this was not possible to make it necessary for the government to take keen efforts. But when you look at now the numbers that are moving from 6.7 million and going upward, then this means then the government can be able to factor in a central repository for farmers management through the e-voucher system, which Kenya has adopted to distribute inputs for the farmers. Here we are talking about fertilizers, agrochemicals, and because we already have a repository for the farmers that we have, then we can be able to know which farmers need what particular support. Initially, this was not possible, and I also want to point out that then this central repository is held by the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, but it also meets all the requirements of the data protection regulations, which is the global international data protection. And also in Kenya in the year 2019, we also did an enactment of the Data Protection Act that stipulates how that data is supposed to be handled. Otherwise, we are aware that if data is not handled rightly and it lands in the wrong hands, then there could be challenges with that. But in terms of the data that we have currently, then this also means that we are moving forward and we can be able to isolate and put specific efforts to particular value chains. It is normally very difficult. For example, even as we talk about the number of farmers, and this is a question that I can pose to all of us. Do we know the current average production per acre in a particular, probably a county or a country? Because this data could be there available, but with different owners. But when we have a central repository, then this means then we can have a single source of truth. And why I'm calling it single source of truth is all the data is harmonized in one place, and we can be able to refer it on a need-be basis, and this will help us now know what strategic interventions that we need to put forward in terms of government to develop the agriculture sector, which we always keep saying it is the backbone of the country. But sometimes the backbone, it is just a by the way. And then that means we need to focus strategically on that.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. Now, Daniel, anytime I hear about Agra, what immediately comes into my mind is seeds, improved seeds. But then research shows that only 15% of farmers in the COMESA region are accessing improved seeds, and over 80% are underfunded. This translates to almost 10 billion USD in terms of agricultural financing gaps. So how can we enhance supply chain finance in the sector?
Okay, great, thanks. Good morning, good afternoon. No, that's a good question, but before I go into that, let me extend warm greetings from Dr. Alice Ruweza, who's our president. She really wanted to be here but couldn't, so she asked me to represent her. And to your point, just starting off, I think, yeah, many people associate Agra with seeds because 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Investing in, building capacities and research development for development of seeds. But we soon, later on realized that agriculture productivity, agriculture or African Green Revolution is more than just seeds. It's also about fertilizers, it's also about markets, it's also about policies, finance, and all that. So it's now been, a whole 360 degrees. When we come to the issue of supply chain finance, at AGRA, we tend to look at the issue of finance as, both a problem in itself, but also as a symptom of the problem. We look at, the ag ecosystem or supply chains or value chains as an ecosystem where if certain parts of that ecosystem are not actually working well, it does affect, how much money or financing flows into it. And I think colleagues here have actually mentioned a number of things. We're starting from climatic, conditions that, drives volatility in prices. How farmers are organized in terms of, bankability, their capabilities and all that. In terms of information availability, he spoke about data. Those challenges also impact, how much financing is going into the sector, policies, and the enabling environment. So it's both, looking at financing from both the supply and the demand side. And at AGRA, we are addressing both. On the demand side, our approach is really to work with financial institutions or related institutions and help them, understand the sector better, address issues of, perceived and real risk in agriculture, help develop, financial products that work for the type of smallholder farmers we have, work for the value chains that we're talking about, but also, get them to actually, pass the information along the supply chain so that we are able to, leverage that financing into the supply chains. On the supply side, on the demand side, where you have your farmers, you have your SMEs, a lot also needs to be done. There's a lot of capacity building to improve bankability, like I mentioned. There's a lot of information to be shared with them, but also the enabling environment that needs to, be created to enable, this financing to start flowing. So we look at it, from end to end, and we see a role of, all stakeholders and partners and market actors in that space to start, energizing a flow of, supply chain financing into the sector. The role of private sector, who are always, purchasing or performing the role of off-takers and creating opportunities, for farmers. Once, you establish linkages between these off-takers and smallholder farmers, you allow smallholder farmers to actually access, financing in that sense. The role of agro-dealers, in providing input financing into the sector. If you establish better relationships, trust, and all that, and we're talking about digitization here, all of those, technologies and innovations help, open up a trust system across, value chain actors and supply chain actors to be able to share and extend financing, as it were. So I think what I would encourage us today here is, we've been looking at this issue for too long. We've been talking about these issues like for decades now. The sense of urgency is not there. And yet the challenge today is more grave than before. We have 300 million people every year suffering food insecurity in the continent. We are importing $100 billion of food. This is an opportunity for businesses every year from outside of Africa. And yet our borders, our policies do not actually provide the level of efficiency to open up those market spaces that then translate into farmers participating better in those value chains and allow them to access the right financing. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. So Lucy, comment from where you sit as the CEO for Warehouse Receipt System, and also now underscoring the fact that post-harvest losses in COMESA are in the regions of 30 to 40%. They cost farmers billions of shillings annually. How can digital warehouse receipt system transform stored agricultural commodities into bankable collateral? And what has been your experience in enabling smallholder farmers in Kenya to access credit against their stored produces.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan. I think the figures that you have said already, those averages.
We can't, somebody needs to.
I think I need some help here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Is it?
I think it's working now. Thank you. The figures you have said, you're very right about.
Can you hear? Maybe you need to push it closer.
Yes.
Yep.
Better? I will repeat. The post-harvest losses in COMESA region, you're right, they average around 30 to 40%, and they can be higher for perishable commodities like potatoes, and it's costing farmers more than billions of dollars each year. Digital warehouse receipt system is transforming this narrative. I think everyone who has spoken here today, including our Deputy President, has talked about post-harvest losses, and the narrative for warehousing, the time is ripe, the time is now, and this will therefore turn storage commodities into bankable collateral and opening real opportunities for smallholder farmers. It's also important to remember for us here in the room that this warehousing is not something new. Our grandparents had granaries, and I would like each and every one of you to tell your neighbor what your grandmother's granary used to be called, because we used to have that. So in your own mother tongue, what was that granary used to be called?
Thank you.
You didn't have. So for those granaries, then they safeguarded our food. And for somewhere along the way, Susan, we lost that culture of structured storage. And even for those familiar with the Bible, they knew you heard about Joseph, who was, in a sense, a warehouse manager. So what are we doing in COMESA? In COMESA, the Council, Warehouse Receipt System Council, under the State Department for Trade, we have already partnered with stakeholders, and we have our partners across the region who also run warehouse receipt systems. So through these certified warehouses, farmers can safely store their produce and aggregate volumes to obtain a digital warehouse receipt. This digital warehouse receipt therefore acts as a document of ownership, and it can be presented to financial institutions for collateral of credit. Currently, we have 16 financial institutions. Each of them, they are in different stages of developing warehouse receipt financing products in Kenya, and it's a clear sign that we are growing the momentum. So the benefit for this warehousing digital platform is that you have to standardization and transparency, access to finance, collateralization of the commodities in these warehouses, and we also have market access. We were told today that the market access into COMESA, if we can be able to then plug in and integrate our systems, the warehouse receipt systems in our different countries, then we'll be able to log in and access these markets. Allow me to just give you an example. We have cooperative society in Nakuru called Mahuche, and they already have a certified warehouse.
Okay.
And these small-scale farmers have already deposited their commodities, and they are not forced to sell. When you do not have a quality storage facility, then you are forced to sell your commodities, and you therefore take the price that you are given. So with warehouse receipt, we are taking our farmers from price takers to price negotiators. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. And to John Mukuka, you know, COMESA region presents two sides of the coin in as far as food security is concerned. On one side, we are talking about heavy imports On the other side, we are proud of the production potential. So despite us producing more than 80% of maize in Africa, we're still using billions of shillings to import basic food. What could be the real issues? What could be the reason? And also, what do you think we need to do as a region?
Good afternoon. Oh, thank you so much. Hello, can you get me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. The real issues, I think, from my experience in the agriculture sector in the last 25 years, are three major issues. The first issue is...
Maybe you need to push your microphone.
Yes, the first issue is a low productivity per unit area. For roughly, we have about almost 90 million smallholder farmers in 21 COMESA member states. So this low productivity is the result of a lack of quality and improved inputs. For example, since 2006, through the Abuja Declaration on fertilizer, we're supposed to use at least 50 kilo of fertilizers, whether inorganic or organic, by 2025. But on average, the farmers, smallholder farmers, are using between 10 to 18 kilos, per hectare. Seed in COMESA, only 23% can access quality and improved seeds. Most of the farmers, they use recycled seeds. They use crop to produce another crop. So that makes the productivity to be very, very low. And then the other reason is that in COMESA countries, we have uncoordinated and weak markets. The farmers, when they are producing, they don't know where they're going to sell their products. So that is uncoordinated and needs to be coordinated. The third reason is a policy. There's a weak policy environment where you find that sometimes at regional level, you can come up with an agreement, but you find one country is trying to protect its industry. We have export bans, we have NTBs, market and price controls. And so these reasons are the major reason why we have all these issues. And this is why, when you look at the 21 COMESA member states, our population growth is between 3.5% per year, whereas our agricultural production is at 2%. So we have a low per capita food production. So our population is increasing, more than what we are producing in the COMESA member states. What can we do? I think it's key that we work together. We have the harmonization of the regulations in the agriculture sector, the standards, so that, right now when you look at the inputs, at the regional level, companies are exporting between countries, between, say, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Egypt, about 600,000 metric tons of quality seeds. This is climate smart, varieties that are available right now through the companies where they can use new technologies like genomic editing. We can also use GMO, has been safe for the last 30 years or so, but we're not using that technology. And then also, for us to make sure that the agricultural productivity increases in the COMESA member states, we're supposed at least to use 2 million metric tons of quality and improved seed. From my institution point of view, our role now has been to develop programs at a regional level that can enhance harmonization. So, for example, on inputs, we have the COMESA seed harmonization implementation program. This is making sure that the seeds, increases from the 600 metric tons, which is moving across, which is quite low, to more than 2 million metric tons. And then we have also developed the COMESA fertilizer regional program. This is to make sure that the farmers have access both to inorganic and organic fertilizers. We have also developed the COMESA bioprotectants, program, so that farmers can use biopesticides, to access them in the European markets where chemicals are banned here and there. We have also developed the COMESA biotechnology and biosafety program, so that the issues of technologies of genomic editing, the use of GMO, which has been safe for the last 30 years, been used. We have also developed the CEHA, the COMESA ESC Horticulture Accelerator, to make sure that we speed up the horticulture industry, which is roughly quite low.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'll still come back to you.
Yes.
I know you're talking about, you highlighted policy gaps as one of the issue affecting or bringing that variance. But again, I'm just wondering whether it has always been about policy. I think even you are highlighting policy and frameworks which are there. I tend to think probably it's more than policy, it's about enforcement. How serious do we get at taking action or implementing all those policies that we develop? But I'm going to come back to you for a final wrap-up, because you see we are talking about agriculture, we're talking about food security, but I know our audience, we have also to mind their food security. We are standing in between them and their lunch. So I just want, I'll come back to you, but I just want to ask Deborah here, and as I come back to you, I'll still come back to you. I don't want you to exhaust that conversation about food. The more you talk about it, the more our stomachs start rumbling, rumbling, and lunch is just knocking. But I'll still come back to you. Deborah, it talks about policy gaps in so many areas, as also causing us that paradox between the imports, the food security, the heavy imports, vis-a-vis the potential that we have in the region. What are urgent actions and policy changes? I know you talk about policy changes, but sometimes we end up talking about reforms even before attempting to implement the existing policy. But from where you sit, what do you think we need to do in order to enhance food security in COMESA region? So he's talked about the need of policy, highlighted some of those action and responses that are being proposed. But again, we're talking what are the urgent actions. So I just wanted you to tie it down from the private sector also with him, and I'll still get back to him. Yeah. Thank you.
Now that's a great question, and often warrants a lengthy discussion. But in the interest of time, I'm going to keep this one brief. To enhance food security in COMESA, we do not need new declarations. We need decisive action, smart policy, and bold partnerships. The good news is we already know what works. The challenge now is doing it faster and at scale. First, government should create the right incentives for farmers and innovators to adopt these climate-smart practices and digital tools. Consider offering subsidies for climate-resilient seeds and sustainable inputs. Provide tax breaks and innovation grants for agri-tech startups. Invest in rural broadband and mobile connectivity so that even the most remote farmer is digitally included. Second, we've had many conversations about collaboration. Collaboration needs to be a default and not an exception. Public and private partnerships bringing together governments, companies, research institutions, and NGOs that can scale innovation and reach and enhance scale. At Bayer, for instance, we've seen that when private innovation meets public commitment, productivity and sustainability rise. Third, finance is the fuel of transformation. Smallholder farmers need credit and risk protection to invest confidently. We have a partnership, for example, with Pula Foundation on climate risk insurance. And this gives farmers a safety net to invest in better seed, fertilizers, and technology without fearing a total loss of drought. And last, regional integration is key, and we've talked about it before. COMESA countries must harmonize trade, seed certification, and market standards so that surplus production in one area can move freely across borders. A seed that is approved in one country should not be taking 2 years to be approved in another. So policy alignment is key. In short, supportive policies, catalytic partnerships, smart finance are the pillars, and when we align that, we will position Africa as a global agriculture powerhouse.
Thank you. You know, Deborah, sitting from where I sit, from the government, is always good whenever I listen to private sector saying government should. But let me flip the coin. What should private sector do?
So private sector should no longer, we shouldn't see private sector as a passive participant. We need to be an active engaging with government in order to enhance. Agriculture is critical. Smallholder farmers produce 70% of food supply on the continent. So we can no longer rely on aid. Private sector and government must come together to unlock this critical food security issue. So moving from a passive role to a more active engagement with government.
Well,
so we hope to be invited on that table.
That's more reassuring. Let's clap for her, it's more reassuring. But before I give a wrap-up opportunities to the remaining panelists, I want to hear from the audience for any questions, and you can direct it to a specific, to an individual panel. There's a hand over there. I want to take a ball. I can see already 3 hands up, that side, but they're all men. I'm wondering whether that plenary will be gender sensitive. Where are the ladies also? Any hand from a lady? Which side? Perfect. So let's begin from, I've seen 2 hands from ladies. So we have 5 questions. So push the mic there. Let's raise your hands again.
Please raise up your hands so that we can
raise up your hands.
See the microphone. How many questions are you taking?
I'm taking only 5.
5 questions. Have you identified them?
I saw they were, yes. Well, let's begin from there, from the other farther corner. There's a gentleman, you can just stand up over there. I can see you. So we have 3 men and 2 ladies from this side, and it was here. Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Oscar from the company Vetrasa. I'm here as a European buyer. It's really interesting to be here. Thank you once again for the invite. Yeah, I would like really to say for the smallholders to really push them to form cooperatives, because then they're not individuals anymore. Then they have much more negotiation power, so then they can start talking with trade delegations, banks, other private parties, joint buying, for example, fertilizers. But what struck me today was really interesting, and Ms. Deborah had some short words regarding this one. And it's about agriculture, about going to regenerative agriculture. So that is about giving back to the soil, and that makes production very healthy and valuable. And then you come also on the digitalization, because for example in Europe...
That sounds like a comment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to say the data is really important. So I would say really to invest in those practices, and I think Africa will grow really strong and fast. So
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Thank you very much to you, Chairperson, and the panelists.
My name is Nikurambati, and just my question is on the issue of the seeds. There's this debate about our traditional ways of storing the seeds for the next season. And now it's like we are being moved to a situation where that process has been commercialized such that you can only use seed that's been produced somewhere and it cannot produce seeds for the next season. Please help us understand, like laymen, why can't we continue using our traditional seeds? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Daniel and Jiwa, you'll note that down for you. Next, please.
Yes, how are you? The panel, everyone here. I'm Muhammad Sarif Hussain, and my partner here is Sheikh Said from the county government. So mine is a question, is that if we come up with a system, are you guys ready to take it? And as I heard from you guys, there's a problem that you outlined, madam, that you want decisive action. And the program to be very fast, so that we can be able to implement it. So actually for our company, we've been to Tanzania, Uganda, part of Ethiopia. We've done like 34 trips, and we've faced a lot of challenges in terms of forex, trading. Like you can go the next day, dollar, the rates have already changed, so you end up losing like $200, $300 for your old truck, or there's a problem of price controlling. So we had a system that are you guys ready to take it from us, and so that we can benefit all of us as a nation, not just as personally or privately. We can collaborate, both private people and government people. We can work with the government officials everywhere, so that we can be able to benefit everyone in these nations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. John Mukuka, kindly note that one. Note down. You didn't hear the question.
It's okay.
No, note it down. I will ask you because it's about systems. And they are saying they are having challenges. For example, trading across border. And I have a question on that which I'll be asking you. So I just wanted to note down his question. So when we come to wrapping up, I will tie it up for you to respond on it. So let's have okay, there, and then we get the lady from this end. And they
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. My name is Joshua Adem. I'm in the horticultural industry. And my question goes direct to, the lady is gone, I don't see her, Deborah. But I would like to ask the four gentlemen there. I've not heard of you talking about the indigenous crops which can be supplementing for the shortage which we have within our market. And also, I've heard one of you speaking much of the GMOs. The GMOs are also destroying our soil. How do we make our soil also healthier so that we can replace the GMOs and we go back to our indigenous crops to supplement for the GMO foods which are consumed in Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. Agriculture and the John still on the GMO. That one is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Eunice Mutua, and I'm the MD for Select Fresh Produce Kenya Limited in Twende Sokoni, Africa. So my question goes to Dr. Daniel Jiwa and also Dr. Mukuka. Now that we are here together as sector members, please do share. I heard Dr. Mukuka was beginning to share an opportunity. Is it HEFA? Please highlight some of the opportunities you have for us SMEs. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Jel Liala, and my question goes, you only mentioned of youth, women, and MSME, but my question is, as a Gen Z investor and entrepreneur, how is COMESA supporting youth-led startups in accessing regional markets and financing, especially in technology, innovation, and digital trade? Thank you.
Thank you. All of you, I think, can take up, especially Agra. That question, Mushiri, you can also tackle it on finance. financing. Then the last. But when I mention about youth and Gen Z, is it not the same thing? I was watching for them for financing. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Elizabeth Ritauma from the Ministry of Trade, Uganda. And I'll direct this to the Farmers Federation, and I'd like to hear from the private sector. One of the things that has come out clear is the homogeneity across the value chains in specifically the COMESA region. And I'm well aware that when it comes to policy, the private sector expects every country to protect it. So in Uganda, if we have the maize, the farmers want us to protect them. In Kenya, the same story. So what advice would you give to government on policy to see how we can leverage on the value chains across the region and not have but more of looking on building synergies like one said earlier on. So I would really love to hear from private sector notes so that our policies can reflect something that doesn't build competition across the region, but build on the synergies across. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So let's get down to questions now. Beginning with Dr. John Mukuka. You had two questions.
Did you capture that question?
Yes,
one
the
of
last
opportunities. Yeah.
Can I answer the two questions?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, the first one is the use of recycled seeds or indigenous seeds. There is nothing wrong to use seeds. But if you want to go hungry or for home consumption, you can go for indigenous seeds. But if we include technology, for example, the genomic edit I was talking about, you can get a gene from indigenous seeds so that it's adaptable for a wider, commercial market. And our interaction with the East African Farmers Federation, where we had an order from China to export 49 million metric tons of soybeans, and you cannot produce 49 million soybean crop through recycled seed, through indigenous seed. It's going to give me the answer. The farmers in Eastern and Southern, in East African Farmers Federation and in Sakao, in Southern African, part of COMESA, they have failed to supply 49 million metric tons because of lack of quality and improved seeds.
Thank you.
And this is not a job. Maybe it's going to give some more insights, whether now they can do it, because we have been trying to support the farmers so that they can produce the big market in China. But if you are using a recycled seed, if you are using indigenous seeds, forget about it. You always be in hunger throughout. On the regional seed that is moving across the borders, I'm happy that the COMESA harmonized system is working. From the policy point of view, to elaborate to you, you cannot have a regional catalog, which I've agreed with all the 1 COMESA member states in terms of the standard, in terms of the SOPs, without the policy. So because of the policy, seed now is able to move across the borders. We have structures for disputes. Now countries that were not conforming to the regional system, I'm happy they're doing it because of the regional system. So if you do it at the national level, you're not going to go anywhere. So right now, I'm happy. Our program is also self-sustaining because the private sector are able to support that. And we want to go further because when you produce seed according to the harmonized system of COMESA, we can trade anywhere in the world. The other thing is
on the opportunities, but before you come to that,
the opportunities right now.
Dr. Mukuka, before you come to that, I just want to have a follow-up question on that. What role can harmonize seed certification and digital system traceability system play in unlocking COMESA's 25 billion worthy of cross-border agricultural trade? And I want you only to take 2 minutes because we are running out of time.
It becomes easy because when you have another system, the certification agencies, like KEFIS here, CASC in Egypt, and so on and so forth, you will be able to find out if any challenges within the system, we're able to know that. And then the other thing is that you also cut on the counter fake seats. It will be easier because we have harmonized the standard operations procedure for the same. The other opportunity that I want to that we have experienced in COMESA is that we had an order from Japan, because in COMESA every month is ready, which means every day is ready in COMESA countries. So we have been producing some seeds in one of the COMESA members and then exporting to Japan because of the harmonized system that we have. Those are opportunities. And some countries where they have cold temperatures, they're able to produce from here. Some Irish potatoes right now are being produced here in Kenya, in Zambia, exported to the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Because in winter they might not do that. They will need controlled environment to produce those Irish potato seed for production of the crop in summer. So they're producing it in COMESA, exporting to the Netherlands, to Europe, to Japan, and other countries.
Thank you, Daktari. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up, but I want to encourage Eunice, from where you are, you need to get his contact so that you can continue this conversation on opportunities. I know we are limited with time, but thank you so much. Let's clap for Daktari. And now, Dr. Njiwa, I want to tie the question from Jane. Jane, the lady here, who is worried about the youth, the young people. And with this question, which I'm going to ask you as you wrap up, we have 65% of COMESA population is under the age of 35, could even be more. What digital financial innovation are most effective in attracting youth to agriculture while ensuring they can compete in the regional and international value chains? 2 minutes.
No, thanks a lot, and thanks for a number of questions that came up, and we can continue the conversations over lunch. But this conversation around youth and getting attracted to agriculture, sometimes we narrowly look at it as just a technology issue, maybe digital issue, but I think at the core, the youth as interested in profits and incomes, as even commercial and large businesses, and addressing inefficiencies in the supply chain or competitiveness issues is as beneficial to the youth as it is for the large businesses. And I think this is an important takeaway to note. In terms of the digital innovations that have come, I think in the financing sector, and we've seen quite a number across the whole chain, and perhaps the question we should be worried about is, are we pushing enough? Is there critical mass of investment in some of these innovations? Right from payment systems. We heard earlier from the CS talking about M-Pesa, such an impactful innovation perhaps of the last century in payments and farmers. And we're looking at issues to do with even credit scoring nowadays, because you have to know your customer, know your farmer in order to provide credit to them. There's technology, digital technology that's being used. We're looking at digital trading platforms, the likes of Twiga Foods and what have you. Issues to do with carbon finance or insurance, weather index insurance using satellite technology. All of that are opportunities that can actually attract the youth to generate income, but also to join into the sector. Pay-as-you-go innovations. I think Sun Culture, who are in irrigation here in Kenya, providing, asset financing solutions to farmers. So those are some of the technology that can be available for this. I just wanted to quickly address the issue of opportunities that, for example, AGRA is providing. We're working with MasterCard Foundation, and we are targeting the youth in our programming, and we're looking to create employment over the next 3-4 years. And we are happy to engage SMEs that are youth-led. We are happy to work with businesses that are employing youth or women, both in the domestic and regional markets, but also with FCDO in addressing the question that the gentleman raised on trade, cross-border trade. We are working in trade facilitation investments, as well as with COMESA, to remove, NTBs, but also to address standards issues, including, facilitating mutual recognition arrangements under COMESA. Those are some of the investments and initiatives that can actually help open up the markets. Sorry, I see you're looking at me, to stop me. There's a few things I want to say, but I'll stop there. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. But I hope you're going to share your contact so that, again, Jail and a number of young people who are in this space can also get to interact with you further. Now, coming to women, Mashiri, I come to you. The lady raised 2 questions. One was youth, one was women. Youth has already been answered, but how about the women?
Thank you.
So the women comprises of over 60% of COMESA's agricultural workforce, but only own 50% of agricultural land. So how can digital platform address gender disparities, increase MSMEs' access to market finances and agricultural information? In 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight something that was mentioned about cooperatives.
Yes,
We need to have cooperatives. I have visited a cooperative in India that has 55 million members, the population of Kenya. It's actually involved in fertilizer production and has 9 sites. I visited a cooperative in Brazil that has last year lent out $1 billion to all its members. We have a member cooperative in Ethiopia that is the largest exporter of coffee in the continent. So it tells you that we need not to belittle the power of cooperatives. We need to look at how we can amalgamate a lot of these cooperatives to form giant cooperatives. We need to push for the law that I talked about so that we can have multi-country cooperatives because they're actually going to transform agriculture. When it comes to women, it's the same thinking. Women play a huge role when it comes to nutrition and food security at the household level. But because of their structure, their literacy levels, they are locked out from information, finance, and all those things. We need to figure out how do we actually organize women into associations. We have agribusiness associations for women. We need to have cooperatives for women as well, because we need to figure out how these women, when they're in these kind of institutions, we can actually be able to provide all these digital services for them. And like my previous speaker talked about, opportunities. There are many opportunities out there. We've done studies around opportunities by government for women, by development partners for women, like the MasterCard program. Even banks have loan products that are targeting women. So there are a lot of these things, but they can only be able to access them when they're in a group. They have bargaining power. They can be able to access. Some of the ticket sizes are not very small. And in those arrangements, you can be able to deliver training to them, because then they're all, well organized. Thank you.
Right. O'Brien, you just have to give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes, because whoever constituted this panel put me in a very difficult situation. I have 2 of my officers here. They should be the one asking me questions, but I need to be fair to them and make sure that they wrap up well, isn't it? So I have the CEO for warehouse receipt system. I just want we're talking about how do we manage post-harvest losses. We're talking about technology and then leveraging on the blockchain technology to enable real-time tracking of stored commodities and their quality. How can warehouse receipt systems integrate with digital trade platforms and commodity exchanges to create seamless value chains from farm to market? And what do you think are the regulatory harmonization that is needed across COMESA for cross-border recognition of warehouse receipts? It's a mouthful, but I know you can really sum it up in 2 minutes. so that my good friend Tito can then take a share of 2 minutes and we wrap up with 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you. The blockchain technologies that we are talking about is anchored on structured physical systems. So what warehouse receipt system is doing is that we already have modules that is linking from the farm to the market. We have, for example, farmers, organized farmers who register with warehouse operators, and they are given unique identifier numbers. And once the farmer has registered, that depositor then can be traced all the way to the marketplace, giving that farmer full visibility. So you can imagine that the same data that sits on a blockchain-enabled trade, a buyer from, for example, Zambia can confidently buy maize from Kenya. But what do we need to do as COMESA? One, we need investors in this space. We are calling for investors in cold storage facilities. We are calling for investors in managing warehouses within the region. Also, we are also calling that we have common data and certification standards for COMESA, mutual recognition for warehouse receipts across borders, and we have aligned financial and trade regulations so that a receipt issued in one country can be financed in another country. So what happens when we have that traceable blockchain? Then the word blockchain stops just being a buzzword, but it becomes a backbone of real cross-border agriculture trade that empowers smallholder farmers and creates a true regional integration in practice.
Thank you. And lastly, but of course not the least, to Benjamin Tito, we just want to understand how COMESA member states can harmonize agricultural data standards. And there was a question by Elizabeth talking about private sector and the advocacy on protection and the effect this has to the regional integration. Because on one side, we need to be protected here, but we also want to trade. So if each country in COMESA was to protect their space, then what happens? I'll want you, coming from the government side, the Minister of Agriculture, to tackle that, but then also help us also to underscore on how, sorry, just a minute. Yes, got you. How we can harmonize agricultural data standards and digital certification processes to facilitate seamless trade in the regional agricultural market, and how we can enhance and improve the regional food balance sheet, and also talking as a policy actor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. I know I'm standing between lunch and the answering of the question, so I'll be very, very brief. But we need to do a few things to be able to harmonize these standards. And one of the key issues that we need to develop is a common vocabulary. Most of the time, the definitions that we use at the trading levels are as various as we are. So if we can be able to adopt a common vocabulary, then that means we can be able to mean what we mean by meaning it. And I think that is quite clear. Then we can also have a standardized data formats so that the data that we provide is available in a particular format so that every individual can be able to have access in an open way. We also need to have a uniform platforms for data so that data that is shared by agency A, all country A, is similar and fits into, because we are talking of a regional block, trading block, that is COMESA. Then data governance is quite important, and I enumerated this in the discussion that we've just had, but We can also leverage on the data that is already harmonized because we are not building from scratch. There is already some available information and data that can be leveraged and built on. But as we wind up then, we need, as COMESA, to do a few things to be able to improve the regional food balance sheet. And I want to start by saying that 50% of what we produce ends up as waste. So if we can be able even to manage the 50% of what is wasted, we would not be having issues of food, lack of food in Africa. And this is important. So there is a lot of information that we need to do, and part of it is investing in infrastructure, from the roads, from the cold storage value chains and the rest, and promote technologies that are resilient, including some of the traditional ways of storage, because we don't necessarily have to go it the highway, because we know majority of producers, close to 98% are smallholder farmers. So even when we are leveraging them on technologies that they could not be able to afford, then we also need to look at traditional ways of preservation and taking care of our food. Then the extension service delivery mechanism has also been a challenge, and I throw this to all of us to be able to provide quality extension services. Note that not all those that are in the digital platform are qualified. And most of the time, because of the Internet of Things and we are able to get a lot of information, we need also to question the source of this information, because we may end up doing the wrong things courtesy of the internet that is available. We also need to strengthen food security measures and foster coordinations among the regions. And what this means is, if we can have an harmonized HS coding for all the products that we are dealing in, then it becomes a little bit easy, because at times we all lump these as others. And that can easily help COMESA to be able to integrate and open the borders for trade. There should be no difference between produce that is originating in Kenya and landing itself in either Rwanda, Uganda, and our neighbors, Tanzania.
Thank you.
I stop there.
Thank you, Tito. Can we clap for Tito? So, well, good people, we've heard from the vision holders, practitioners, actors from across, and experts from across the private sector as well as the public institutions. The conversation has just begun. Like I said, we are just 18 years old. We are beginning to learn the world. We're beginning to find ourselves, to understand ourselves. So let's keep this conversation going.
Thank you.
So that we see how do we leverage based on digitization and deepen our regional value chains for sustainable and inclusive growth. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to join in this conversation.
Let's put our hands together for the team. Such a beautiful work, though they have extended the time. And I know that food is ready. That's a very important announcement. And as they take photos, my colleague, Betty Kiptum, will be guiding us on a large program. And then we'll see you in the afternoon. Please.
Thank you very much. I would like to request our honorable ministers and ambassadors who are at the front seats. They will be guided by the ushers to the VIP marquee at the eating area. The rest of the delegates, kindly find your way to the tent that is next to the exhibition area. That is where you took lunch yesterday. That is where we are having our lunch today. So kindly make your way to the lunch area. For our honorable ministers and the delegates at the front, you shall be led to the VIP eating area. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Asante. We need to get back to the room by 2 p.m. Sorry, I forgot to tell you this. By 2 p.m. we need to be back. So kindly, let's hurry up on taking our lunch and get back on time. Thank you.
Of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sites and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Tsavo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon, tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon, tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts, and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against a backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and the standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants march in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon. Tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it. And it's all here. Every trail leads to an adventure. Because adventure isn't just about the rush. It's about where it takes you, who you become, and the stories you'll tell. Sometimes you need the thrill. Sometimes you need the journey. Start your adventure here at Magical Kenya.
Welcome to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full
Get a spillover in the interest of time, and so I want to welcome you all to the afternoon program as we wade through the conversations that are going to shape business environment in the common market for Southern and East African market. So I don't want to take a lot of your time. I want to invite my colleague, Betty Kiptum, to take us through the discussant, the list of discussant, plus the topic. And the conversation will take the next 45 minutes before we transition into the next conversation. Thank you very much. Betty Kiptum, please take up the mantle.
Thank you, O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, we have quite the tight afternoon ahead of us. So we'd like to request your cooperation, each one of you, whether you'll be presenting part of a panel or asking a question. We would like to invite you to engage in the conversations that are happening this afternoon. Our first panel this afternoon, we carried this forward from before the lunch break, and they will be discussing breaking barriers, digitalization of trade and promotion of investment. And the session will be moderated by James Ojambo, who is the chairperson at the COMESA Business Council Manufacturers Work Group. Mr. Ojambo, if you are in the room, kindly join me on stage. There he is. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to stage. Kindly, we have taken our lunch. We must be full and energetic now, surely. Thank you, Mr. Ojambo. Next, we have COMESA Secretariat Ambassador Dr. Mohamed Kada, who is the COMESA Assistant Secretary General in charge of programs. Kindly join me on stage as well. Right, the next person is Mr. Billy Ngumi, who is the Manager Trade Facilitation at the Kenya Trade Network Agency. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. The next panelist is Mr. Daniel Katumba, Manager Client Relations at African Export-Import Bank. Let's also celebrate him as he makes his way to the stage, if he's in the room kindly. Mr. Daniel Katumba, make your way to the stage. There he is, thank you very much. Next is Ms. Flois Mukabana, Chief Executive Office at Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency. Ms. Flois Mukabana, kindly make your way to the stage to join the rest of the panelists. And last but not least is Mr. Fanuel Kidenda, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Kenya Commodity Exchange. This particular panel, as I had mentioned, right there on your screen, you can see they will be discussing breaking barriers, digitalization of trade, and promotion of investment. At this point, let me invite Mr. James Ojambo, who will be chairing this particular panel, the CBC Manufacturers Work Group, to take over. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I know we've just had lunch, and people are still trickling in slowly, but in the interest of time, we'll continue. I'm still waiting for one of the panelists to join us. As it was mentioned, my name is James Ojiambo. I chair the manufacturers work group at the COMESA Business Council. We are doing a lot of work there in terms of business facilitation advocacy. So we welcome all manufacturers, whether SMEs or big multinationals. Please join us. There's a lot of conversation going on about how to promote manufacturing in the region and to facilitate trade. So, because time is really very limited, it's very tight. As it was mentioned, this session was supposed to have taken place in the morning. So we'll try to really manage time as much as possible. I will just highlight the key areas that this session will cover, because it's already in the morning. There was a lot of conversation, a lot of presenters and even our leaders have highlighted the benefits and the importance of unlocking trade in the region through the digitization. So this session is very specific, and it will look at especially areas like to examine how digital facilitation can reduce transaction costs and accelerate cross-border commerce. The session is supposed to also showcase successful single-window systems, e-commerce platforms, and digital payment solutions, and also discuss policy harmonization and regulatory frameworks for digital finance system. We'll also look at exploring innovative trade finance mechanisms and customs modernization initiatives. And lastly, we'll look at identifying practical barriers and solutions for scaling digital trade across COMESA member states. So, mention or highlight the statistics that bring out the gaps, which will be addressed by our panelists. Of course, as it was mentioned earlier, intra-COMESA trade is still very low. It's stuck at 7%, against an average of 19% for developing countries. So it's still very low. This one needs to be addressed. We need to get moving to unlock the trade. And this actually is an opportunity of the size of 200 billion USD that needs to be unlocked. So the current status in COMESA, if you look at the current status in COMESA, only 12 out of 21 COMESA countries have functional single window systems. And Kenya is one of them. We have our brother here who will talk about what they're doing. Electronic certificates of origin are implemented only in 8 member states out of 21. Cross-border digital payments are limited to only 15% transactions. Time to export averages 18 days versus the OECD average recommended 10 days. Trade across border costs 15.1% value versus 7.8% globally. So it means we still have a lot of inefficiencies in cross-border trade. Customs processing delays cost around 2.5 billion annually. So all these are gaps that can be addressed through digitizing trade in COMESA. Digitization can reduce transaction costs by 30% and processing times by 50%. With 2.1 billion in fintech investments flowing into our region, and e-commerce growing by 35% annually, This positions COMESA to grow and leapfrog traditional trade barriers. When we talk about breaking barriers, I'll just give an example, for example. It means we are creating seamless digital corridors where a manufacturer in Zambia can instantly connect with buyers in Egypt. A coffee farmer in Burundi can access European markets through blockchain verified quality certificates, and where cross-border payments flow as easily as domestic transfers. So really, there's a huge potential. So as I mentioned, the session will explore how single window systems, e-commerce platforms, regulatory sandboxes, and digital trade finance are already transforming commerce across our region, and how we can scale this innovation to achieve our target of 25% intra-regional trade by 2030. Remember, we are still at 7% where we are stuck, and we seriously need to think of how to unlock the potential. So we have 4 panelists. One is yet to join. So I'll start with Mr. Billy Ngumi from Kentrade. Kentrade has been in place since 2011. I think now we're talking about 13, 14 years. So we'd like you to share with us Kentrade's impact, integration with regional systems, lesson learned, and best practices. And specifically, because of time, let me just read out the question that you can discuss. So Kentrade has reduced cargo clearance times from 14 to 4 days. Briefly highlight what the system does, and with Kenya handling 70% of EAC trade, how can single window model adapt to other COMESA countries? And then maybe you can also share on how there can be interlinkages with the other countries so that we have one system that is working across the board, across COMESA. Because of time, I think probably you can do this in 3 minutes or 4 minutes maximum, so that we can go around and then we have opportunity for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Before I go straight to the question, just to introduce Kentrade, which is a state corporation mandated to operate and operationalize the national electronic single window. And this is a concept which brings on board all logistic players when it comes to international trade. We have the government agencies, regulatory agencies, we have the private sector, the merchants, those are the importers and exporters, and also the customs brokers. They converge through the single window system. So what we have done in Kenya, and as has been highlighted by reducing the number of days from 14 to 4 days, is that we were able to bring on board over 40 government agencies, harmonizing, simplifying, and also engineering their processes, just to make sure that the processes are efficient. We have further enabled electronic submission of licenses, permits, and certificates through the National Electronic Single Window, including payments, all the payments related to those permits and certificates. We have integrated with the various government agencies, key being the Kenya Customs, KRA, for seamless exchange of trade clearance information. And with this has enabled electronic cargo clearance. So in Kenya, the era where people used to clear consignments using physical documents is no longer happening. We have electronic clearance of all goods at all entry points. And this has been achieved through the communication between all those systems. That is the single window, and the customs system, including the key others to do with Kenya Bureau of Standards to facilitate importation of standardized goods. So that has brought down the number of days from 14 to 4 days. And we are still aiming for more. And what you are doing to achieve further is by reducing and monitoring the performance of those agencies by also reducing steps and procedures that are necessary just to make sure that the processes are efficient and they are saving cost and time when it comes to clearance of both import and export into and out of the country. Further to that, when it comes to lesson learned is that when it comes to technology changes quite often. It's very dynamic, and for us as an agency, we are learning on our second generation single window. We are transitioning next year to our third generation single window. And what we have seen and listening also from our stakeholders is that technology and also the business environment is changing. So we have to adopt. Right now, the main thing is artificial intelligence. The other day, we were talking about blockchain and also data analytics to complement AI. So for us as an agency, and this is a lesson learned maybe from COMESA, is that we have also incorporated blockchain into our system. We're able to transmit real-time export documents such as phytosanitary certificates, certificate of origins, customs declarations to our key markets in Europe, especially for exports. We are able to receive those documents real-time when they are approved by the respective agencies. That facilitating pre-arrival processing, reducing time and cost of doing business in the country. So further on that is that in terms of interoperability of systems, I have seen for the 21 member countries within COMESA region, we have, all the countries have systems, and we had discussion sometimes early last year that COMESA needed to come up with a central portal to facilitate exchange of information. And one of the key takeaways is that they can adopt technology like blockchain. Just the other day, we launched the Kenya e-certificate of origin, and this is a document that if we adopt a technology, moving away from the legacy way of implementing system and adopting those new technologies, they can be cheaper and faster and efficient when it comes to rolling them out, and also adoption by stakeholders. So in terms of capacity building, is also key for the member countries to learn from each other. And for the last 2 years, we have seen member countries coming coming to Kenya, especially to Kentrade, just to learn on our case how we have gone ahead and implemented the single window and all our other trade facilitation activities. And this in itself has helped them to go back and further learn, taking the lesson that we have learned, that we have gathered in Kenya to enhance the operations. So this is key capacity building when it comes to regional integration. In terms of policy and governance, it's key that when I heard about in the morning about the COMESA Court of Arbitration. It is important that this initiative members are made aware, because this is the first time I learned about it. So in terms of policy and governance, it's important that you're able to have all-inclusive members to participate in policy and governance and harmonize issues to do with trade systems. Right now, the systems are key because they are enabling inter-country engagement when it comes to information exchange. So we need to come up with issues to do with data protection, data security, cyber security, system communication protocols, come up with or adopt already implemented protocols such as WCO, that is the World Customs Organization modeling of data, just to ensure that if we are to implement a system and we intend to exchange information with another country, then with the harmonized data models, we can be able to exchange that seamless without any challenges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we'll come back to you to just ask for one key recommendations on how we can roll out similar systems in the rest of the countries. I'll go back to Ambassador. Are you ready? Yeah. I'll go back to Ambassador Dr. Mohammed. we would like you to share with us COMESA's regional digital strategy. Where are some of the digital tools? What are some of the digital tools that have been implemented? And of course, given that we still have a gap, only 8 out of 21 countries have implemented the electronic certificates of origin. So what are the technical policy barriers that are preventing faster rollout? And how can the Secretariat accelerate this harmonization and rollout of these single window systems or digital infrastructure across?
Well, thank you very much. Allow me to start by first expressing my gratitude to join this distinguished panel. Also to thank Kenya for the hospitality of hosting us here. It's always a pleasure to be in Kenya. I would also like to recognize the presence of 2 former Secretary Generals of COMESA here. They have done a lot for COMESA. So we really very heartened to have them here join us as well. So much of the work COMESA has been doing in the area of digitalization also relates to these 2 distinguished gentlemen, former Secretary General Mr. Sindisu Ngwenya and former Secretary General Mr. Erastus Mwensha. COMESA has been doing a lot in the area of digitalization. I'm sure Kenya is abreast of this. A few days ago, we launched the electronic certificate of origin in Kenya. Kenya comes in line to be the 5th country to launch this after Eswatini, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. Digitalization is a necessity. It is the way to go. Globally, everything is getting digital. We've worked very closely with partners, including, lastly, with the EU, implementing a project called Trade Facilitation Program. I recognize also the presence of friends and partners from the EU here and thank them for their generous support to COMESA. But our journey with digitalization started long before this. Started with the border post between Zambia and Zimbabwe, which was the first border post to implement one-stop border post. And one-stop border post, for those who might not be familiar with it, is a concept to ensure that processing of trade transactions, meaning goods or persons crossing borders, needs to be done only once. It doesn't have to be done twice by the 2 border country authorities or agencies, different agencies. So it's a holistic concept. Now COMESA is pioneering what we call smart borders. My colleagues from the COMESA Secretariat are here, the Director of IT and the Director of Trade and Customs. And by smart borders, we intend to go about it holistically, meaning that all the processes related to the trade transaction, including the goods, the persons, and the vehicles, are done holistically and all connected into one system so that trade can be facilitated. We can economize on time spent in those trade transactions. Because this is one of the highlighted areas in your question, I can highlight some of the areas or the tools that COMESA has helped establish in this regard. And I can first perhaps also bring to the attention to the fore that we work on 3 prongs here when it comes to digitalization. E-trade, which is related to goods and the trade transactions themselves, and e-logistics, meaning facilitation of transport and logistics, because they are holistic in terms of concept, including in what we do, the work we do along trade corridors in the continent. We usually integrate trade, transport, and logistics together. And then e-legislation, which is more about policy harmonization and regulatory harmonization. So I've already mentioned the electronic certificate of origin. We've also done a lot of work in areas of custom system modernization in COMESA member states, using the ASICUDA system, basically, and providing a lot of support to member states with support from our partners. Most of it is done with support from our partners, including the EU, JICA, USAID, and currently and lastly, Trademark Africa. We also have an operational trade portal, which is more about information related to trade, it's like hub and spokes, where national trade portals are connected to one regional platform, which gives, of course, better and easier access to all interested into information and regulatory frameworks related to trade transactions. We've launched a year ago an electronic platform or online platform for negotiations in trade and services that is fully operational now. We do also in COMESA take special pride in being the only regional economic community in the continent that has a functional regional customs transit guarantee scheme. This is something that we've long had in COMESA, already operational, and now we're upscaling to the continental level in partnership with EF, CFTA, and Afrexim Bank. It's something that has been already there. Other RICs are trying to build on it and launch their own systems, but we're also upscaling it to the continental level. I can't but also refer to the yellow card, and I know the CEO of the yellow card scheme is here in the room. The yellow card is this third insurance tool for vehicles, which also facilitates trade, and this is where the concept of logistics and transport comes in very clearly. We have jointly with the East Africa community and the SADC, we have the non-tariff barriers reporting, monitoring, and resolution mechanism, and we all know, of course, here in the room as trade practitioners, how important non-tariff barriers are. Need to address them as fast as possible. Some of them get addressed smoothly, some of them hang in there for some time, but we always take them very seriously. We also have, I don't know if we have in the room my colleague, the executive director of the clearinghouse, COMESA's clearinghouse. She's working now currently, and in fact this is a joint exercise. It's been also contributed to a big time by the COMESA Business Council. We're developing in close collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation what we call the Digital Retail Payment Platform, which will be having a soft launch on the margins of the summit. This is digitalization is a cross-cutting theme, as you know. So it's not only related to trade and customs and IT, we also do it in different other divisions in the Secretariat, including infrastructure and logistics, because they are involved by nature in terms of trade and logistics facilitation, as well as in industry and agriculture, where we have something we call the COMESA Regional Food Balance Sheet. This is about taking stock of food production, consumption, stocks, and exports, as well as imports, so that we have a clear idea about the availability of food, and we can better avoid food crises like the one we had to go through during the COVID pandemic. I have so much more to add, but I would like perhaps to stop here and come in later on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we'll come back to you later to just give your final recommendations. So let me move to Mr. Daniel Kitumba of Africa Export-Import Bank representative. The question I have for you, and please try to summarize. We were given only 45 minutes for the session, so we will have to just try and summarize as much as possible to try and meet the time, the targeted time that we were given. So, Daniel, how can digital platforms and tools address the trade finance gap? what are some of the instruments that the bank uses to facilitate financing of enterprises in COMESA? And probably you can join the question because I'll not go around because of time. I'll not go, there are two questions combined, so if you can just summarize both of them at the same time. So what role can digital payment systems and platforms play in reducing the 15% cost of cross-border payments and within the, that is within the region, particularly for SMEs? So if you can summarize that within maybe the next 3 to 4 minutes, I will appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe, let me just try to paint the picture. So we know that the trade finance gap in Africa is between 100 million and 100 billion dollars annually, and I believe 5 billion of that specific to the COMESA region. And when you look at the distribution of how that trade gap comes, you will realize that it's the SMEs that really get the brunt of that particular gap. And why is that? A lot of SMEs do not have digital platforms where they can trade. They do not have accessibility to a lot of systems, a lot of platforms where they can do their trading. And that is where the blockchain and other digital platforms come in to support. As Afreximbank, we've done a bit of work in that regard, where we have, on top of what we do on the African bloc, where we support clients through project finance, through corporate finance, through trade finance, and the instruments that come with such trade, the guarantees, the letters of credit. We've also gone ahead to put funds into innovation, and we have done some of the groundbreaking innovations that can support SMEs, that can support businesses generally. I can speak to about 2 or 3. A few weeks ago in Kenya, we did launch the Africa Gateway, which was launched here in Kenya. And I know there are other countries where we are launching the same. And this is generally a platform where businesses come together. They are profiled. Buyers and sellers come together. They are profiled. Upon profiling, that means buyers and sellers can access verified information, trade information, where they can profile their goods and are able to transact. You choose, you go in there, you see the profiles of the buyers and sellers, and then there you can choose who you can deal with. And the reason we are doing this is to remove the barrier of lack of information, the barrier of perceived risk. Because if we have, as Afreximbank, have done a thorough due diligence on these buyers and sellers, that means somebody can go in there and get verified information. And through that platform, one can even make payment through our PAPS, which is a Pan-African payment settlement system, where you can settle in local currencies without using the hard currencies, without using the hard currencies, as it were. So these are some of the digital platforms that we've come up with, and a number of banks have gotten in there As I mentioned, if buyers and sellers who are willing, they're willing to trade, come together, but then there is a financing gap. Some of the players on the ATG are actually commercial banks, and these commercial banks can give working capital lines through these particular platforms. So, and when you talk about the cost of transactions, the PAP system, which is the payment, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, this system reduces the time of processing transactions from probably 4 to 5 days to less than 5 minutes. And obviously that also culminates into the reduction of the cost of doing business, the reduction of transaction costs, probably from $15 to about $5. So those are some of the areas where we have gone ahead to support the African continent to close the gap, and we still need a lot of businesses and financials to come onto the ATG, because we know it will serve a wide array of clients from Cape Town to Cairo and from east to west. I believe this is something that should be able to support a lot of business and close the trade gaps. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you to just give your recommendations on how we can accelerate accessibility to financing, especially by the SMEs. I believe most of them probably they get to know about it in forums like this. So please prepare to just give us one key recommendation on how to really accelerate. I will go next to Ms. Flois. I'll keep the gentleman with the last one. Just to do a bit of gender balancing. So Flois is the CEO of the Kenya Export Promotion Branding Agency, KEPROBA. So we want you to address 2 points: digital tools for export, and also talk about brand development and positioning of COMESA. We talk mostly about, like in Kenya, we talk about brand Kenya, other countries like, for example, Zimbabwe, Uganda. So how can we expand? You need to read the full question. Or maybe let me just read the question. COMESA exports 3.37 billion worth of horticulture products annually to the EU, yet many of the producers struggle with market intelligence, just to know what is happening, and buyer connections. How can digital export promotion platform help COMESA SMEs identify market opportunities, understand buyer requirements, build competitive brands that meet international standards? And then what are the digital tools that KEPROBA successfully deployed to enhance Kenya's export competitiveness? And how can COMESA member states leverage digital branding strategies and virtual trade missions and online B2B platforms to enhance visibility and competitiveness of products in the global market? And so if you can just quickly combine also on how we can brand ourselves as COMESA instead of country-specific branding. Again, if you can also summarize again, maybe just in 4 minutes, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Allow me first of all to just tell you, as Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, our role is twofold in terms of nation branding and export promotion. With regard to export promotion, our objective and why we have our day-to-day is to ensure that we develop the Kenyan exporters in a way in which we grow our exports from a global perspective, we grow our number of exporters, and we also grow the number of new exporters into the market. In that regard, and when you're looking at breaking the barriers that relate to digitalization in trade and investment promotion, you have to look at ICT from the perspective of, from the role that it plays as number one, a disruptor, and number two, an enabler of processes. And in our own space of trade promotion, we have not been spared in that role. But it requires then for us exporters to be able to embrace the positive that it has brought in our minds now that we already are in that space. And when you look at it from a trade promotion perspective, there are areas that you have to undertake. Part of it would be undertaking your market research and your opportunities, and there are digital platforms that allow you to do that. One of them I can think at the top of my head is the ITC trade maps that allows you to do market data analysis, it allows you to do trends, it allows you to create country briefs to show you where the opportunities are. So that would be a use of a digital tool to be able to bring down the issue of information asymmetry, because that remains a major impediment to exports and trade, where somebody does not know what the other country is able to sell and what are the requirements that are required in that space. So using tools like ITC map, trade maps, you can be able to understand that space. There's also that role of ensuring that even as you develop and when you're doing trade and you're doing a global product, it is important that that product is able to not only meet the buyer requirements, but also the standards of that market. And you'll find that there are digital tools. When you talk about the Center for Promotion of Imports for Developing Countries, which is an organization that is being spearheaded by the Netherlands, the country Netherlands, you are able to engage with them from a digital perspective to understand the standards that are required for you to get your entry into not only Netherlands but EU, but most importantly, now that you know that these are the standards, they also allow you to undertake capacity building to ensure that you actually achieve those standards that are required, so that when now you're in the process of going to undertake your trade to the country that you have targeted, that then you've been able to have a product that you've developed a product that is able to access the market requirements and as well as the buyer requirements. But even having said that, even as Keproba, we have come up with an export readiness program that we undertake both from a digital perspective, and we are also able to do it physically. But as I told you, with ICT being a disruptor, the rolling out of the Digital Exporters Academy allowed us to train in last year more than 500 exporters to be able to be export ready. And then when we look at the issue of requirements and capacity building, you also realize that that capacity building requires to have, it's a very dynamic field in which the trade space we are in. Recently, we've just been talking about the EU deforestation activities, and it requires you to be up to date when it comes to issues of trade. One of the ways to be able to be up to date, and especially through capacity building, is the use of that Exporters Readiness Program to ensure that you're able to reach quite a number of people. So as Keproba, we have two tools that we use. One is the Made in Kenya portal that allows you to, we work with Kenyans to be able to profile their product. We curate the profile so that you can be able to have a discussion around the product that is in space, and then amplify the messaging in our platforms. The objective of doing that is to give them a solid social media presence that will now allow them to express themselves and be attractive to buyers and sellers of the product that they want. But that's not all. As we upgrade from Made in Kenya portal, we also have the Exporters portal, where we also profile exporters, Kenyan-ready exporters who've already produced Kenyan goods to be able to trade in the international space. We accord them with, in our exporters, we allow both Kenyan exporters to be able to register, but as well as buyers, so that they can have those linkages that are required to undertake. So how would I then summarize and talk about breaking the digitalization of barrier, using digitalization to break the barriers in trade and investment, is to, first of all, ensure that the exporters are aware and know that it is a tool that they can use to deal with information asymmetry, and then capacity build, and then give them an opportunity and a chance to be able to go through the whole process of international trade, whether it's trade finance, logistics, customs, and in every space, and marketing, to allow them then to be able to complete a linkage, a market linkage in which they're interested in. And from where we have seen then as KEPROBA, the digitalization will not stop you as an exporter, and that still remains one of the challenges that you need to do to develop yourself. You still have to work on yourself in terms of being able to come up with a product that is adaptable to the international market. You need to be able to create the linkages that you require to still work on it. So it becomes for us just an enabler and a disruptor, and it can be used and accessed in various ways that can be addressed.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me move to Mr. Fanuel Kidanda, who is the CEO of Kenya Commodity Exchange. Fanuel will talk to us about commodity exchange platforms connecting producers and buyers and transparent price discovery mechanisms. So, Fanuel, the question I have for you, to summarize in the next maybe 3 minutes, is agricultural commodity markets in COMESA suffer from price volatility and information asymmetry, with farmers often receiving 40 to 60% below market prices due to middlemen exploitation. This is very common. How can digital commodity exchange platforms provide transparent price discovery and direct market access to smallholder farmers? What has been your experience and with integrating farmer cooperatives into the exchange trade systems? You can also briefly talk about the opportunity created by AfCFTA in terms of harmonized commodity trading across the borders. So if you can combine just the two of them and summarize for us the opportunities there.
Thank you. So allow me to start by basically just giving some context to what a commodity exchange is and how that differs from a stock exchange or a securities exchange. In a securities exchange or a stock exchange, you largely trade in shares, bonds, but you really don't walk home with a part of the institution that you've bought into. When you're dealing with a commodity exchange, and especially when you're dealing with spot markets, then there has to be an underlying asset. And in most cases, you're dealing with commodities that then somebody has got to take delivery of. And so that's a fundamental difference between a commodity exchange and a securities exchange or a stock exchange. Now at COMEX, the Kenya National Multi-Commodities Exchange, the work that we do is basically to build structured trading systems, providing a single platform, a digital platform, that can then bring together different players within the market. So onboarding producers, onboarding off-takers, but also building in service providers as well as financial institutions to then enable them to interact. A commodity exchange is regulated. So COMEX, for instance, is regulated under the Capital Markets Act in Kenya. And that then ensures that we have a policeman behind us that ensures that what we have in place. But we're required to provide certain guarantees to the market. One of the guarantees is on the quality of commodities that are traded on the exchange. And the way we do that is we link to warehouse receipt system to ensure that all commodities coming into the market for trade are processed and quality assured. The other thing we have to guarantee is financial settlement in a timely manner. How we do that is by building on board payment settlement systems that can then ensure that whenever transaction is executed on the exchange, then we can actually provide financial settlement to the person who sells the commodity and ensure that it's pre-funded in terms of the model of trade that we have. Now, coming into this space, I've learned some quick lessons. One of the lessons I've learned is that when you're dealing with commodity exchange or securities exchange, there's a lot of jargon that's used to describe what's happening, just like in digital world. But ultimately, when you go down to work with farmers, then you have to be able to interpret this or translate this into very simple terms that they'll be able to understand and they'll be able to relate to. So for instance, when you talk about price volatility, we're simply just talking about prices increasing or decreasing based on different factors in the market. So for instance, if you're dealing with a situation where everybody is harvesting at the same time, then you're likely to have depressed prices within. Over time, prices will begin to rise and then fall again. Now that then provides a challenge to farmers in the sense that more often than not, farmers would want to sell their commodities immediately they harvest because they have obligations to meet. But the result of that is that they, in more cases than otherwise, will get the lowest prices within the market at that point. And so those who really benefit in terms of appreciation of prices are those who are able to wait longer for prices to appreciate. And these are likely to be traders who would be able to buy and then sell on a secondary market. The other thing that we've learned is that setting up a commodity exchange is not done in a vacuum. There are already traditions, there are already established systems of trade. And it's not easy for people to change from one way of trade to another unless there's a very clear value proposition. If you look across Africa, for instance, you'd find that certain countries went ahead. If you go to South Africa...
If you can just summarize, I can see the MC is on our case, so if you can just quickly summarize.
Do that.
Yeah.
If you go to South Africa, for instance, you'd find that they've had their commodity exchange in existence for over 110 years. They didn't have a digital exchange at that time. So today, building an exchange, we have to take into account what's happening currently. How we see the benefits arising out of this for farmers is that we are providing them with a single platform where they can onboard and list their commodities, and we then aggregate both the buyers as well as the sellers to be able to transact. But we're also providing transparency in terms of price discovery. So they're able to then determine on their own at what price to buy. And then also providing risk management instruments in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, I can see the MC is on our case. So I don't know whether you will give us a few more minutes to give the opportunity to... Sorry, to give the opportunity to the audience to ask some questions before we close the session.
Unfortunately, we cannot take the questions right now.
Sorry?
We cannot take the questions right now. We will have to end it there. We will take questions maybe after the other sessions.
Okay.
Yes.
So we close the session?
Yes, please. If you have some closing remarks, I'll give you 30 seconds to close it yourself.
No,
2 minutes each.
So you can give, why don't you give at least 1 minute each for each one of them to just give a quick recommendations. I think I'm sure there's
30 seconds each, please. Just 30 seconds. Closing remarks.
Okay. Closing remarks. Go ahead.
So huh?
Yeah. Maybe I can help. I think.
Okay.
We're
Thank
trying.
you very much. Unfortunately,
the time was very limited. There is a lot of information that the gentleman here needed to share, but the pressure of time was just too much. So we'll close with that. I think the most important part is that they are available. We can always get contacts and get more information from them. Otherwise, thank you very much. Let us appreciate the presenters.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. I would request the panelists to kindly stand here for a photo session. Much apologies, we could not take questions because of time, but thank you so much for your insights. That is the panel that has been tackling enhanced trade. Sorry, they have been tackling breaking barriers, digitalization of trade, and promotion of investment. Thank you very much. And as they exit the stage, I would like us all, if you are able, kindly stand up. If you are able, kindly stand. I'd like to give us just a quick health break before we continue. Not to leave your seats. I will do an exercise with you just for a few minutes, then call the next panel. So, thank you for standing up. I'd like us to just quickly draw COMESA with our bodies, okay? That will be very simple, I believe. Draw COMESA with our bodies, all right? So just follow my lead. I hope I get, yes, somebody has it already. I think someone has done the C before. Okay, so hold your waist like this. Everybody hold your waist and then we go round. That's a C. Come on now. That's a C. I know you are very serious corporate people, but you can do some stretches, okay? That's a C, okay? Now let's do an O. Can somebody do an O? Oh, you're doing it the other direction. All right. The O is done like this. O, let's see an O. Let's see an O. All right, that's a beautiful O. Some of you are drawing O's that look like this, but it's okay. Now let's do an S. Do this. Oh, sorry. M, I have skipped. I did not have lunch. That is why. Somebody do an M? No, that is an S. What I was doing was an S. Yes, I see an M. Beautiful, beautiful. COMESA. Now an E. Can I see an E? Anybody with an E? I see some examples of E's. Well. Take whatever side you want to take, but thank you very much. Now go to an S. We had seen how an S looks like. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now how about an A? How do we do an A with our bodies? It is the one some people were doing when we were doing the O. It is more sharp. It's an A. Say COMESA. COMESA. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. I will be inviting the next panelists now. I would like to invite Mr. Tobias Alando, the CEO, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, who will be chairing this session. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you, Mr. Alando. His panelists will be Mr. George Kidenda, Board Trustee, Federation of East African Freight Forwarders Association, that is FEAFFA. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him as he joins us on stage. Mr. Evans M.O. Kibagendi, the stakeholder at Yellow Card Scheme, kindly join us on stage as well. Thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Mr. Eric C. Raleigh. He is the Director Digital Trade at Trademark Africa. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Don't get tired. Let's keep doing it. I know it's the afternoon. Ms. Lucy Anangwe, the Managing Director, Kenya National Trading Corporation, makes her way to the stage. And last but not least, Mr. Emmanuel Butera, who is Consumer Protection Specialist at Africa Civil Aviation Commission. There he is. Applause. And this particular panel will be handling enhanced trade through digital transformation, focusing on logistics, transport, and movement of business persons. Over to you, Mr. Tobias Alando.
Good afternoon. So we'll try and be short, sharp, and shiny with my group of panel. Today we are going to discuss about 4 issues, and I will allow the panelists to just speak through what they're doing in their respective organizations regarding these 4 key issues, and also share the recommendations. So we'll just have 1 round of sharing and recommendation. We want to focus on exploring digital solutions for supply chain, looking at how we can improve logistics in our region. We want to also focus on innovation, on our port efficiency. We want to focus on showcasing successful logistics and insurance technology. There's a lot that has been happening within the region, and we want to share some of those successes and to see what we can learn from them. We want to address the infrastructure gaps that we see within the COMESA region. And lastly, we want to identify public-private partnerships to support digitization. What we all need to agree with is that efficient logistics are the arteries of regional integration. COMESA landlocked countries face transport costs, which is about 2.5 times higher than the coastal economies. While goods take about 18 days on average to cross borders compared to 10 days globally. And currently, in terms of the facts that we have, the transport cost consumes about 15 to 20% of trade values vis-a-vis the global average of 8%. Only 30% of the COMESA road network is in good condition. Port efficiency ranks Djibouti at 48 globally, Mombasa at 61 globally, and Dar es Salaam at 71. Cargo dwell time averaged about 5 to 7 days at major ports. Cross-border business travel requires visa for 75% of inter-COMESA routes. My panelists, these are pertinent questions and we need to address them. So I'll start the conversation with George. What are you doing in your area and what can we improve?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I come from the freight forwarding and logistics sector, and I believe we are the backbone of the economies of this world. The agriculture people may want to claim it, but we are the ones on whose back everything moves. With regard to transit times on the northern corridor, I think we have moved and taken very big steps from where we were 20 years ago. We are able to do our declarations online. We are able to process most of our cargo online. But I think we still have a challenge in the movement, the actual movement of cargo, even as we process the documentation. And one key area where we still have problems is at the border crossings. Although we have the one-stop border crossings, we still have issues of long waiting times. It is improving, but we still have long waiting times at the borders, Malaba, and all the other along the way to Rwanda and DRC. And part of the reason why we are having that problem is because although we have visibility on the documentation side, we don't really have visibility on the movement of trucks. Although we have RECs, now RECs is monitored by the government authorities. But the private sector of things, we do not have one central what would I call it, site where we can be able to track the movement of our cargo. And because we do not have that, we cannot have predictability. We have to keep on waiting. We have to go early. We have to leave late. We don't know when there's a problem on the escarpment, and therefore we get stuck in the escarpment for hours before we reach the border. I think what we need is a platform which would allow visibility of the cargo itself in terms on the side of the people who are given the responsibility to move that cargo. We need to have visibility of what's happening with the railways. We need to have visibility of what is happening with all the trucks, the trailers, what is moving on the small volumes, the small car volumes on the road. I think if you take this road all the way to the border, you will see that you are in a sea of vehicles. How can we improve the infrastructure? Because as much as we want to track it, if the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure cannot accommodate those volumes, then we'll still have problems. So I think it is good to open more routes. We should have that visibility that allows us to change routes along the way to make sure that we're flowing smoothly to the border and being there in good time. Now, when we get to the border, we still have issues sometimes with scanning. You find that it is scanned, but it has to be interpreted. We would like that to be automated. If the container was scanned at the port, we would like to have GPS tracking. We should be able to have RFIDs along the route that ensure that within the specific time that we are moving, there's no need for further verification at the border, and so that we can move on.
Thank you. Thank you, George. I think your emphasis on routes and automation, we'll hold your thought there. Evans, would you tell us from the yellow card perspective, what are you doing on digitization?
Thank you. And let me just inform the audience that the yellow card, maybe sometimes it's not easy to understand. This is the motor vehicle in third-party liability that is varied in 13 countries. And therefore, if one wants to move from Kenya to Djibouti and to other countries, you need a third-party insurance, which is taken once you have a local insurance cover. Now, in digitalization, let me say that if you look at what is happening around the world and also in Africa, a lot of digitalization has taken place, looking at the insurance themselves and the regulators. They have come up with the electronic regulatory system, whereby we find that we are able now to ensure that insurance can be issued. If you look around, what is happening is that you can be able to get insurance online. We have seen mobile apps that most of the insurance in Kenya and other regions, the member country, we are able to issue insurance online to decongest the issue of going for manual insurance. Also, if you look around the region, we've seen insurance coming up with innovation so that they can be able to track, like the electronic system in Rwanda. They are able to track trucks from the origin from Mombasa to Kigali. And that one has reduced even the premium because there is a lot of cost reduction. Correct. And if we use technology, even clearance, what my friend is saying, you'll find there's seamless clearance. You can be able to do clearance in advance than waiting to go to the border and then you do the clearance. Look at what is happening in Europe, the DTT club, where we have around 47 countries where they can be able to leverage on multimodal insurance, whereby you can be able to go to have one insurance for air, sea, road, and air, so that we can be able to ensure that we do the right thing and also save time. COMESA Yellow Card, indeed, it is just an hub where you can be able to utilize even these multi-models. And I want to say that Kenya last year did a research, a survey in 3 border points, that is in Maraba, Busia, Rungarunga, and Namanga, whereby the government of Kenya and the Insurance Regulatory Authority wanted to know why is the congestion that is seen within those border points. You find trucks are parked from this side and the other one that side. So we wanted to see how do we do the easy of doing business. The research came up with a very, very negative outcome in that most vehicles that passes, as much as we have a COMESA yellow card, which is seamless in terms of claims payment. Because once you have a claim, you are not going to be paid by the local insurance, but the National Bureau, which is appointed government body in every 13 country, will take up your claim, and they don't go through the conventional claim settlement procedure. What they do is that they come and pay within the parameter of the country within a short time. We realize that most vehicles do not have a COMESA yellow card. Even if they are foreign vehicle, they go to the border and then they just start the process of getting a local cover to the other side. And at the same time, you find that that one really is very risky because you cannot be able to go through the legal procedure on the other country. So what the recommendation that came up is that COMESA yellow card for the 13 country, all the regulators and government should agree that any foreign vehicle that is passing through a border point should have a COMESA yellow card because it's cheap, efficient, and it has a prudent way of claim settlement. And also, there are many things that came up. So I want to say that the role of digitalization has really changed the way things are done. We have seen even the Kenya revenue, whereby they have come up with automated custom system, whereby you are able to see and integrate all the customs procedures within, from wherever you are. Rwanda is a good example, and I want to mention that you can be able to track and even see exactly what is happening, where is the vehicle, the driver's speed, the braking, and all those things, which will reduce, at the end of the day, those statistics will reduce the premium for insurance. So we want to inform the region that COMESA Yellow Card is a tool that needs to be upholded, and the National Bureau, those who are managing this from the 13 countries, should be able to be champions and ensure that they do the right thing and follow the law. And every foreign vehicle that passes through a borderline should have a COMESA yellow card. And that will be perfect, and we'll find that everyone will be enjoying because claims are paid within a short time, accidents are paid, and many other things. So I want to say that digitalization, as I close, it's a model where you can see that it's going to give us value. The emerging gains, we are seeing them. And from the pandemic, I believe that we've gone, every country, every industry has really operationalized a digital. Without that, you cannot even succeed in business.
Thank you very much, Evans, for your insightful information regarding COMESA Yellow Card. The efficiency is really applauded, and I think we all need to go digitization. Eric, Trademark Africa has done a lot in the African region. Please tell us more in terms of what you have done in the digitization space.
Okay, thank you. So this is what I'll say. I think we've had the conversation from the previous panel and the journey for how trade corridors are becoming more digital is one that starts from what you would call a two-stop border post to a one-stop border post, and now the question of no-stop border post. So from Trademark Africa's perspective, which we are fairly synonymous with border posts based on the work we've done in the last decade or more, out of the 21 countries that covers COMESA, Trademark Africa operates in 11 countries. And in these 11 countries, currently we run over 50 digital projects for automation of trade processes, re-engineering of trade processes, And more importantly, when you think about regional initiative, enabling cross-border information exchange. And why is the vision or the ambition towards a no-stop border or non-stop border post today is one that is driven by having efficient trade corridors that are powered by digital technologies. So for example, for the cases of logistics, movement of cargo is important, and therefore the reasons why you have a lot of challenges along trade corridors is mainly associated with risks. Therefore, digital technology enables trade to be much more efficient or effective, where you leverage tech to de-risk the issues that are causing the apprehension, especially at borders. And I'll give a few examples. So some of the work that we've done in East Africa, for example, for the COMESA countries along the Northern Corridor, is we've worked with the revenue authorities to establish customs-to-customs information exchange. So this enables cargo to move from one country to another, where advanced information is made available in the second country and the third country, with the need of reducing the intervention at the border. And this is work that is ongoing. So one of the initiatives I will talk about, of course, is the customs-to-customs information exchange. That is paramount not only for the one-stop border post today, but also the future that we are looking at, where we are thinking about no-stop borders. The other components that are fundamental for the future that we are all pursuing to keep improving how trade operates in the continent and more so in the COMESA countries is one where you are able to have all the operators at national level optimally connected across the borders, are able to connect and exchange. Whether you're looking at payments or you're looking at customs processes, as well as movement of people, which is fundamental for enabling information exchange. So some of the initiatives that we have been working on include national initiatives for automation of processes. In Kenya, we work with almost all the key government agencies that are involved in trade, as well as the other countries that we work in COMESA region. And some of the fascinating initiatives that we've seen that attempt to build or bridge connection within the COMESA region is we have initiative between the Zambian customs and the Kenyan customs, for instance, where they're also looking at how can they exchange information despite not being contiguous or connected with each other. Apart from that, from the Trademark East Africa point of view, soft issues also remain to be paramount. There's a question of digital trade policies. We know the CFTA has been able to come together and set up the digital trade protocol that with the countries that cover COMESA will be able to benefit from this protocol, and therefore there's a lot of work around policy that could also enable a smooth information exchange that is paramount for enabling trade across borders. And that is essential. The other thing that, of course, remains paramount is availability of connectivity, especially at critical points along trade corridors. This cannot be overemphasized. It does not only enable big transaction or big traders, but also small traders. So, for example, if you're at a border and you're attempting to facilitate trade between any two borders that you'll think of, and you're trying to see how will you enable the small traders to participate effectively in trade using digital technology. So some of the capabilities, of course, if you're setting up a simplified trade regime, for instance, for that small trade that is crossing that border, is there connectivity for the small trader and such consideration, among others here.
Thanks, Eric. Lucy, the only lady in our panel today, in your space of commodity trading, just tell us what you've been able to do in terms of supporting trade here.
Thank you so much. In terms of
commodity trading. We are a state corporation that deals with trading of commodities and ensuring food security and strategic reserves for essential commodities. So one of the main issues why government goes into trading is to ensure that its citizens access or have food on the table. That is a key agenda for most governments or all governments, entities, and state corporations come into trading to ensure that there's constant supply and stable market prices for these commodities. So with the digitization, we find that when importation of these commodities. So with the digitization and procurement processes, we find that digitization has made the procurement process to be more efficient. And one of the major advantages we are having when we are having e-procurement platforms is that entities or state corporations or nations are able to have a clear and efficient supplier management systems, the supplier of the commodities, and countries or nations are able to do demand forecasting because all the information we need can be accessed through a platform. So you find that with the e-procurement, we are now able to do trend analysis. We are now able to do trend analysis and even weather projections. And even we have patterns of countries, the production in various countries. And we are able to plan on how fast we can procure to save on costs or resources. We also are able to monitor movements of these commodities through digitization, because if you are importing, you are able to track from the time you are placing your order to the time the shipment is coming, to the time it is being cleared, and it is also mapped to the warehouse in which the commodities are going to. So for us, digitization is really of great help, especially for trading state corporations. And we are able also to improve on our collaboration with each other. That is, if Kenya is trading with Zambia, we are able to put in place mechanisms which can secure for us the stores we want at a particular time and at a particular price. So from where I'm seated with optimal logistics, that is in terms of the shipping process of these commodities and the last mile, we find that digitization has made our work easier, whereby on the first mile, we are liaising with the shipping lines to ensure the products arrive on time. And on the last mile, we have our local road transport, which can ensure that these products reach the citizens who are located remotely, and they really need these products on the table.
Thank you. My last panelist, who is the most important person, because without him we can't move our goods. In terms of freight forwarding and cargo tracking, what can COMESA learn from the Northern Corridor experience, and what have you done?
Thank you, moderator. Allow me first of all to thank COMESA Business Council and the COMESA Secretariat for inviting AFCAC to be part of COMESA structural meetings. We thank you very much. That's on behalf of the Secretary General who could not be here with us today. For those of you who might not have heard about AFCAC, AFCAC is the acronym of the African Civil Aviation Commission, a specialized agency of the African Union in charge of aviation matters on the African continent. We coordinate aviation matters, of course, to fulfill our work. We work with RICS, and that's why COMESA has incorporated us into their structures to do our work. So what has been done here at AFCAC to support the movement of freight by air? Let's take an example of two states in the Trade Guided Initiative, the ACFTA GTI, Ghana and Kenya. If you were to transport the goods between Kenya and Ghana, how long would it take you from the Indian Ocean all the way to the Atlantic Ocean? So we are trying to put up a feasible air transport mechanism that can fly all these merchandise from Nairobi to Accra and many other participating states. So what we have done at AFCAC, from the continental level, we have grouped the three flagship AU flagship pillars. That is ACFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, and the Single African Air Transport Market, together with the Free Movement Protocol. These are the critical pillars that will allow the continent to connect. So we launched an initiative called the SATAM Pilot Implementation Project, SATAM PIP, where we went into the study that was done in 2021 for the continent about the benefits of the single African air transport market that are not implemented by the government agencies. No, it's the private sector. So we call upon the private sector to engage and try to ask the government to reduce the charges, taxes, and fares to allow aviation industry to succeed.
Thank you. Thank you. So a call to action. Each one of you, I'm giving you 1 second. What would be that call to action? The next step. I'll start with you, George.
I think that for the rest of COMESA, borrowing from what we have learned here, I think it is important that those corridors get the buy-in of the stakeholders. If the stakeholders understand what is going to be achieved, it is easy to implement.
Thank you.
And I think the second thing is that do a gradual rollout. Sometimes you're in too much of a hurry. Pick what are the quick kills that you can have. Do it well so that you create confidence amongst people, and then the rest will follow up.
Thank you. Evans?
Thank you. Thank you. Apart from digitalization, I want to say that there's so much that should be done for us to succeed as COMESA Yellow Card. One, all the insurance regulatory authority of all the member countries should be involved to market COMESA Yellow Card and put laws that is going to ensure that the citizens of these countries, they are protected, because there's no need of buying a fake certificate, no need of buying a local insurance, and yet that's a foreign country. Secondly, we need also to look at how, as a country, as a COMESA, how we can be able to create education, marketing, and creating awareness. All of us, we must be able, as member country, to create awareness at the border point and also at home, so that the citizen understand the value of COMESA Yellow Card. Without doing that creating of awareness, we may not be able to give value to members. Even now, many populations do not know that when you go to another country, you need a yellow card. They go to the border, then they start struggling there. So awareness is important, and I'm happy the CEO COMESA Yellow Card is there, and your strategic plan 2026, 2030, I've seen it has a lot of marketing, and let's work together. Let's support the COMESA Secretariat as government so that we can grow the regional integration and also help the people and business across the border point.
Thank you. Thank you. Eric?
much. So mine is just to embrace G2G trading on commodities, and we also strengthen the government institutions on trading. Thank you.
Thank you. My last
thank you.
presenter.
Let's implement the 3 flagship projects. ACFTA, Single African Air Transport Market, Free Protocol Movement. That is, allow visa on arrival or implement free visa, like the minister earlier on said in the morning. This will improve our connectivity. Earlier on, I saw they were saying intra-Africa COMESA trade is 7 and connectivity is 27. Why not? Let's implement these 3 flagship projects, then we cover the whole continent. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard it from the panelists. We know the challenges we are facing. We know the solution. Let's work together to sort them out. Thank you very much. A clap to the panelists.
No questions from the audience?
I don't know whether, we've saved time. So is there any question, 1 or 2 questions so that we close? Yes, there's one hand there. And so we have 1 question. We can ask that 1 question, then we close. Can you give them the microphone? Stand up so that they see you. Yeah.
It is here. The mic is here.
Can someone help us distributing the microphone, please? We save on time. There's a mic here. If you can give it out. Just be precise to the question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Is it? Thank you very much. I like the test. My name is Maina. I undertake a cross-border advocacy on the AFCFTA, on the yellow card insurance scheme. Thank you for that information, but I would just request, are you able to tell us if I want to move with my car from here to, say, Zambia, a Kenyan registered vehicle, what is the process of acquiring that yellow card scheme? Like just a simple process of acquiring that.
Okay,
insurance.
so there was another question there. So we'll take those 2 questions, then we close. We hand it over to, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Ahmed Ali Sak. I'm the Trade Information Desk Officer deployed by COMESA at Moyale border. I want to ask questions on the COMESA certificate of, COMESA yellow card insurance.
We can't hear very well.
Put it close.
Okay, I'm saying I'm Ahmed Ali Sak. I'm the Trade Information Desk Officer deployed by COMESA at Moyale border to facilitate trade. And my question is concerning the COMESA yellow insurance. Moyale border, sometimes at my desk, so many traders, the logistic providers are coming to my desk and asking for services for COMESA yellow insurance because we coexist and share the name COMESA. But you know that COMESA is vast, but sometimes when I call back to different big companies asking for the service, whether they can offer, there is only specific companies of insurance who normally provide. And why is it limited to the rest of the other companies? And should it not be cascaded to the rest of intermediaries who are the agents who are available at the border? Thank you.
So Evans, I think they are your questions on
insurance. Yes, I can see you were listening and I'm happy. Let me start with the process of getting a COMESA yellow card. COMESA yellow card is a secondary insurance cover. For you to be given a COMESA yellow card, you must have a local insurance cover by either Britam, Jubilee, or another insurance. When you want to go to Zambia, my brother, you walk to Jubilee. You tell them, because according to the local insurance cover, it is only valid within the geographical area of Kenya. You can't move outside. So you go to Jubilee, if it's your insurance, then you seek to be given a yellow card. They will give you a yellow card specifying where you are going, and that yellow card allows you to travel from Kenya to Djibouti, to Zambia, to Zimbabwe, to Sudan, Uganda, Ethiopia, Eritrea, the 13 countries, without getting any other insurance cover, because it's acceptable every border point. 2, for your issue is that we have, COMESA Yellow Card have developed a USSD, which is 384, star 384, star 254 hash. A USD, which is star 384, star 254 hash. If you walk out and you see a foreign vehicle, even your vehicle, you just use that, policemen as police people, because they have enabled, they are here, they came and launched that. It will tell you, you don't have a valid COMESA Yellow Card cover. We have a problem, Bwana Moderator, is that sometimes we have MOU across the borders, that you can go into Uganda 20 kilometers with your car, and you are not covered, you are risking. That's what we call jirani mwema. We have come up with a resolution that why can't we have local insurance? That's a proposal, extending through the border point, having an MOU for 20 kilometers, so that is specified in the policy cover. So that when you are in Busia, you can be able to go and take Ndizi in Buganda. So what is there is that anything to do with a foreign vehicle, either in accident, please do not even bother talking. You just report to an insurance company, and then you call Kenya, Kenya Re. Kenya Re is the National Bureau of Kenya. Every country has an institution that is in charge of COMESA Yellow Card. In Kenya is Kenya Re. In Uganda is Uganda Re. So what you do when you have been involved in an accident, you simply call your insurance company, they will connect you with Kenya Re. You are not going to go through the Kenyan procedure of claims. Kenya Re will take over, come and assess the vehicle and pay you within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then if the vehicle from Zambia is the one that was to be blamed, Zambian's National Bureau will reimburse Kenya Re. So it's a very easy and smooth operation. Please, for your peace of mind, when you are walking, visiting any foreign nation in our borders, please take a COMESA Yellow Card cover, which is a cover on top of the current policy you have at home. You cannot buy COMESA Yellow Card alone without having a local insurance cover. And if you need more information, Kenya Re is there, Insurance Regulatory is there. You can call and get more guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think we
And for the police, we have trained, the Insurance Regulatory Authority has been training police officers across the country, taking them through the requirement. And that's why in Kenya we don't have issues. Actually, if you look at even them, when we go for the National Council or meeting, Kenyan police are highly recommended, because when they see a foreign vehicle, they use their phone and they confirm, and there is no much issues to do with that. So if you need more training, kindly contact IRA to give you more information about COMESA Yellow.
You have a final comment? Yes, as we go.
Yes, Moderator, I have a final comment a request to the CBC and the entire business community. There's a need for you, especially at the COMESA level, to engage member states, the governments. Let them not hide behind digitalization and increase the cost of travel for aviation, for air transport. A case in point, as we speak now in some member states I will not mention, they are imposing a charge of $18 on each leg of the ticket, into and out. That's $36. In the form of implementing the API, Advanced Passenger Information, and the passenger PNR, passenger name records. So that increases the cost of air transport, which I think you, the business people who are affected, the travelers, should identify and flag it and ask the governments to reduce that. Because there's investment, government investment for the regular budget into that. There's no need to tax. And by the way, when that charge is revenue there, they will transfer it to the passenger. That's why you find a 45 journey from Nairobi to Entebbe, which should be costing $100, $150, is $500 unnecessarily. Part of it is those charges and fees. So our humble request as AFCAC is to request you, the private sector, take these matters in your hands and engage the government, try to reduce these taxes and charges.
Thank you very much. Can you give these lovely people a clap? They have done well. And thank you for listening to us. Asanteni.
Wow. Because they have finished on time and they have donated 3 minutes. So they have 3 minutes to take photos. You can pose, you can actually do different styles. You can even see it. Right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost coming to the tail end of this conversation today, and you agree with me that this has been a highly rewarding session. And I'm sure there are great conversations and the great resolution that we are all waiting for, which is expected to come out at the end of this program. There is a slight change in terms of programming so that we can hasten the process and get to listen to the resolution which is going to be presented here. So I'm going to invite the next session, which is going to be chaired by Dr. Christopher Onyango, Director of Trade and Customs at COMESA Secretariat. He deserves a good clap. Thank you very much indeed. Then we have the following institutions from COMESA who will come to the stage. We have COMESA Federation of Women in Business representative. Please come on stage. Thank you very much. Then we have Executive Director or the representative for Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute, ALLPI. A round of applause. Then we have African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, ATIDI. A round of applause. Then we have COMESA Reinsurance Company, better known as ZEPRI. A round of applause. Then we have COMESA Competition Commission representative. It's coming up here. So these are the people who are going to drive the conversation. And the conversation is COMESA 30 years of impact, institutional innovation for regional growth, COMESA institutions. So they're going to give us the story of COMESA institutions after 30 years of growth. If I were you, I would clap for them. Thank you very much. Please take it up.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I think you've introduced us. I'm Christopher Onyango. I'll be moderating this final session. And I want to promise that I will live up to your expectations and I've agreed with my panelists that we are not going to sit between them and the sightseeing of Nairobi city. So, to be brief, as has been highlighted, COMESA is one of the few RECs in the world to have established specialized institutions to support its integration agenda. So for the last 3 decades, these institutions have been the engine driving regional integration, providing critical infrastructure for trade, investments, insurance, and business development. And so this session, to be brief, simply wants to showcase these institutions, how these institutions have evolved over the time, and how they have realized achievements, and of course share with us what their priorities are in the next 10 or so years, even in terms of digital transformation. So I will have one round of questions and answers to the panel just to save on time, reflecting on the successes that they have achieved, as well as sharing some of the strategic focuses or priorities that they vision in the next decade or so. And if time allows, I will ask them to give their parting shots. So without much ado, I will start with the first, my extreme left, just to reflect on the institution's achievements, top 2 achievements over the last 30 years, and also share with us some of the priorities that they have. So those 2 questions. But of course, as you start, you realize you are not introduced fully by the moderator. So could you start by just introducing yourselves and the names of the institutions that you represent, and then go ahead and share with us some of the achievements, top 2 achievements, as well as the priorities that your organization have for, deepening COMESA integration agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Chikakula Miti. I'm the CEO of the COMESA Federation of Women in Business. I wish to recognize the presence of my board chairperson, Madam Maureen Sumbwe, and also the presence of the former SG of COMESA, Mr. Sindiso Ngwenya, as well as Dr. Dave Hammond, the SG of Admin and Finance. I represent an organization that has moved from being an infant institution to being one of the most structured organization under COMESA. Our journey began in 1993 in Zimbabwe, when the heads of state and government, they established this institution, and it was initially part of the gender division of COMESA. Later on, it was established in Malawi in 2009. The COMESA Federation of Women was established with the view that you cannot have meaningful regional integration without the participation of women in business. And there are a lot of indicators and statistics which show that in Africa, in the sub-Saharan Africa, 58% of businesses, they are owned by women. And most of them are at SME level. And these particular businesses, most of the times, they are faced with a number of barriers to access of finance, to markets, to internationalization. And our institution over the years, we have focused on export readiness, and to do this, we have been providing capacity building in terms of business development services to entrepreneurs. And why does this matter? Because, you know, when you look at the statistics that we have, they show that if you address the gender gap, you are able to raise the GDP of countries by more than 20% in globally. But in Africa, they talk about raising GDP by more than 35 to 38%. So there is a lot of, you know, positivity. There's a lot of impact that comes with supporting women-owned businesses. Some of the statistics also indicate that 90% of the money that is generated by women in business is reinvested in the family. So what does that entail? It means that it helps in terms of economic progress, it helps in terms of supporting sustainable development, and as well as enabling communities to be better in the region. So we as COMFWIB, we have been you know, providing product development, supporting you know, entrepreneurs to brand their products, and also as well as incubating new entrepreneurs, so as well as you know, connecting them to markets. We have one of the projects that we can talk about in Eswatini, where we incubated some women in a cooperative, and that particular cooperative is able to produce chickens, and they are supplying pick and pay. And what we also did was that we connected them to suppliers of capital. So over the years, one of the most important things that we have been addressing is the setting up of a fund to provide startup capital to our women in business, as well as you know, youth. I wish to mention here that we have scored a significant milestone in that we working with TDB, we have set up a Young Women's Fund that is going to be able to provide the requisite capital to, you know, women and youth in business. It will be on pilot phase, and we'll hope to upscale it going forward. One of the other, you know, successes that we have done is that we have scored is that of strengthening our structure. We are in all the 21 member states of COMESA, and we are very active at national level. Our chapters, they are undertaking different activities, as well as, you know, influencing policy. We have also been you know, able to address issues of market access. We know for sure that one of the major issues, or one of the major challenges facing entrepreneurs is the creation of these linkages. So over the years, we have been having trade fairs where we bring on board different entrepreneurs from member states to trade. And you know, we have scored quite a lot of you know, business linkages amongst women and youth in the COMESA region. And also we have facilitated the participation of our members in the inter-Africa trade fairs, as well as other domestic you know, trade fairs that have been, you know, convened over the years. As it pertains to our future priorities, we are you know, in the process of setting up a women's bank. And what motivates us is that there are some decisions that have been made by the heads of state that we should have a facility that is going to provide funding to women in business. And so far we have done some studies, and it shows that 79% of our membership have rated access to finance as one of the critical priority to building their businesses. So under this initiative, we are working with ZEPRI. We have done some preliminary work, and also we have engaged some private sector institutions in some of the member states who are interested in partnering with us. And we want this particular facility to be a digital financing you know, mechanism that will be able to provide funding to women in business, and it will build on the successes of the the circles that are there in the member states and our chapters. The other thing that, the last point which I wanted to mention is that we are planning to have a state-of-the-art trade center in Malawi, which will also be a center that people will come in, they'll be trained, they'll come there to trade, and already we have, identified some partners that are going to work with us to put that particular infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, yes. Thank you, Comfweb. That's very encouraging because you, although young, but aggressively involved in inclusivity of trade promotion, particularly for women. Our next panelist, the same question applies. I'm sure you know that all of us in this room have leather and leather products in some way. Kindly highlight to us what are some of the key achievements you've made and your priorities into the future.
Thank you, Dr. Onyango. My name is Nicholas Mudungwe. I represent Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute. Allow me to ride on existing protocol. The Africa Leather and Leather Products Institute was established to support the development of the leather sector in COMESA, and now we are extending to the rest of Africa. Before I explain or highlight our achievements, I want to share with you a quotation from Mzee Kambarage Nyerere. He said that when others are walking, Africans, we must be running. And he said this more than 50 years ago. And I'm sure if he was alive and would ask him the same question, he would say, Africa, we are supposed to sprint because we are lagging far, far behind the rest of the world. And this is happening at a time where Africa has more resources than the rest of the world. For example, Africa is 20% of the global landmass, but it contributes less than 2% to the manufacturing sector. Let me move on to the leather industry. Africa's demand of footwear is more than 2.3 billion, and Africa is producing only 700 million. And this is an opportunity to the business community here. We have a demand that we are not fulfilling. Over 70% of the footwear consumed in Africa is imported. And Africa cannot digitize, cannot do anything if Africa cannot make a basic product like footwear. If Africa continues to import military footwear from the rest of the world, assume Africa goes to war with a country which is supplying it with footwear. Our soldiers will walk barefooted. So this is the risk that we are carrying. Or they'll send to us poisoned shoes, and then our soldiers will be affected. So we need to work very hard to produce the footwear. So the question is, what are we doing as the Leather Institute? We have supported member states to design strategies and policies, and one of our major achievements has been establishing centers of production and capacity building. And this is an initiative that started around 2012 during the reign of Secretary General Cindy Songwenya, when he said, as COMESA, we cannot continue to have meetings without supporting the real production. And to this end, we have established over 15 centers. But as I have said, we are still working, but we are supposed to run. We are still behind as Africa. As Africa, we need to put money into the industry. The challenge that we have as Africa is a dilemma. We don't know which policy to follow. The rest of the world is industrialized at the back of an industrial policy. But Africa, we think free market economy works. It has never worked anyway. All countries that have industrialized, they've industrialized at the back of industrial policy. So we need to put money to capitalize SMEs, which we have done with the support of the European Union and the COMESA Secretariat, and also Badia has supported us. The second thing that we have achieved, we have been able to build an ecosystem of enterprises across the COMESA region. Now an enterprise in Uganda can easily order leather from Ethiopia via a phone call or via WhatsApp instead of getting on a plane or via a bus. This is what we have achieved. I'll give you an example. Once DRC was importing finished leather from France at $20 a square foot, but we managed to connect them with Ethiopia. The leather was landing at $3, reducing the cost of making shoes from $80 to $12. So this is tangible achievements that we are making by creating the ecosystem. On the digital side, we have set up design studios which are computer aided, reducing the designing of a pair of shoes from 7 days to less than 2 hours. So these are tangible achievements that we have been able to put in place. And we want to continue to put that. We need more money to buy equipment, to train people, to facilitate intra-trade. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you for that, quick sharing of the achievements that you have made since inception. Now I go to the third panelist. Kindly just introduce yourself and the achievements that you made, highlighting also the priorities you have for the future.
Thank you, Dr. Anyango. My name is Linda Bakira. I represent the African Trade Investment Development Insurance, which is commonly known as ATIDI. As you may know, ATIDI is a proud COMESA creation and institution. We were created over 25 years ago by a number of COMESA countries, namely our host today, the Republic of Kenya, as well as Burundi, Uganda, Rwanda, Malawi, and Zambia. ATIDI was created with the assistance of the World Bank, and the idea behind ATIDI was actually to create an investment risk mitigation mechanism to support investors wanting to invest in Africa at a time when Africa only attracted around $17 billion, which was quite low at the time. So in summary, ATIDI is basically an institution that provides risk mitigation solutions, notably against credit and political risk. And we do this by providing confidence to investors that when they invest in Africa, they will preserve their capital in case of any unforeseen events. Now, 25 years down the line, what are our achievements? I can name a few. First of all, we've grown into the top development insurer in Africa. We currently have 24 member states. A number of them, half of them are actually COMESA member states. We also have 13 institutional investors across Africa, Europe, Asia, as well as America. In terms of tangible impact, as my neighbor mentioned, I'd say that ATIDI to date has facilitated around $88 billion in investments across Africa, and this is in all types of sectors, whether in agriculture, transport, the finance sector, or even telecommunications. In the COMESA region specifically, we've supported over $38 billion of investments, and this is through 1,200 transactions across COMESA member states. If I can give some flagship projects which actually show what we've been doing. Recently, we've supported the Bugesera Airport in Rwanda. So in most of these projects, ATIDI is not seen because we sit behind the financiers. By giving them the insurance, the support they need, we allow them to actually provide the necessary financing for these projects. So in the Bugesera case, we've provided cover to the financiers. And as you know, the Bugesera Airport was a flagship project for Rwanda and is aimed at positioning Rwanda as a major transport hub in the region and beyond. We've also supported a number of power projects. So for example, in Burundi, we've supported the buildup of Burundi's power generation through two hydroelectric projects feeding over 62 gigawatts of clean energy to the grid annually. Earlier in time, in 2016, we also supported Ethiopian Airlines by financing its fleet. And as you know, Ethiopian Airlines is now a key transport company in the COMESA region and also beyond. So I would say those are the main achievements for ATD. For the future, of course, we will continue accomplishing our mandate, and that is our commitment to the COMESA region. We also aim to grow our footprint in the COMESA region. As I mentioned earlier, we call on all COMESA countries to join us so that we can accomplish our mandate in those countries. We'll continue maintaining excellence in our products and services. And also we will continue acknowledging the risk in Africa while also identifying the solutions for our regions. It's also important to note that there is risk in Africa, but there are also opportunities. If you look at the figures, moderator and participants, in 2019, the continent offered a 6.5 rate of return on foreign direct investment, and this compares to the 6% that investors received in other regions of the world, namely in Latin America and the Caribbean. We will also continue leveraging on our assets. One of those assets is our preferred creditor status. This is linked to our close relationship with our governments, which allows member states to recognize us and our development mandate, and therefore to grant ATD priority when it comes to claims resolution. Finally, the most important point is collaboration. So we would like to insist on the importance of continue collaborating with our sister institutions and beyond. We have a very close relationship with the COMESA Secretariat that is an investor in ATD as well as other COMESA institutions. We also work closely with other development partners across the region and internationally, namely the African Development Bank, the African Union, as well as KfW, EIB, etc. So that is our contribution, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. ATD is one of COMESA's oldest institutions and remain very critical and relevant given the socio-political situation of our region. So thank you very much. Next, we go to the next panelist. Zepri, want to introduce yourself and then just highlight to us some of the achievements that you have made and your priorities into the future.
Okay, good evening. My name is Benjamin Kamanga. I'm an executive director at Zepri. Zepri is PTA reinsurance company, and it's what you are now calling COMESA Re. And as I do that, I want to say I'm speaking on behalf of my CEO, Madam Hope Morera. My strong regards to the Secretariat team, as well as the past Secretary Generals of COMESA, who have played a significant role in bringing Zepri to where it is. So just allow me, moderator, to introduce Zepri, because not everyone who knows who Zepri is. So Zepri journey started somewhere in Swaziland, Babane, in 1990, when the establishment agreement was signed by the heads of states or governments. And we started writing business in 1993, and Zepri is headquartered in Nairobi. We have offices across most of the major COMESA region, but write business across Africa. Africa is our business, as they say these days. Zepri is a specialized COMESA institution, so that's our mother. We are publicly owned, and I explain what that we mean by publicly owned. When Zepri was set up, the government or the member states put capital into Zepri or requested their national insurance and reinsurance companies to invest in Zepri. So that state has remained that way. Along the way, African DFIs, FDB, TDB came on board. So we are publicly owned, but we serve majorly private sector. And our job or our mandate is to develop insurance and reinsurance in the region. And of course, we come to that, how we think we have done that. So initially when we were set up, our regional mandate focused in giving capacity to the insurance companies. For those who don't understand how reinsurance works, our business is providing capital so that insurance companies can underwrite business, can support the traders, can support the logistic companies you heard about, then can support manufacturing, can support all investors in the region. So our clients are insurance companies. So our very first core mandate was to give capacity, meaning putting our balance sheet behind the insurance companies to enable them write business. The second mandate, and you can imagine in 1990, reinsurance is still a complex matter, even up to now. There are very few people who understand what reinsurance is about. So second mandate was to train the professionals in the region, and that we can say we have done very well. We possibly have the leading reinsurance academy in Africa, with training people even outside Africa. And since then, we are now about 32 years old, so we have serious responsibility and contribution to the region. We are proud. We have an investment grade rating, the second highest rating for an insurance company in Africa, after Africa Re, and we are proud that we have honored the commitment of our forefathers that we can be able, out of this part of the world, have an investment grade reinsurance company. It is a major milestone. The other thing we have done, and which was one of our mandate, was managing pools. And earlier in the day, you had events and concurrence events. I think you represented COMESA very well, COMESA Yellow Card. We managed that pool. We also managed the regional custom transit guarantee bond. That is also a pool managed by ZEPRI. And in the works now, we launched early this year an Africa's Nature's Pool, which basically will support reinsuring the natural risks like, the human-wildlife conflict and all that in that space. I think we in that scenario, we are also doing a very good job. So out of those years, majority of our business comes from the COMESA region. We think we have, COMESA region is adequately covered. We are covering a lot in West Africa. We are scaling up whether it will be RSTG or COMESA Yellow Card to the rest of Africa. It's a good brand, it's well recognized, and we have done a good job in terms of that. The other thing we have done several years down the road, I think 2018, we came back to COMESA and sought an additional mandate of financial inclusion. So you see, if you look at data, it indicates that insurance penetration in Africa is very low. On average, most countries below 3%. Put the other way around, it means that what we call protection gap is very large. In other words, we say if there is a disaster which occurs, we have huge economic losses, but there is very little insured losses. If there is floods in this part of the world, very few insurance companies will pay claims, but very many families will be, the livelihoods will be disrupted. Now, obviously, that is what we call protection gap. And so ZEPRI recognizing that, we took a bold step to, in addition doing no more insurance, to move to a field we call financial inclusion. And financial inclusion is a way of saying, how do we make sure that majority of our people are adequately protected? And we focused, and what's the reason why they are not protected? The biggest portion of our economy is in SME. SMEs, what we call mama boga in this part of the world, are not structured or do not render themselves well to be insured by the traditional insurance companies. They don't keep books, they don't do very many other things. So we said, how can we work hard to protect SME? And that is a journey we have been on. We looked at the other big deal, which is agriculture. Again, I saw statistics in your initial paperwork here, how many people it employs across COMESA, how many people, what's the contribution in GDP? And that, again, was not adequately covered by the traditional insurance. And the reason why? Because agriculture in Africa, as opposed to other regions, is by smallholder farmers. And it's very risky to cover that group unless you come up with new ways of doing it. So that's what we call agriculture, and that we are focused on that area. And because of that, we invested in a climate risk adaptation company we call ECA Africa. They are represented in the tents. You can see them. And what do? They bring technology to be able to de-risk agriculture and agriculture insurance. And that way then we can be able to cover farmers. And because of that, technology, 2022, 2021, we were appointed by the regional countries of the Horn of Africa. There is what we call Horn of Africa initiatives to provide cover for the Horn of Africa region for what we call pastoral economy. The project is called De-risking, Inclusion and Value Enhancement of Pastoral Economies. And what have we done with that? Using technology, we are able to give cover for drought, which we could not be able to do without technology. And again, because we are using technology, we are then able to buy, the pastoralists are able to buy cover wherever they are, and when there is a claim, we are able to pay them directly. We are proud about that. It's a World Bank funded project, and we were happy that on behalf of the member states, we were able to bring our scale to de-risk our farmers. The list can continue, but for the sake of time, let me stop there.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a clap. Yeah, I was a bit generous because I know trade and investment involves a lot of risks, and so it's important that you explore, and share some of those products that you have. Last but not least, we have Triple C. Kindly also just introduce yourself and what you do in your organization, in highlighting your achievements that you've made and the priorities that you have for the future.
Thank you very much. I'm Boniface Makongo, Director Competition at the COMESA Competition Commission, and I'm representing my CEO, Dr. Willard Mwemba. I think the first thing I should do is, it's likely that there are very many people who don't know exactly what COMESA Competition does, or in a broad sense, what the role of a competition agency is. So regulation of competition essentially is there in the context of a liberalized market. You are aware that many of our African countries started off at independence as some kind of command economy, where the government played a very important role in determining especially the prices of basic commodities. And then somewhere along the way, we realized that in order to hasten development, there was need to open up to investment and for the government to free up the economy to the private sector. So to ensure that you don't have a scenario where the private entities lock up sectors, either through collusion or you have cartels, and other anti-competitive practices that negatively impact the ability of other players to enter into a market or force players out through things like predatory pricing. It's important to have a competition agency. So in many jurisdictions, you would have a competition agency both at national level, whose jurisdiction is basically the national aspects of competition. And in the context of COMESA, which is a common market, whose objective is free and liberalized trade, you need to also have a competition agency at that level to ensure that the players in the common market play by the rules. Otherwise, then you may end up not being able to realize the objectives of free and liberalized trade. So that's why we exist. And just to also note that globally, other than the EU, we are the second other competition agency that has succeeded in enforcing competition law on a regional scale. Now, to also inform you is that one of the roles that we have as a competition agency is to ensure that as much as possible, all countries in the common market also have competition agencies, because it becomes very difficult to only enforce competition at regional level if there is no other agency doing it at national level. And coming to the first major achievement of the COMESA Competition Commission is that currently, out of the 21 member states of COMESA, 19 either have a functional competition agency, which is enforcing competition, or they have a law which is in the process of being implemented to establish a competition agency, or are in the process of enacting a law. So that, from our perspective, is significant progress. Also, we also want to avoid a scenario where you have too many, layers of enforcement of competition, because that beats the purpose. That is not the intention of having competition regulation. So it is normally important to have clarity to ensure that if you're a business, you're either being investigated at regional level because your transaction meets the regional dimension, or at national level. You are a business and you have all sorts of investigations going on at the same time. So one of the things we've worked very hard to ensure is to ensure that there's no duplication of that nature by having a one-stop shop. So it's very clear which matters fall within the ambit of the regional, which is the COMESA Competition Commission, and which matters fall within the national agencies, even those that are coming up. Equally, it's important to appreciate how then what the competition agency looks at. And largely, we look at two aspects in enforcement of competition. One is market structure. And market structure essentially is straightforward, is basically how many entities are in a particular sector offering goods or services. So how we regulate market structure is to ensure in the context of a national competition agency, if there's a merger which meets a certain threshold, i.e. it's likely to raise competition concerns based on market shares and other considerations, it is approved by the national agency. And if it has a cross-border perspective, it's approved by ourselves. We tend to want to avoid small transactions involving SMEs which have no competition effect. So we would not be looking at those. We are looking at significant transactions in the context for the regional competition agency of those that have cross-border effect. With regard to mergers, we have done a commendable job because since inception, we have handled 487 mergers to date. And in the last 3 years, we handled 124. So we've seen a marked increase in the number of mergers that we handle. And this is partly because more and more businesses are aware about the work that we do and the need to comply. An important perspective to bring out is that in the context of the mergers that we've handled in the last 3 years, for instance, the 124 I talked about, the firms that are involved generated a turnover of $110 billion in the common market. So that is quite significant from and investment perspective. And these are in various sectors, including aviation, mining, banking, insurance, agriculture, among other sectors that we have. As a commission, we have also undertaken investigation in enforcement. And by enforcement, I mean where we investigate and sanction entities that engage in anti-competitive business practices. And in this area, we have been very successful in sanctioning entities, for instance, that are in the alcoholic beverages sector, where we have been investigating anti-competitive businesses. Lastly, with regard to the investigations that we do, we also have a consumer welfare mandate. And in that regard, we have also undertaken investigations in aviation sector. You are aware that there is a tendency, especially in our region, largely maybe because we are not as developed as other regions, for there to be differential treatment of consumer issues, especially in the aviation sector. So you'll find an airline treats people in the common market in a very differential manner. Consumer rights are not taken very seriously because there is no fear of any consequences. So we've done quite a number of cases in that regard in our consumer protection mandate. And we have also investigated some cases in the digital space. One of the key ones involved Uber, where previously there are terms and conditions provided for if you wanted to challenge any contravention, you had to file suit in the Netherlands. We compelled them to change their law so that the applicable law is national law, and it makes it easier if you're a consumer in Kenya to go to a Kenyan court as opposed to having to file suit in, say, the Netherlands, which many of us, I'm sure, have never even gone to. Equally, to support what I said about member states coming up and establishing competition agencies, we do undertake significant technical assistance, and as a result, quite a number of member states have enacted legislation. They have established agencies. We have capacity built them in terms of ensuring that they have the requisite skills and knowledge to enforce competition. I think I'd like to stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that. Yeah. I can see the moderator is quite uncomfortable. I thought we have saved some time, even for one or two questions to the panelists.
We cannot take questions. Maybe your closing remarks just for 1 minute, and then we can close.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No, I want to thank the panelists for having ably shared their achievements and aspirations. We all agree that COMESA institutions have very rich menus and products, and which we can use as a region to boost inter-trade and investment, and also support the COMESA vision of ensuring or using integration for sustainable growth and development. So I want to thank you very much, and I want to thank the audience for your perseverance. I know the sugar levels are down, but just to assure you that the audience, particularly that all the COMESA institutions will be attending this forum up to the end. So if you have any burning questions, you can always reach out to them to respond to them. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thank you very much. Panelists, could you kindly stand for a photo session as we close this panel? Of course, it is not easy to summarize 30 years of impact of COMESA in just 45 minutes. So thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. We have come to the end of the panels this day, but we would like to get a few words from the partners and sponsors that made this event possible. And first, we'd like to invite Dr. Joy Kategekwa, who is the Director of Africa Development Bank. If she's in the room? Yes, there she is running. Thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage.
Thank you very much indeed. I know that we're pressed for time, so I'll keep it really brief. Thank you very much to the COMESA Secretariat for the opportunity, the COMESA Business Council, given to the AFDB group to share today. You know, regional integration is Africa's development pathway of choice. And this is why the African Development Bank Group is committed to supporting regional integration. We have a strong and valued partnership with COMESA Secretariat across a range of areas, whether it's pharmaceuticals, whether it's 50 Women Speak, you know, whether it's transport corridors and so on and so forth. And so under the leadership of President Sidi Ould Tah, we are committing and recommitting our force in continuing to work with COMESA. We see huge opportunities, especially in the realm of industrialization. When you think about Africa today, there's so many opportunities in deepening COMESA's own integration, but also in seizing the opportunities in the African Continental Free Trade Area. And so we look forward to working with COMESA in this regard. Conversations are ongoing with the COMESA Business Council, and we look very much forward to coming back next year and talking a little bit more about what that looks like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kategekwa, for keeping it very short. And I would like to invite KNCCI, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Acting CEO, that is KK Mutai. If you are in the room, kindly join us here on the front. Karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes on.
Okay, thank you so much for this great opportunity. My name is KK Mutai, CEO, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I think it has, let me ride on the already established protocols. First and foremost, I think it is great privilege for KNCCI to join you at this 18th COMESA business. I agree with I agree COMESA is a great opportunity. We need to seize this opportunity. The large market and the large market size, the common heritage, the destiny, which we all share the same destiny, I think, and the great social and economic cooperation. I think we have an opportunity as a region, no doubt about it. We share the boundaries, the the inter-border and cross-border trade within the region. Allow me to begin to congratulate the COMESA Secretariat and all the sponsors for sustaining this vital engagement that continues to shape the region's economic and industrial agenda. The consistency of this forum over the years is a clear testament to the power of partnerships between governments, the private sector, the civil society, and the development partners. As one of the proud sponsors of this year's forum, KNCCI, that is Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, reaffirms our commitment to advancing regional dialogue, promoting sustainable trade, and ensuring that African businesses remain competitive in a global marketplace. Briefly, at KNCCI, or the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we believe that regional integration must be private-driven. Across COMESA, the 21 or the over 21 member states, enterprises, particularly small and medium-sized businesses, are responsible for nearly over 80% of employment and contribute over 60% of GDP within the region. These businesses are the real engines of inclusive growth and social transformation. Lastly, KNCCI, where we represent over 100,000 businesses across Kenya's 47 counties, serving as the bridge between the private sector and the government. Through partnership, we facilitate trade missions, business-to-business linkages, policy advocacy to unlock opportunities within the COMESA market with over 600 million inhabitants or people. However, for integration to translate into tangible benefits, We must work collectively to remove persistent barriers, such as non-tariff measures, high logistics costs, and fragmented border procedures that continue to impede trade across the region. Lastly, distinguished delegates, the 18th COMESA Business Forum is more than a gathering. It is a catalyst for action. The private sector, represented by Kenya Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and our counterparts across the region, stand ready to lead through the innovation, investment, and enterprise. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening. Good evening.
Thank you very much for your words representing the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, that is the acting CEO, KK Mutai. Now, I would like to welcome a representative from KIPI, that is the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. If there is a representative from KIPI in the room? Going once, going twice. All right, thank you. We will move on to the closing session for this particular day. We will jump the coffee break. And let me hand it over to my colleague O'Brien to lead us through that session. Thank you.
Thank you. Some rounds of applause for Betty. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, I must admit that you're quite phenomenal that you're still around despite the urge to go and visit the great city of Nairobi. You decided to stick around, and I know that there will be time for that. And by the way, if you haven't visited our national parks, then you're committing a crime. You need not to leave this country before you visit our national parks, our museums. And by the way, from where we are, about 15 kilometers south of Nairobi, there's a world-class Nairobi National Park. And about 10 kilometers from where we are, west of Nairobi, there is the world-acclaimed National Museum of Kenya. And about 700 kilometers from where we are, you can visit the Lamu Archipelago, which is a UNESCO heritage site. And about 675 kilometers from where you are, you can visit Turkana County, which is the home of mankind. It's good to go home and see where you came from. Sindio, is that okay? Yeah, just go there, have a look at the lake, just walk around and see where your great ancestors came from. It's a beautiful time. And of course, Nairobi is also known as the shopping capital of Africa. You can't live here without sampling some of the best shopping destinations and shopping malls here in Africa. I know I am standing between you, closing remarks and coffee. I don't want to do that. I want to invite Mr. James Chimwanza, the president of CBC, to take us through the resolutions of the forum. Mr. James Chimwanza, the president of COMESA Business Council, are you in the house? Yes, he's coming. That is the man who is going to share with us the resolutions of the House, and this is where silence is needed and attention is critical, because he's coming with a very serious document. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director of Ceremonies. Before I offer the COMESA draft declaration, I just would like to ask the board members of COMESA Business Council who are present here to just stand where you are and wave so that we are all seen. Board members. Okay, some have stepped out, but at least we've got, there's quite a bit of good gender. At least two ladies have stood up and a gentleman and another. but they were all here. They may have just stepped out, but I thought I should ask them to stand and that we all see them, because what I'm going to read here is the work of the entire CBC team. All protocols observed. I am going to read the COMESA Business Draft Declaration of 2025. We, the regional business community, under the umbrella of COMESA Business Council, herein present COMESA Business Declaration 2025 of the 18th COMESA Business Forum under the theme, Leveraging Digitalization to Deepen Regional Chains for Sustainable and Inclusive Growth, held on 7th October 2025 in Nairobi, Kenya, at the Kenyatta International Conference Center, KICC. Expressing our gratitude to His Excellency, the President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, the government and people of Kenya for hosting the 18th COMESA Business Forum. Express gratitude to the Vice President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, for opening the 18th COMESA Business Forum. Furthermore, expressing gratitude to the COMESA Secretariat, COMESA institutions, partners, and sponsors for supporting the 18th Business Forum. The key resolutions were discussed and agreed upon during the forum. They will be presented to the 24th Summit of the COMESA Heads of State and Government on 9th October 2025 as a declaration by the business community in the common market for their consideration. We hereby declare as follows. 1, general. A, COMESA member states are urged to consider fast-tracking the resolution of the existing long-standing non-tariff barriers, NTBS, which are adversely affecting intra-COMESA trade. B, COMESA member states should consolidate and deepen the implementation of COMESA Free Trade Area, FTA, and COMESA EAC SADC Tripartite Free Trade Area, TFTA, as steps towards the implementation of the AFCFTA agreement, as well as moving towards convergence to the realization of Africa Economic Community, AEC. C, COMESA member states should align national development plans and economic policies to commitments undertaken under the COMESA Treaty. D, COMESA Secretariat and institutions to work together to create awareness of COMESA trade facilitation instruments such as COMESA Yellow Card. 2, boosting agriculture productivity through smart agriculture to enhance value chain competitiveness. A, member states and the private sector to prioritize investment in integrated market infrastructure, including rural processing hubs, comprehensive cold chain networks from farm gate to export markets, and digitally enabled logistics corridors that reduce post-harvest losses and ensure compliance with international quality standards for key value chains such as horticulture and other key value chains. B, COMESA institutions, TDB, ATIDI, ZEP-RE, and development partners are urged to mobilize blended finance to establish market and trade-related facilities in strategic production zones. C, COMESA member states to leverage on the digital information system like Regional Food Balance Sheet, RFBS, to identify regional food supply gaps, optimize resource allocations, and design targeted interventions for enhancing food security and trade. D, COMESA member states to encourage digital warehouse receipt system in order to reduce post-harvest losses in COMESA by enabling farmers to store produce in certified warehouses and receive digital receipts, transforming them into bankable collateral for loans, thus improving market access, price stability, and income for smallholder farmers. E, COMESA seed trade harmonization regulations to be implemented across COMESA to improve access for smallholder farmers to quality and improved seeds, which is critical for increased agricultural productivity. It will also facilitate the trade of high-quality, climate-resilient seeds, improving access to farmers, boosting regional productivity. 3, digitalization of trade. Encourage COMESA member states to accelerate the adoption and use of digital platforms for customs clearance, e-certificates of country of origin, and trade finance instruments to streamline cross-border trade across the region. 4, promotion of investment COMESA region. COMESA member states are urged to continue maintaining African Trade and Investment Development Insurance, ATIDIs, preferred credit status, PCS, to enhance the organization's ability to de-risking trade and investment for COMESA member states. B, establish COMESA regional digital platforms for investments and trade credit risk data sharing to de-risk supply chains and strengthen resilience of SMEs development, cross-border trade, and investments across the region. C, promote digital financial solutions and partnerships with the development finance institutions, DFIs, insurers and fintechs to expand access to affordable financing for women, youth, and SMEs along regional value chains. 5, enhancing trade throughout digital transformation focusing on logistics and transport. A, regional manufacturers to consider participating on the digital supply chain platform to facilitate reduction of costs, increasing efficiency, and expanding market reach throughout technologies and e-commerce platforms, through technologies and e-commerce platforms. B, COMESA member states are also urged to promote regional flight connectivity and put measures in place to facilitate reduction of regional travel costs to encourage regional and international travelers, especially tourists. 6, movement of business persons in the COMESA region. COMESA member states are urged to continue removing restrictions on the free movement of people and urge COMESA Business Council and COMESA Secretariat to fully implement the decision of the COMESA Council of Ministers on development of COMESA Business Visa to facilitate the movement of business persons and reduce the cost of doing business. That marks the declaration draft. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. President, for taking us through the resolutions. And I am excited about digitization and, of course, giving small businesses access to bigger markets within the COMESA region. And I hope that these conversations will continue to ensure that the COMESA the CBC 18 doesn't become just a talk shop, but it becomes a platform where critical dialogue happened and the way forward was identified. Allow me now to invite Government of Kenya representative who is going to move a vote of thanks. This is none other than the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Trade, Ms. Ombam. Let's give her a round of applause. By the way, she's been with us throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, and if we decide to continue throughout the night, she's going to be with us. Is it true? Yes, indeed, but we are not planning to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, O'Brien. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the 18th COMESA Business Forum High-Level Dialogue to a close, it is my privilege once again on behalf of the Government of Kenya and the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry to convey our sincere gratitude. First, I wish to thank our guest of honor, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, my Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, the COMESA Secretariat, and the COMESA Business Council, because your support has underscored the importance of this dialogue, not only to Kenya, but to the wider COMESA region. I wish to acknowledge our panelists, moderators, and speakers for the depth of insights and the practical recommendations shared. The quality of discussions today has reflected both the expertise within our region and our collective resolve to address the challenges and opportunities before us. To our private sector leaders, development partners, and our captains of industry, your contributions have been invaluable. It is through your partnerships that we will translate policy into action and drive inclusive and sustainable growth across COMESA. To all participants, I thank you for your active engagement. The recommendations generated here will form part of the COMESA Business Declaration to be presented to the Summit of Heads of State and Government, ensuring that the voice of the private sector is well reflected at the highest level. Distinguished delegates, today we have reaffirmed that by harnessing digitalization, deepening regional value chains, and strengthening collaboration, COMESA can unlock unprecedented opportunities for our people. Once again, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Madam PS, for keeping it short and simple. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on this meeting today, and to give the closing remarks, I want to invite on stage Dr. Dev Haman, Assistant Secretary General, Administration and Finance at COMESA. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good evening to all of you. I can see how productive you have been during the whole day. First of all, to be here seated, and secondly, listening to all the speakers, and thirdly, also to be listening to me. But first of all, let me recognize and extend our gratitude to our host. And here we have the Principal Secretary, who has just spoken before me, and through her to the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Lee, and through the Minister to the Cabinet Secretary, we want to really acknowledge our guest of honor who came here this morning. And he gave a very wonderful, I would say, keynote. I would also like through him now to recognize our host, the President of the Republic of Kenya. With that said, I would like also to give a big thank to all our speakers and you, the participants, and also those who have come from far to share the experiences with us. It is the 18th Business Forum, but in terms of bringing it to such a level, such a high level where we bring the business sector in touch with the public sector, in touch with the academia, and also in touch with the rest of the world, it is the third edition. Now, I would like to recognize my two bosses who were here in the morning. As you can see, Mr. Siniso Gwenya, the former Secretary General. There was another one, Erastus Mwencha, who left. And they were telling me, Dave, well done and congratulations. But I say, I learned from you, Mr. Siniso Gwenya. I learned from Erastus Mwencha. I also learned from my current boss, but I also learned from all of you. COMESA is a listener. We don't just move without listening to your voice. We can only move when you tell us in which direction to move. And that is what COMESA is all about. You told us that bring digitalization closer to you. And this is what has already started. I'm sure you benefited. I don't have to go through all those things that COMESA, together with its institutions, are doing, and together with its partners. Of course, we have heard about the pace at which we should be moving. We should be moving. I think one of my colleagues from the institution was saying that time has come not for us to walk, but to do what we call to run, to catch up with the rest of the world. Yes, we have to catch up. But it is possible because we have a population that is very young. Africa is a continent that has got almost 70% of the youth and the women. And the youth can really, the fastest runner comes from Kenya. I'm sure you have watched on the TV. And the fastest, I would say, entrepreneurship, the people who have got innovative minds are also from Africa. And we have a market. I want to bring 2 or 3 corrections for my colleagues, the media. I know that you are not the one responsible, but it is the information, the way it has been circulated. COMESA is a market of 682 million people. A market of 682 million. So going forward, I hope whatever we say it is a market of 682 million. Secondly, the GDP of COMESA is 1.1 plus trillion dollars. I know that our website or maybe some of the magazine may be carrying maybe some information which you have picked, but 682 million, GDP of 1.1 trillion plus, and our area is 12 million square kilometers. 12 million square kilometers. Now you can imagine with 12 million square kilometers what we can do. And that's the reason why we brought to you the buyers from Europe. We brought to you the buyers from Europe with the help of the EU, so that they speak directly to our farmers. They speak directly to our producers, so that we can take advantage of that market. Today, what we are doing, we did not want to focus on external suppliers. Because if we have 682 million customers or consumers, we need to have suppliers, manufacturers from within. That is what we are doing. You have a market of 682, but why should we get suppliers from outside? Of course, I'm not saying that we don't need. Or why should we be not having suppliers from within? And that's the reason why we requested our suppliers here to come and talk to the government, talk to the public sector, and we have taken note from the declaration that you have just heard. Of course, digitalization is the priority for all of us, not only for COMESA, even our development partners are with us, because really we want to grow our GDP from 1.1 trillion to 2 trillion. You know, 1 trillion will represent 1/3 of the continent. So we want to grow it to 2 trillion. And it can only be possible if we use or leverage on digitalization. Of course, we heard bottlenecks for you to be doing your trade. We are removing those bottlenecks, and the private sector, please help us also to remove the bottlenecks. And we're also making an appeal to the public sector, let's not bring new bottlenecks, but instead we need to remove. Now we go to a bigger market than 682 million, which is now the tripartite. The tripartite market, which consists of the East African Community, COMESA, and SADC. It is 800 million people. You can imagine how big is that market. And now you suppliers, you manufacturers, you SMEs, this is your market. And nobody can deprive you of this market. Of course, we brought the bank to you, our TDB bank, who started with 10 million. Today they are grown into 10 billion. We brought RTD in terms of the business underwriting that they are doing, 88 billion. We brought the Competition Commission so that you know your rights. We brought the leather and leather products so that you know the market of leather that we have here. We brought our Women in Business, the Federation of the Women in Business, and we brought so many of them so that you take advantage. Now, my two bosses were even telling me that what you are doing once in a year is not enough. I do agree with them, but we will not be able to be present in all these 21 countries throughout the whole year. And that's where now we request the government, our coordinating ministries, and what Ms. Regina has done, sensitize the Kenyan. And we want every coordinating ministry in the COMESA region to sensitize the people of COMESA. And that is very, very critical, and we need you to do that. The media people, I think before Monday, I was told that very few people knew about what was COMESA. And Madam Regina, Miss Regina had to appear on the TV. And he taught and he gave the lesson to everybody. Today there are people who are coming to me and saying, do you know what COMESA is? It's a trading block and we can do business. Are you doing business? I say, yes, I'm doing business. So there are people coming and interacting and saying, what COMESA? And this is what we want to see. We want you people to be an agent. You have information, share the information. Government alone will not be able, but you will be able to So I have come here to thank all of you and to invite you for the next edition of the Business Forum, which is going to take place in another country. But in the meantime, please keep reading our website. Please keep reading our brochure, our newspaper, our newsletter. If you are not receiving our daily or our weekly newsletter, I have requested my colleague from the PR to get your name and to be sending you the newsletter that is being produced at least twice a week, so that you know what all the things happening. And to my surprise today, and when I saw it in the declaration, I heard in the declaration that COMESA yellow card, which we always thought was the most known product of COMESA, came to be a product that has been least known. It looks like we are not crossing the borders. If we have crossed the border once in a while, or once in a while, you must have used the yellow card, unless you have used something else, unless you have used another document. But anyone who has crossed the border should have used the yellow card. So, yes, we shall do that, but also we shall make sure that you get to know other products. Now, to come to an end, I would like to say once again that as from tomorrow, we will be going into serious business. Tomorrow is a meeting of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, and this is a very close session. But then after the tomorrow meeting, we have the summit, which for the opening, and I believe you have registered yourself. And of course, I hope now you have learned more about COMESA, but in case you have not, Madame Regina is here, COMESA Secretariat is here. We have a booth inside there. We have an exhibition booth where all the COMESA institutions are present, and they will be giving you the information. So thank you very much, and hope to see you soon. And I hope you have benefited greatly from this session. And we would like to thank again once more our host, Madame Regina, who has been with us, representing the whole ministry, the whole government, and you, people from all over COMESA region, even from outside. So I thank you very much, and we keep being in touch. Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me 2 minutes for remaining. I'm told that I'm remaining with 2 minutes. They say, no, I've exhausted it.
That was 3 minutes ago. Indeed, Dr. Dev Harman, Assistant Secretary General, Admin and Finance at COMESA. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, even the best dance must come to an end. And that is what exactly is happening at this moment. And I am inspired by the anthem of the African Union, O sons of Africa and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. If you didn't capture anything else this day, capture that with you. We're coming to the end of this conversation, and tea break, or the final coffee break of the day, is happening just right under where we are. This is at the Lenana Hall, which is one ground. Do we say ground? One floor, whatever you call it, is just down here. That is where the tea is going to take place. And we also reminded that there is a very interesting conversation that will be taking place tomorrow, which is being driven by COMESA, Federation of Women in Business. It's going to take place at the Shimba Hills, which is on first floor, and all of us are requested to join that conversation tomorrow as from 9 in the a.m. to 11 in the a.m. I want to invite Betty Kiptum with a critical announcement before we can call it an evening.
Thank you, O'Brien. I have not prepared a powerful quote to end the day. However, I am informed that the people who had registered for tomorrow's farm visits, tomorrow is a continuation of yesterday's COMESA EU Horticulture Connect. So those who had registered, it is fully registered. You cannot register right now. You're reminded to be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The buses will be ferrying you to the farms, and do not worry, you will be catered for in terms of snacks and water. So just avail yourself at 8 a.m. tomorrow in the morning, and you will be taken for your farm visits. Thank you very much. I think it's time to release you now. It has been quite the day. It has been an honor to be one of your MCs during this event. I very much appreciate your participation and your patience this far. My name is Betty Kiptum. Let us connect on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you very much. We're going to close it with a stylish clap, so let us all be upstanding. We're going to teach you something new that you can take home. And when you go, please exercise these greetings, okay? I mean, this kind of clapping. So we call it the Moi clap. You know, it is associated with a former president of this Republic of Kenya. He's now the late. So this is how we do it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sawa sawa. All right. Now I can see you're great students. All right. So and in 1, 2, 3, let's go. Thank you, everyone, for coming, for listening, for participating, and for getting the message back home. Funga, fungua. Thank you very much. Go and enjoy your tea and coffee. We wish to see you again sometimes in the future. Thank you and bye for now.
Come to Kenya, the great home of many firsts in the world. Kenya is the economic powerhouse and the hub of East and Central Africa, and steadily realizing its full potential as a global player on the world stage. Kenya is the fourth largest economy in the sub-Saharan Africa, strategically located as a gateway to Africa, with strong growth prospects supported by an emerging urban middle class. Kenya is ranked 56th out of 190 economies in the Ease of Doing Business Index and boasts of a large pool of young, talented, highly educated, skilled and sought-after workforce in Africa. It is the region's logistical hub, playing a big role as a transshipment hub for goods moving to landlocked countries in East and Central Africa through the expanded Mombasa and Lamu port. Kenya is also renowned for its coffee, flowers, fruits, vegetables, nuts and many more quality products. And when the local and foreigners are not busy bolstering Kenya's economy, they're enjoying her bountiful natural beauty and vibrant city life. World-famous sites and attractions, beautiful lakes, and towering mountain peaks. Not only is Kenya the home of some of the world's most beautiful sights and wildlife, it has also given rise to a number of prominent global figures who have shot to global stardom in international football, athletics, entertainment, and even world politics. This is Kenya. For more information, visit www.makeitkenya.go.ke.
Welcome to Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences and exhibitions destination. A land where every sunrise whispers possibility, where the rhythm of the savannah meets the pulse of modern cities, and where every gathering is lifted to the extraordinary. Here, journeys flow with ease. The Nairobi Expressway, sweeping highways, and modern networks carry you effortlessly from city skylines to wild horizons. Ideas travel fast, powered by high internet speeds, expansive fiber lines, and a standard gauge railway that links opportunity across the nation. Kenya is not just connected to the world, it connects the world to itself. Confidence is woven into Kenya's history. Global institutions call it home, and world leaders return again and again, drawn by a land where security is felt, not forced, and every delegate finds the freedom to dream, to create, and to belong. At the heart of this conference lies the Kenyatta International Convention Center, a beacon that has hosted history and continues to inspire the future. From the cultural richness of Bomas of Kenya to striking city venues that frame the skyline, every space is designed for moments that matter. And when the day is done, Kenya opens its arms with warmth only it can offer. In elegant hotels, intimate boutique stays, or lodges overlooking untamed wilderness, every guest is embraced by comfort, beauty, and the spirit of Karibu. Because in Kenya, business is only the beginning. Step beyond the boardroom into wonder. Stand in awe as elephants match in Amboseli. Feel your heart race with the wildebeest in the Masai Mara. Hear the roar of Savo, or the hush of the Indian Ocean as the tide kisses white sandy shores. Rise above the savannah in a hot air balloon, tee off where horizons stretch forever, or be swept away by the rhythm of cultural dances and timeless traditions. Here, every experience is a story, one that lingers long after the meeting ends. Kenya is more than a destination. It is a canvas of possibility, a crossroads where ideas meet opportunity, where cultures embrace, and where business thrives against the backdrop of unmatched beauty. Kenya, Africa's premier meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions destination. The place where your next great event begins.
There comes a moment when the ordinary world fades away and the wild calls your name. This is as wild as you want it.